We are live. So, hello, everybody. Hello. I am so excited about this summit. Let me tell you, the birthing pains that came with this summit. Um, Insane. But I am glad you're here. I am glad you're here, Robin, and everyone. Hold on, let's see. Who else is there? We go. Um, Welcome. This summit, I'm going to start talking about it in a few minutes. But Robin, tell me in the chat what you hope to receive from this summit. Laura, welcome. How are you? Um, we are we have all of our speakers, Laura. Robin is one of my friends and supporters, and she wanted to let me know she's here. So welcome, Laura. Welcome, Robin. I am so glad both of you are here. We're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. I wanted to open up early to give people the opportunity to get settled and get in. And then we're going to do like a quick breathing exercise just to kind of woosah for everybody. It's always good to ground. And so we are going to do that. And after that, I'm going to be sharing my journey of how I got here. And so you guys, some of you know some of my story. There will be details shared today that maybe people don't know. And while we only got a few people, who would like an oracle card today? Tammy, welcome. Welcome. How are you? So good to see you. And Amanda, hello. I didn't know these people, but oh my goodness, this is exciting. So we're gonna pull a couple of oracle cards just for time passing reasons. So Tammy and Amanda raised their hands. Thank you so much. Michelle. So Tammy, you've got a celebration coming. Girl, okay. Am I invited? Is Goddess invited? I need to be invited to the celebration. That's a good card. Okay, let's get everyone else. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, I left you food on the windowsill.
We've got 8 attendees here. I am trying to make sure that I get everybody's. Michelle, Amanda, Donna, hi, darling, Michelle. Oh, you got 2 cards, Michelle. Patience and meant to be. And so what I'm hearing from this is the things that you are meant to work on are yours alone and no one else's, and only you can do them. That's a continuation from yesterday. We've got Robin, my darling, my dear. I'm so glad you're here. I got your gratitude list this morning. Robin, accept help, my love. Stop trying to do it alone. You've got this. Don't do it alone. You don't have to. I learned that lesson last week. Amanda, you are next. You are next. We've got 12 participants and we are going to get started in 3 minutes. I am so glad all of you are here. Welcome. This is the Heal Her Summit. Amanda, intuition, tap in. It's time for you to start living from here and not from there. This will keep you anxious. That will direct your steps the way you're supposed to go. Jessica, Donna, and Laura, and Miss Karen. Oh Lord, we got a lot. Okay. Oops. Jessica, you got intuition as well. It's time to start living from the belly, darling. Donna, you are next. Oh, no. Amanda's next. And then Donna. Donna, my love, I am so glad you're here. I actually meant to send you the participants link, but I'll send that to you tonight because you did offer to help out. So I will send that to you tonight. Donna, my darling, change the tune. Just slight adjustments. Go with the flow and ease. Flow and ease. Not masculine energy. We're going in flow and ease. Jessica. Oh, no. Miss Karen's next. Miss Karen, knowledge, drawing down the moon. You have got knowledge that it is time to share with the world, and you are doing just that, Miss Karen. Carrie. Oh, no. Jessica, Carrie. Jessica, let's see what spirit has to say for you. Jessica, you got two cards. Take a breath and go for it. So it's time for you to take some time away and then go ahead and get your momentum going for whatever it is you're working on or healing. Okay. And last never least, Carrie. Now, if I missed you, please let me know. We are going to get started right after this. I just wanted to do this as kind of an icebreaker, kind of a fun activity to do while there aren't a million people in the room. Carrie, this transformation is meant to be. So I'm glad you're going through it. Dawn, I know she wants one. I know my girl wants one. Dawn is always up for the cards, you guys. Come on, Pop Pop. One of your favorites is here. You got Seek Healing, honey. I don't want to say what that's about. There's public here. So, welcome, everyone. I am going to try to highlight myself. Why it's doing this, I have no idea. There we go. There we go. Hello. I am so excited. Today is day one of the Heal Her Summit, a global summit for survivors of abuse. Welcome. I am your hostess. Yes, I am the mostest. Yes, I'm lively. Yes, I'm energetic. And no, it doesn't go away unless I'm sick. So let's just get used to it for the next couple of days. So, welcome. I am honored that all of you have chosen to spend time with us because the lineup that we have is insane. The stories of the women that you are going to hear, bravery, courage, strength, resilience, that's all of them. 31 healers and I came together to make this possible. There is no separation of religion, spiritual beliefs, political beliefs, competition, or any of that. We came together for you to bring you information and stories of transformation, things you may not have even thought of as healing modalities. Something I didn't realize on my journey was RTT hypnotherapy was a thing. I thought it was only therapy. I found out quickly it wasn't. I used all of the healing modalities that you are going to hear about during this summit to heal myself. This summit was not born of my own volition. I promise you. Most of you know I'm a psychic medium. And I'm sitting here working one day, and my mother's always right here. Today, she's in my heart, in my body, in form. And she says, Summit. And I said, no, thanks, and kept going. And then the next day, working on client work, and she says, Summit. And I said, look at my calendar. I'm in plenty of them. In true Gen X kid form, at 1:31 a.m., I feel a brush up against my shoulder, and my mother appears in form, and she goes, Summit. I had no choice but to get up and prepare for whatever this was that the divine wanted to flow through me to you. So I got up and I built the website. I didn't know what I was doing. I was channeling, and the divine was going through and flowing through me. And 8 hours later, I called my bestie and I said, guess what, bestie? I'm doing a summit. And she goes, huh? So the HealHER summit was brought to you not by me, but straight from the divine and my ancestors. You see, I have 4 generations of ancestors here with me. All of the women are standing right now, crying tears of joy because I can say what they couldn't, bravely, boldly, and unapologetically. So I'm going to share a little bit about me. I am Tawana Yvette, as you know, Black Butterfly Goddess. Yes, we had to bring in the black butterflies because they mean ancestral connection. You don't see many black butterflies here in the US. When I chose the name, I thought it was just because I had gone through darkness and come out light on the other side. They knew what they were doing. So I come to you connected through my ancestors who are very proud of the work that I've done. You're going to hear stories of women being harmed. You're going to hear stories of women going on healing journeys and making it out on the other side. I am one of those women. If you don't know my story, I was born in New York City, Brooklyn. And I grew up what I thought was a normal childhood. Until I was 9 years old, my daddy was in my life, and my daddy told me I could do anything I wanted. I could be Wonder Woman if I wanted to be. I never knew daddy wasn't my father because he loved me. Daddy would put me up on his shoulders and take me to the store and buy me big bags of candy and Chips Ahoy, and those were like this back then, and tell me, boom, boom, eat them all before we get home. I don't want to tell your mama. And I would be stuffing Chips Ahoy, 6 years old, in my mouth, walking home. When I was 9 and a half, my mother got a phone call from my grandmother that my father, my real father, had stopped by looking for me. So I had to meet him. And when he walked in my grandmother's house, I hid behind my grandmother. There was something very wrong about him. And so when I hid, he brought out all these beautiful dresses, but I still knew something was wrong. His girlfriend, I walked over, I hugged her. She was so sweet, Miss Jean, I can never forget her. But I knew something was off about him. Now, I've been psychic since I was 2 years old. For those of you who know Pop Pop, my Pop Pop came to me. My mother shared the story when she was still here about how she was in the kitchen cooking, and I was between 2 and 3, and I was sitting on a pallet right outside the kitchen playing with my toys. She hears me giggling and squealing, and she says, she came out the kitchen. And when she came out, I was toddling around going, Pop Pop can't catch me. She goes, that's funny. My father's not here. He was. The phone rang, and that's when she found out Pop Pop had transitioned. He came to me. I saw him. I played with him. So my mother nurtured my psychic gifts for the time that before my father came looking for me. So I know about spirits. I knew about what she referred to was at the time Indian guide, my native guide, who was the chief of my tribe. I am Native American, Bayesian, Barbados, for those of you who don't know, and Irish. I was accustomed to seeing spirits, so I knew something was wrong with my father's spirit. My mother had a nervous breakdown when her and daddy separated. I was 9 and a half. And she sent me to live with my father. Miss Jean and my father had the biggest argument I had ever heard that night. And unfortunately, Miss Jean left. And she said, baby, I tried. I'll be back every week to do your hair. I'm thinking, tried what? What did she try? But here I am with this man I don't know. That night, my father took what was not his. And that went on for 5 years because he bribed my mother. He told her that if she didn't marry him, she would never see me again. And with her being in nursing school and him being a deacon of the church, as well as working for immigration, she had no case. So she married him. She paused. During the wedding, she paused and she looked over at me. And I'm thinking in my mind, you have no idea what I'm going through, mommy. Just say no. And she turned around and said yes. The abuse went on for 5 years until I had a positive pregnancy test at 15. It was my father's child. I didn't know how to comprehend that. I didn't know how to heal from that. and I did not have that child. But even my best friend from high school who went with me only found out 3 years ago. I held that secret for 32 years, and it shaped every single decision I made. It shaped the friends that I chose. It shaped the significant others I was with. It shaped my financial status and which jobs I was able to hold. I didn't know how to heal from that. It also shaped my parenting and unfortunately caused stress and harm to my children. You'll hear more about that tomorrow as my daughter and I share in a deep discussion about mama trauma. So it shaped my entire world. I didn't think I was worthy. I didn't think I was good enough. I would compare myself to everything and everyone. I didn't know that being me was special. I was taught it wasn't. I got married at 21, and that marriage ended in me being disabled after a near fatal car wreck and an incident where I begged for my children's lives. I married again because I felt inadequate. I felt like I could not raise my children because I wasn't enough. I wasn't enough to bring what these beautiful, perfect beings that God, the divine, universe, source, whatever you put on it, gave me, entrusted me with. So you'll hear more about that as well. My second marriage ended in him kicking me and the kids out the house, and we had to go stay with a band mom. I took a break after that for a little while for dating. And in 2020, after 4 years, I met a man. He's a fourth grade teacher in Atlanta. And he was charismatic and, his energy was just right, or so I thought. That man stole my soul. He took the little bit of self-esteem that I had built up over that few years' time, and he stole it. He would say things to me like, maybe your father wants to use 7 days a week, but I don't. I remember getting a weave because my hair had thinned so bad from him screaming at me, the stress of him screaming at me for 3 and 4 days on end, taking me to the brink of a seizure because I have epilepsy, and then saying, go take your medicine when he saw signs of it. I endured that for 2 years, not knowing it was abuse. I never knew someone screaming all the time was abuse. I never knew someone telling you you're not good enough, you're not pretty enough, you're not this enough, you're not that enough. And you can't go to your own house, and you can't do this, and you can't wear that, and you can't wear this. I got accused of cheating when I was in a bedroom that had cameras because I have epilepsy. I got a call on a Wednesday. My brother-in-law had transitioned suddenly. I had to come to DC to be with my sister for a week for the burial. He cheated. He took that opportunity to be with another woman because he couldn't be alone for 24 hours. And I didn't reassure him enough. When I got back, every warning system, every chakra in my body was screaming, go to your house. And even my best friend at the time texts me as we're taxiing down the runway and says, why don't you have your daughter pick you up and go home? And I said to her, I don't want the argument. I can't take it right now. When I got home, I said one thing and it set him off. All I said was, oh my God, I forgot how great DC is for education. We should bring your son. The car got cold. I knew what that meant. When I got home, I took a shower and I heard a voice say, put your phone in your pocket and hit record because at this point, I need to know I'm not losing it. And I did. That was the first time I listened to my mother's voice. As I'm recording and he's still yelling, I remember dissociating. Dissociation is when survivors of great trauma know how to leave their body during traumatic events. I found myself looking at myself from across the room. I looked like a zombie. My eyes were gone. My skin was messed up. My weight was out of control from eating Lay's potato chips and take 5 bars from the stress. I was not me. I watched as I stood up and walked in the bedroom with a blank look on my face while he's still yelling. He tried to engage, but I wouldn't. And I kept that recording going all night. The next morning, I got up, I got a hot cup of coffee, and I went back in the bedroom because I have to process what I just saw. My brother in law is gone. My sister is jello. I've seen her cry twice in my life, but never like that. And I left her by herself with a cane corso who was 6 months old, and that was his person he lost too. I'm trying to process that when he comes in and resumes the argument. Immediately, my gaze falls upon the bottle of medicine I had just picked up from the pharmacy. And I walked over and took every pill, followed by hot coffee and vinegar. In hindsight, his comment should have told me everything I needed to know about him. He says, great, now I have to go get syrup of Ipecac for you. That tells me you've been here before. That tells me that you've driven another woman to this point before. But I wasn't thinking about that. I put my favorite sweatshirt on that my children purchased for me. It had butterflies all over it. And I went and laid in the woods and said, Mommy, I'll see you soon. Little did I know, in true Lorraine fashion, when I closed my eyes and I went to sleep, I woke up and there was a tree line and there was a doorway between the trees. And before me stood Daddy and Mommy, and I was so excited. I remember screaming, Daddy! Because I hadn't seen Daddy since 1986. And I had missed Mom for 23 years. And he has his head down, and Daddy's shaking his head no, and he goes, no, Boom Boom, it's not time. I walked over to my mother and I'm begging and I'm pleading with her, and my mother is not paying attention to a word I say. Mama Lorraine, in her very poised and elegant fashion. It's not time yet. People are waiting for you. And I'm going, what do you mean? I don't have a purpose. Nobody loves me. I'm unlovable. I'm Satan's child. And I'm going on and on and on. You have a purpose, and it begins now. And she pushes me back into my 3D body. When I wake up, of course, my first thought is, damn, he's right about you. You couldn't even do that right. So I went to the hospital. And even there on the unit, he would call to scream at me every day. Cost me 3 more days in there because the nurses are in the corner writing. I got out the hospital. My sister called. She says, I think we need each other. Why don't you move back? And I thought about it and I told her yes. I packed up my house in Atlanta. I was leaving my 2 youngest children who I had never been away from. And I came back to DC. When I lived in my sister's house is when I realized I was a healer. That's when I knew because I was screaming inside and my sister was healing and so was the dog. It was almost as if their emotions were being filtered through my body. I stayed with my sister for 8 months. I went to therapy, but I found something much more helpful. In one RTT hypnotherapy session, I gained more healing and insight than I had in 32 years of talk therapy. My mother came through in that session and said, I did not protect you in 3D life, but I will fiercely guide you and protect you moving forward. And my mother has kept her promise, which is why we're here. I moved into my own apartment, and that's where the healing truly took place. It was ugly. There was a lot of crying. There was a lot of sitting in the shower, rocking back and forth. It was a lot of nights awake. But there was also daddy and mommy and all of my ancestors who I got to meet and who I get to see. My children walked away, rightfully so. We are healing and back together now. And you'll hear about that tomorrow afternoon. I lost weight. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. And then I shaved my hair. It felt like a weight had been lifted as the hair fell into the sink, and I cried. It was a release of my past so I could emerge out of the cocoon as Black Butterfly Goddess. They taught me how to use my intuition. They taught me how to heal. On the nights where I couldn't make it, I could hear Pop Pop saying, one more step, child. Take one more step. You got it. I could hear the chief saying, we're protecting you. I could hear my fourth great grandmother, Jerusha Reeve, saying, don't let anyone disrespect you ever again. I finally emerged on TikTok as Black Butterfly Goddess in February of last year. I didn't know the name had such meaning. I didn't know it carried so much weight. But I soon found out. I've built a TikTok community that cheers me on. You'll meet some of them. And I sit before you today, commissioned not by any organization, but commissioned to speak to you and for you. You heard me say I'm a spiritual strategist, a trauma recovery facilitator, and a women's advocate. We're heavy on the women's advocate. I can be the voice. I can create change and lasting impact in every woman's life that I come across. And that's why I brought all of these beautiful speakers here for you today. Black Butterfly Goddess. Initially, I said I took you from your darkness to your light. And then I said from pain to purpose to power. And now we are healing generational, ancestral wounds. See, I had ancestral wounds and didn't know it, which is why all these things happened in my life. And if I'm being completely honest with you, if I had to go through everything I've been through to sit before you beautiful ladies today, I would. I'm strong enough to do it. My ancestors trust me to do it. And you damn right I'm going to do it. So, what does Black Butterfly Goddess do? Heavy on the women's advocate, which is why this summit came up. I speak for those whose voices can't be heard yet. I take women's reasons and I bring them my story for healing. I give women different perspectives. My coaching, yes, I call it guidance. I don't call it coaching. I'm not having you throw a football. We're not doing burpees, but I will guide you and help you to heal the ancestral wounds that reside within you that keep you stuck. I said earlier, I'm a psychic medium. So, of course, readings are intertwined with the work that you do with me. I sit before you today, not because I'm perfect, not because my healing was the end all be all. I sit before you today because I've been there. I know what it's like to feel worthless. I know what it's like to be hungry. I know what it's like to be homeless. I know what it's like to not feel like a woman, not feel pretty enough, not good enough. I know what it's like to be beat. I know what it's like to be held at point. I know what it's like. There is nothing that my ancestors didn't allow to happen so that I can help you. Whew. So I would invite everybody to take a couple of deep breaths. And since we have still a manageable number of participants, I will gladly pull a card for you. But I thank you for listening to my story. You're going to hear from three of my clients by Sunday who are brave enough to share their story worldwide for the first time ever. You're going to hear from my godchild, who is bravely and boldly sharing her story with the world so she can step into her purpose. And you're going to hear from my daughter, who will have a very honest, blunt, and deep, meaningful conversation about the trauma that I placed on my children. But you're going to also hear about healing. You're going to be able to see how triumphant and brave we are. The other speakers have so much for you. So even if you can't be here, we're streaming on YouTube as well. Check out the replays, see what's going on, and listen to these women. Each and every one of us are healers in our own right. We all do something different, yet the same. We help women. A lot of people will tell us to have we help women with statements, but we didn't stop there. We just said we help women, which is why all of you are here. You're here because you're seeking more. You're here because you know there's more. You're here because you've come to a place in your life where energy feels stuck and you need to know how to move on. And we are here to give that to you. So I see the participants, and we are going to do a little bit of an exercise. We're going to take a couple of deep breaths first, okay? Because my story is heavy, but I won't stop sharing it. My story is healing. My story helps you know you can get through it. And if you need help, we are all here to help you. I'm proud of me. You could not have paid me to believe 3 years ago this time that I would be before all of you. I am proud of me. I'm going to share something with you quickly because when I became a published author, my publisher sent us these beautiful journals to write in. And in the journal, I stuck a sticky note that one of my children had given me on Mother's Day. She gave me a box of sticky notes, and they all had something different on them. When I received this journal, we were still in separation. And I put this sticky note. I love how proud I am of all you have done. That she gave me in 2019 in this journal. And I said, baby, I'm going to make you proud one day. There's going to come a day in the future where you are proud to have me as your mother. That day came Mother's Day. When my daughter said, Happy Mother's Day, Mom. I am so proud of you. I am happy we're able to be on good terms this year. Your growth and dedication has made it possible. I'm happy to see the woman you have worked to become and how hard you work to get there. This year, I can honestly say I am proud to call you my mom, proud of your work and your passion for helping others. I love you. So, for those of you who may be experiencing separation with your children or your parents, healing is possible. Did I manifest it? Yes, I did. I didn't just put that sticky note in this journal. I wrote about her sending that message. I wrote about how happy I am to receive a message from one of my children to say how proud they are. It was important to me that they saw the growth. It was important to me that they saw me publicly take accountability for failing them. It was important to me that they come back to my life. So I've got about 15 minutes before I introduce our next speaker. And if you would like a card, actually, you know what? We're going to do something special. I'm going to get another deck. As women, we are goddesses. We are the only beings that can bring forth life from a different dimension. Yeah, society makes us believe we are less than, yet we are more. So I was guided to bring out the Goddess Guidance deck. So, Lauren, I know you were next. I kept the messages up for you. And is there anyone else who would like a card? I am happy to oblige. Ooh, Lauren. Okay, girl. You know, they say good things are worth the wait. Huh, Lauren? Good things come to those who wait. And you patiently waited and heard my story. The card you receive is abundantia, prosperity. The universe is pouring its abundance out to you. Be open to receiving. Lauren, when we think of being open to receiving, that means from your heart space. It means that that heart chakra has to be healed so that the universe can pour it in, and so you will accept it. We have to give permission for everything in the spiritual realm, be it good or bad, or what we perceive as good or bad. It has to have permission to happen. So allow yourself to open your heart space and receive the abundance that the universe clearly has for you. Dawn, my darling, my love. Soon we are going to bring up our next speaker in about 18 minutes. And we are live streaming on YouTube as well. We're going to have a commercial break and then we're going to bring up the next speaker. Dawn. She is hilarious. Oh, okay, girl. Okay. This kind of goes in line with what we were talking about a few days ago. I ain't mad at you. Yamanya, golden opportunity. Important doors are opening for you right now. Walk through them. See, you knew you were one of Pop-Pop's favorites. They saved the better card for you. You knew you were one of Pop-Pop's favorites. Are there any attendees that would like a card pulled? Jessica, welcome, dear. Welcome. So glad to see you here. Welcome to the Heal Her Summit, a global summit for survivors of abuse. We have come together as speakers to bring you healing in all different ways, shapes, form, and fashion. While I'm shuffling the cards, Jessica, Kuan Yin, compassion. I've actually done meditations with the goddess Kuan Yin. Release judgments about yourself and others and focus on the love and light that is within everyone. And what I'm hearing is release the judgment of yourself. You don't have to be so hard on yourself all the time. You don't. The universe is ready for the things that you have asked for to deliver them to you. But when we judge, we're not judging just ourselves. Others, we're judging ourselves. When we think we're not perfect, we're judging ourselves. And so, as you go about your day, remember those moments where you judged yourself, where you criticized yourself, where you can show compassion to you. The song that I'm going to play, and I'm not going to play it on ALEXA because she is out there, but it also doesn't get picked up on the Zoom filter. The song is called I Am Worthy. Every client of mine has to listen to this song as their first week's homework. It's by Tony Jones. I do not own the rights to this music. I am simply sharing the things that helped me to heal. And I listened to this song for a good 6 months on repeat because I needed to get it down inside. So I'm going to share it with you now. It's Tony Jones, I Am Worthy. Every moment in time is an expansive experience of opportunity to know how worthy I am. I warrant speaking to myself in kind ways. I am disowning all thoughts in my mind that don't reflect and resonate with my self-worth. I embrace more thoughts that feel good, that feel worthy of my attention. I am worthy of myself smiling as often as I want. I'm worthy of being firm about my self-respect. I am worthy of beautiful days. I'm worth my cup overflowing. I am worth enjoying every victory, reward, and praise. I'm worth checking in with my heart as often as I need to before I commit to anything or anyone. My worthiness is catapulting me into living and experiencing a life I love, enjoy, and proud of. I am worthy. I believe I am worthy. I am worthy. I believe I am worthy. Sing it with me, guys. I am worthy. I believe I am worthy. 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 Worthy. I believe I am worthy. I am worthy. I believe I am worthy. It's an expansive experience. That's a pretty how worthy I am. Every moment in time is an expansive experience of opportunity and know how worthy I am. Every moment in time is an expansive experience of opportunity and know how worthy I am. Every moment in time is an expansive experience. Ladies. Give it to me. Know how worthy I am. Every moment of time is an expansive experience of opportunity and know how worthy I am. Every moment of time is an expansive experience of opportunity to know how worthy I am. I am worthy. I believe I am worthy. I am worthy. I believe I am worthy. I am worthy. I believe I am worthy. Ladies, we are worthy. We are worthy of good days. We are worthy of love, respect. We are worthy of self-love, self-respect. Our moment in time is an expansive experience of opportunity to know how worthy I am. Born speaking to myself in kind ways. I am disowning all thoughts in my mind that don't reflect and resonate with my self-worth. I embrace more thoughts that feel good and feel worthy of my attention. I'm worthy of myself smiling as often as I want. I'm worthy of being firm about my self-respect. I'm worthy of beautiful days. I'm worth my cup overflowing and worth enjoying every victory, reward, and praise. I'm worth checking in with my heart as often as I need to before I commit to anything or anyone. My worthiness is catapulting me into living and experiencing a life, love, and joy, and in pride. Every moment in time is an expansive experience of opportunity to know how worthy I am. I warrant speaking to myself in kind ways. I am disowning all thoughts in my mind that don't reflect and resonate with my self-worth. I embrace more thoughts that feel good, worthy of being firm about my self-respect, worth my cup overflowing, worthy of beautiful days. Worthiness is catapulting me into living and experiencing a life, love, and enjoy, and in pride of. I'm worthy. I'm worthy. I'm worthy. I'm worthy. 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 I'm worthy. I'm worthy. I'm worthy. Thank you guys for listening. We are going to go to a quick commercial break for the sponsoring organization, which is Sacred You, a women's empowerment organization in Australia. The website is sacredyou.love, and we are going to hear a commercial from them. Is everybody seeing the commercial? Okay. Okay, I apologize that there was no audio there. I don't know why there was not, but we'll get it fixed. Um, Next up here at the Heal Her Summit, Sedona. Are you here, darling? There you are.
Hi, yeah, I thought it was 9:15. So that's the only thing.
Okay, no worries.
But
No
I can
worries. We
I
can,
can
we can, I can fill.
yeah, well, yeah, I was just wondering.
It's
So
okay.
okay,
It's
if I could
okay.
just have 5 minutes, that would be great.
No worries. I can
Go.
pull cards. I can pull cards, darling.
Okay, give me
All
five
right.
minutes and I'll be ready. Thank you.
Okay, dear. Thank you. Okay, guys. So we're gonna pull a couple of cards. Since Sedona, um, we thought the commercial was gonna be longer than it was, but they sent me a clip instead of an actual commercial. So who would like cards pull? And I'm trying to get the chat. Michelle, I see it. I see you, darling. I see you. Alexa, play my spa playlist. Spa from Apple Music. Donna, do you want another one from the Goddess deck? For those of you who don't know, Nally is one of my clients and she is kicking Heine and taking names, okay? This woman is on a mission. Okay, she makes no excuses. She does the hard work. She is amazing. She shows up for herself every time. And it doesn't matter how hard something is to get through, she does it. So I am so proud that you are here. So glad you're here. Michelle Sulis, Body of Waters. Spend time near water, such as a lake, river, or the ocean to recharge your batteries. It's time to recharge, Mama. It is time to recharge. For those of you who don't know, I want to honor Michelle for a moment. I just want to take a moment to honor her. A week ago this time, I was not okay. I had had 3 seizures and I was trying to put everybody together. I made a few mistakes and I put out the bat signal. Michelle responded. And she said 3 words that not many have spoken to me in my life, and she didn't know that. She didn't know how special those 3 words were. She had me take a couple of deep breaths because I was on the verge of having another seizure. And she says, "Look at me," as I'm trying to look at the other screen to still work while I'm talking to her. She goes, "Look at me, look at me. I got you." So the Heal Her Summit was not just my work. It was Michelle's work too. So everybody, please send Michelle some love. Just put your hands over your heart and send her some love for helping me to finish this race. She picked me up right before the finish line. And instead of running past me, she picked me up and said, "Come on, girl, you got to finish. You have to. This is bigger than you. That's bigger than me." So I just want to publicly honor her and thank her for what she did. Michelle allowed me to rest on my balcony and drink a cup of coffee. I hadn't done that in months. She allowed me to rest my mind and get away from technology. I had not done that either. Excuse me, let me get your card. Who was after Michelle? You are welcome, Tammy Leah. I'm trying to get it to enable the chat. We're working on it. So, Tammy, you have, I don't want to butcher a goddess's name. Quiet time. Take some quiet time alone to rest, meditate, and contemplate. Think of the things that you're hearing here. And Source really wants you to let it soak in. Let the things that you're hearing here soak in so that you can finish your race. But believe it or not, you're in one. And you can finish too. So allow yourself some quiet time away. Okay, Donna. Donna, you got Maeve, cycles and rhythms. Honor the cycles of your body, energy level, and emotions. That's a really good card. And last, never ever least, Nally, my beautiful client who has shown up. And she's kicking hiney out there, y'all. Nally, I think I've only pulled from this deck for you once. Mama, this isn't her reading. Mama Lorraine trying to put all your cards out there. Kuan Yin, compassion. Release judgments about yourself and others and focus on the love and light that is within everyone. And this is your self passion. Stop being so hard on yourself, baby. You got it. We are introducing Sedona. Sedona, hi.
Thank you for the patience.
Absolutely. We're it's the first day, so we're rolling, right? We're rolling. That's what matters. So thank you for coming up a few minutes early. Would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself? And I'm gonna go in the background.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So, hi everyone. Of course, like she said, I'm Sedona. If you guys know Sedona, Arizona, that's me. That's what I was named after. And so I want to drop you into a little bit of my story because I know a lot of us can probably relate here. So it was about 2020, the year was 2020, and I had just gotten my wisdom teeth taken out, and I ended up getting 4 different infections multiple different times, right? So I think it was like every month on the month I was getting infections in my teeth. And so I had to take multiple rounds of antibiotics. And so after I took those antibiotics, my health started to really decline. So I started to get, first of all, panic attacks. So every single time that I woke up in the morning, I remember it was like this just impending doom. Like my heart was racing. It was like immediately I was thinking of like, I don't feel safe. And I had anxiety in the past, but it was like really severe panic attacks after the wisdom teeth removal. I had, diarrhea every single morning, stomach pain. I started to develop eczema on my body, and I also lost my period. And so I didn't know what to do, right? And so when we have health issues, it's like, okay, well, let me go to a doctor. So I went to my primary care doctor, and they told me, we don't really know what's going on. And so they had me wear a heart monitor or it was an EKG, because they wanted to figure out like, okay, well, what is causing this? It might just be anxiety. I did have anxiety, but there's more to the story. But they put me on the EKG, and then there was nothing wrong with my heart. And so they said, well, what we can do is we can put you on a anti-anxiety medication. And so I didn't know what to do at that point. I felt lost. So I got put on an anti-anxiety medication, which ultimately made me feel horrible because it put me right to sleep. And I was so groggy throughout the entire day. And so I eventually I came off of it, and then I was like, I need to figure out what else is going on, because I'm still having the loose stool, I'm still having the skin breakouts. Also at the time, I was a personal trainer, and so I had a really successful business online. I was on social media. I grew my business to making really great money. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't even go to the gym anymore because my heart is beating so fast, racing out of my chest, that I feel like I'm going to pass out whenever I go to the gym. It was no longer like my safe space. I couldn't even go there, right? So my business started falling apart. So I was like frantic, I need to figure this out, right? So then I ended up going to a naturopathic doctor. And so my naturopathic doctor told me, or got like a stool test at the time, and she said, well, your gut is inflamed. Take this anti-inflammatory gut supplement. So I took that, didn't notice a difference. So I was like, oh my gosh, what do I do again? Then I ended up hiring a registered dietitian who does a lot of functional medicine, like health coaching. And so finally, I got this really comprehensive stool test, a stool test that I now do with my clients. And I remember getting the results, and I remember just like crying. It was like such a relief, because I finally figured out what was wrong with me. And what it was I had on the test, I had E. coli infection, which is a pathogenic bacteria that can definitely cause diarrhea and also cause inflammation in the rest of the body. Also saw that I had a gluten intolerance. Right, so I cut those out. I took a bunch of herbal supplements. Things got better. I still was having a hard time at the gym. I still had anxiety, but at least it wasn't the crippling panic attacks and the eczema. So throughout this journey, though, I think that seeing that functional test was really what like lit the fire in me, because I was like, oh my gosh, wait a second. Our doctors aren't meant to keep us healthy. They're meant to keep us alive. And so I started questioning why. Okay, well, if I can heal the diarrhea, like why do I have this anxiety? why, first of all, I started to get really conscious. I remember reading the book Letting Go by David Hawkins. If anyone has read that, I love that book. And so when I read the book Letting Go, it really brought to attention how I was actually treating my body. It wasn't just that I got these infections over time. All of a sudden, like it's like okay, well, why did someone else get these 4 wisdom tooth extractions, but like, and they were fine, but mine, I ended up getting multiple different infections, right? So I started realizing it was actually my relationship to myself. So, and this is why I say it's kind of a blessing when we have physical symptoms, because sometimes we ignore the emotional side of things because it's so normalized. Like, for example, I grew up with my family who told me that, it's not that big of a deal. Why are you so emotional? Right. And so I didn't realize that I was so anxious until I had the physical symptoms. It was really a catalyst for change for me. And so anyways, and one other thing that really shifted for me too was also I was so concerned that there was something wrong with my body, but really it was just the way my body was adapting to my environment that I gave it, right? So that's also something I always tell my clients, there's nothing wrong with your body. It's always trying to adapt and keep you safe. So when you change your environment, your body changes. So with that, I started realizing, the toxic relationships that I was attracting that were keeping my body in a stress state that was weakening my immune system. That stemmed from, sexual assault when I was younger. Not only that, but also I started learning that like both of my grandmothers were victims of incest. And so I'm realizing, oh my gosh, all of this like trauma is coming down from generation to generation. And it's not just me and my experiences, it's also the experiences of women that came before me and how that impacted my body. Because ultimately, we inherit our mother's nervous system, their gut bacteria, their food intolerances, their genetics. And so I started really diving deep into the spiritual. And so in my time here, functional medicine totally helped me, and I learned about functional medicine so I could then help my clients, because as I healed, I pivoted the things that I do with clients into shifting things, how I do things, because when I learned about how much this was helping me, I wanted to help my clients. And so I learned about the functional medicine side of things. I eventually became a certified meditation teacher as well, outside of just my nutritional therapy certification. And then I also have been diving deep into somatics. And also, as I heal, I'm able to help heal other people. And so it's just this continuous process of like, just learning about myself so that I can learn about others and help other people. So what I do now is, first of all, symptom free, which is awesome. I've restored my cycle. I no longer have IBS symptoms. I'm able to go to the gym without my heart freaking out. And so I really help people now just heal from PCOS, restore their cycle, and to just help people like learn from someone that's been in their position. Like I understand what it's like. I remember at one point too, I tried this coach I was working with or learning from was trying to recommend a laundry list of different supplements for me and this like really strict meal plan. And ultimately, and the thing is he wasn't in my position. Why was a man who has never lost his cycle telling me how to heal mine? And so he just didn't like, of course, he's going to recommend this like absurd diet that's not going to help me because he's never been in my position. So I never recommend anything to my clients unless I would actually do it myself. And so that's something that's really important to me. And it's also part of why I feel so blessed. Partially, now I can look at it in hindsight that all those things happened to me, the sexual assault, losing my period, the gut symptoms, the SIBO, all these crazy things, so that now I understand. And as I heal this, I help other people heal. So that's my story and that's what I do. So I don't know if you guys like have any questions. I was actually just in a Telegram group. I don't know if you guys know Telegram, but I was in a Telegram group and I just had people for the week just like ask questions, and we were talking about like how fat loss can be a fear of being seen, and how fat loss can also be really effortless, and even like restoring your cycle, how casual sex can actually impact your female hormones and how we don't actually understand the connection there. So there's so many nuances to this stuff. So I guess if you guys have any questions, if that's okay, I would love to hear. Yeah, I know we have a Q&A section. So if you guys want to drop any questions in here. Anything about gut health, hormones, PCOS, endometriosis, autoimmune condition. Autoimmune conditions I also really love to help people with. All of them I love to help people with. So yeah, any questions or comments about that, or just wanting to share your experience with healing your body?
Hello.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I enjoyed the things that you shared. Amazing, amazing. And you're so young.
Yeah.
You're so young and beautiful. Um, I have an autoimmune disease called sarcoidosis.
Hmm.
It's very rare, unknown. It can affect any part of your body. They don't know how you get it. They don't know how to get rid of it. And I was on steroids, prednisone, for over 30 years. It greatly impacted weight gain, mood swings, eating, just always hungry. And of course, the more you're hungry, the more you're going to eat. So the more you're going to gain weight. And with that, other difficulties. Knee bones, cartilage is gone, and with the excess weight, it's difficult to walk. You got to lose the weight to have the knee surgery. So it's a back and forth thing. You mentioned your environment
Mm.
affecting your body. I've been in my home for over 30 years, and I wonder if the environment has affected my body. I raised four children. I believe a lot of things are stress related. I have an empty nest now, so I'm just starting to focus on me. I've taken myself off of the prednisone completely. I am losing a little bit of weight, but I'm wondering how much your environment, because of stress in your environment, can affect your physical body.
Totally. Yeah. Thank you for your question. So when we think of environment, we can think of, well, the main thing here, the root of most people's illness is going to be your nervous system, your autonomic nervous system. So this is what controls your heart rate, it controls your digestion, it controls circulation. I know there's a question like, how can gut health affect circulation? Really, it's the nervous system. So when your nervous system consistently feels unsafe,
Mhm.
due to trauma, this could be trauma as in like car accident, like sexual assault, like a big T or shock trauma. This could also be little hits to the nervous system, like self-abandonment or not having your parents meet your needs,
Mhm.
or I'm trying to think of other little traumas, but like for example, like casual sex where like you don't really want it, but you don't really know how to say no. That can also be like really impact you.
Mhm.
And so with all these things, this energy, so what happens is like the reason why we get trauma in the first place, and maybe you know this, but it's because there is something that happens to us in our environment. And so our nervous system is not able to actually handle it. And so what happens is it's like when a gazelle is running from a tiger and the tiger catches the gazelle shuts down because it's like a mechanism so that we don't actually feel things. So it doesn't feel things when it gets killed, eaten.
Mhm.
We have the same mechanism in our body.
Mhm.
And so we shut down, and that energy that would be used to fight or flee then gets stored within the body.
Mhm.
When that happens, it's almost like our like when people say they get triggered,
Mhm.
well, those triggers are actually signs that there is some trauma in the body,
Mhm.
because ultimately the our internal world or our external world, how we see it, is our internal world. And so like it's like the when we get triggered, it's because our brain is stuck in the past, in the thing that created the trauma. It's like our brain is still reliving it, right?
Mhm.
I was just talking to my boyfriend about this. He was a successful Broadway actor, and then he had to leave because during COVID, They were really strict about vaccines and all that. He ended up getting like screamed at. And so he had this guy comment on one of his breathwork videos about how he doesn't know what he's talking about. And my boyfriend had this reaction of like, oh my gosh, like what's going to happen? Because he has that trauma of when he was fired from his job and he lost his career.
Mm.
And so it affected him now. So, anyways, it's like when we are always stuck in that fight or flight, sometimes we don't even know it, but our body's always in that stress response. So we know we go from not being able to, or we go from like having the resources to heal to not being able to heal because we're in fight or flight rather than rest and digest.
Yeah. I've also heard of freeze.
Yes, freeze. Yep,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah. I experienced that. Yeah. When I was a teenager. And I wound up leaving home because of it. Just froze. And then I said, I got to get out of here
Mm.
because of something that happened. But yeah, healing is like a lifelong journey, I'm noticing. Um, and it's always connected to the past.
Yeah.
Whatever you're going through in the present, meaning, yeah, whatever you're going through in the present, if it's a problem, it's usually connected to the past
Mm.
somewhere line that you're trying to get unstuck from or healed or something like that. But I wanted to just say great information and I appreciate what you shared.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely. Yeah. And I'll also say too, like there's really cool modalities too to actually access the subconscious. And so that is stuff like the EMDR or brain spotting or somatic breath work. These are also things that I do in my practice. Like we have community meetings every month. And so I do some type of somatic work to help people as well so that they can express that stuck energy so they come out of the freeze state.
Yes.
A big part of it. Yeah.
Last weekend with somatic therapy, breathing in your body, like answering the questions, like movement.
Mm.
You know, whether you move, you're not aware of it because your eyes are closed, but your body actually answers questions or responds to questions. That was very interesting. I don't know if you're able to see the chat, but there was a question from Black Butterfly about how can gut health affect circulation. So I don't know if you want to answer that.
Yeah, and so that goes to like so the first thing that I would think of actually so do you have a specific question about circulation? Like are you talking about like maybe water retention or what is your
Yes,
question?
yes. I'm seeing an herbalist. But I wanted to know in addition to that, I had a near death reaction to a seizure medication in September, put on 60 pounds of water weight in 5 days, and it was right before my kidneys and liver were going to shut down. I'm
Mm.
seeing an herbalist and doing some things, but is there anything that you would recommend for circulation? Because I'm losing the weight here, but my legs, I can see them fill up with water every night.
Mm. Okay, yeah. So what you can do, so like when you're saying can gut health impact circulation, yeah, everything is tied together. For example, like the nutrients that would impact circulation, well, they get absorbed mainly within the gut, right? So gut health does impact it. What you can do though is the first thing I'm thinking of is like, do you do any type of like lymphatic drainage, like manual lymphatic drainage?
No.
No? Okay.
I have the brushes, but I don't know how to use them the right way. I did buy the brushes and the wooden tools, but I don't know how to use them correctly.
Yeah. So that can be helpful. It's not going to be like the number one best thing I would think of. Like, I really think that stress, so like when you're in chronic stress, though, your whole metabolism slows down.
Mhm.
So that's the first thing that I would think of, like when we're talking about somatics. Um, the other thing I would think of too is like with the herbalist, like it might help to do, I don't know if you're doing anything like magnesium or CoQ10. Those things can also help with the circulation. Yeah.
No, I'm doing apple pectin, apple cider vinegar, and juicing um fresh vegetables, soaking them in vinegar, of course, to kill the parasites or anything that might be living on them, or getting the pesticides and things off. organic when I can, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, I would say the other thing is like you can look into just things that'll help produce energy in your body, even things like minerals. I love minerals because
Mhm.
often our food, I mean, because even when we buy organic food, it's like it's in the same soil that where the minerals are getting killed off with the pesticide. So
Exactly.
really, yeah, like I love do you know it's Shilajit?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Yeah. So that's a great one because that'll help too.
Okay.
I feel like the spark plugs, like the minerals are the spark plugs for energy in your body and your metabolism.
Uh-huh.
So that's a good one. I love recommending that for people. Like honestly, most women, most of my female clients, I recommend it too. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. There's a question in the chat anonymously. Can you speak more about how we can better understand the spiritual or psychological dimension of what our body is going through, such as difficulty losing weight, dissipate health, whole diet, etc.?
Where did you see that? I see the Q&A, but I
It's
don't.
in the Q&A.
Oh, okay. I see in the answer section. Okay, so how we better understand the spiritual or psychological dimension of what our body is going through, difficulty with weight. Okay, yeah. So something I find really interesting that I was just talking about in the Telegram chat, like I was saying, was like so we have different parts of our brain, like we can say the three parts of our brain, like the emotional, the logical, and then we also have the reptilian brain. And so that's what I was talking about when it comes to the nervous system. So like um we were talking about, well, what does a fear of being seen have to do with holding on to fat? And so that could be where your nervous system doesn't feel safe. Like let's say for example, when I was sexually assaulted, I this is when I was like kind of competing. I was thinner and all of that. And so I I then started gaining a little bit of weight after that, despite like eating pretty similar things. But also I was like my appetite was picking up and I had more sugar cravings. There could be a lot of different reasons for this, but one way that the body can also like kind of self-sabotage or hold on to weight is that my body wants to always protect itself. And so like when it was like I didn't feel safe to look a certain way because I felt like that would attract attention from men that I didn't feel safe with. Well, that's where my body is going to be like, okay, well, she doesn't feel safe doing this. We don't want this dangerous thing to happen again to her. So let's put on fat. Let's like turn off the hormones that help me feel full and let's like boost up her appetite. So that's like one way where you think about like what is my fear? Like what am I afraid of or what traumas might be still held in my body and how is my body manifesting certain symptoms? Another example is like stomach pain. So a lot of people will get pain when they don't want to do things that they feel unsafe to do. So like for example, this one woman, I was listening to a podcast with her and she was saying how she would always get pelvic pain whenever she was at the gym. And then she got real with herself and she was like, well, when I'm at the gym, I am so self-critical. I always look in the mirror and I pick myself apart. And it's like once I actually worked on my relationship to myself and like how I feel when I look in the mirror, that pain started to dissipate. So pain is also a signal. Like we think about like, well, pain isn't, for example, you put your finger on a stove. It's not necessarily that your finger hurts. It's that there's signals in your brain saying, hey, this is dangerous putting the finger on the stove. Like your finger's going to burn. So your brain is saying, okay, let's send pain so that you take your finger off the stove. It's the same thing. If you don't feel safe in an environment, pain will manifest in the body. So that's another thing to think about too.
I love that you spoke to ancestral um trauma being stored in the body and how it comes down through our mother's lineage. I love that you spoke to that. And I'm sure a lot of other women do too, because we don't realize that. Like when we first start our spiritual journeys, we're not thinking about, oh, I I I don't like to say but someone suffering from, the inability to lose weight because the parents or
Yeah.
um irregular cycles or any of the things, and I love that you tied that into ancestry.
Yeah.
Because we don't realize that we get so many things from our ancestors. It's habits, it is DNA, it's blood, it's, you know, issues in the body. It's all of it. And we don't realize how much we pick up from our ancestors. So I love that you pointed that out. Um, I'm looking to see. Okay, so she says, I believe my struggle with weight loss is closely linked with years of burnout, stress, and skipping meals and its impact on my metabolism and hormones. Can Sedona give recommendations on this?
Yeah. And where is this question? Where did you read that from? Just so I can make sure I see.
It's in the Q&A.
Hmm. I don't know if I see that. Okay. So you're just saying though, so oh, years of burnout is causing a hard time losing fat. That's what she's saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
and skipping meals. So she wants you to give recommendations based on the burnout and stress and skipping meals.
Mm.
And
Yes.
and she is working right now through a lot of ancestral trauma.
Mhm.
She's my client, so she's working
Okay.
very, very hard to clear ancestral trauma and things like that, and is doing one hell of a job. But she's discussing weight loss in particular.
Okay. Yeah. So the body starts to shut down. It's like I find with women with thyroid issues, like often we think that like if of course if you have a really poor diet and you're not getting things like iodine, selenium in the diet, that's going to affect your thyroid conversion, like your thyroid's capacity. But at the same time, it's also like it's a lot of women where their body's just trying to get them to slow down. Again, it's like their body is trying to help them. And so, anyways, when it comes to the fat gain and the fatigue and the burnout, it's just your body trying to tell you, hey, please slow down. We're going to force you to slow down. So, what I would say this is from a nutrition standpoint, what you can do is eat a lot of healthy fats. Fats are what like avocado, olive oil, avocado oil, olive oil, coconut oil, nuts, seeds, all these things. They and also meat as well, they get converted into cholesterol, which then gets converted into eventually cortisol. So what happens with burnout is it's kind of like your cortisol, your stress hormone is like flatlined. So that's why you feel really like low and maybe even like more depressed and stuff like that. So just by eating more healthy fats, you will start to have more energy, more resources to produce the stress hormone. But at the same time, the burnout's going to happen again, like if you don't slow down. So, like, what brings you joy? What brings you pleasure? It's really hard to burn out when you just feel overall happy and fulfilled. And so, what happens too is like your nervous system, probably the autonomic nervous system, probably has a very low capacity to feel good because it's so used to not feeling good. And so just slowly, gradually start adding more things that make you feel good into your life until eventually you just have more capacity to feel good. And then you'll have more energy as well. So your metabolism will start picking up. You'll have less sugar cravings if that's you when you eat more fiber and fats and when you just slow down as well. Because also the reason why your body craves sugar most of the time is because it needs that readily available source of energy. Like sugar gets absorbed into the system fast for energy. And so, and it also creates pleasure in the body. It raises dopamine. And so when we're burnt out, we have low energy, of course, we're going to crave sugar. So that will also start to shift for you. But the number one thing is stress. And I also just see someone here. So experiencing ovulation pain for the several months, copper ID for 3 to 4 years. How can I understand this issue further from the perspective of energy, environment, past experiences, psychospiritual lens, etc.? How can I resolve this? I would be really curious to see like, is there, so from a spiritual lens, connecting to your spirit, is there some sort of like in like unsafety? So for example, like ovulation is when, well, it's what allows us to have a baby. If we're not ovulating, we're not going to be able to get pregnant. And so is there some sort of like distrust in your womb space or some sort of like sexual trauma? You don't have to answer that, but like that's just something to think about. Maybe it's still held within the body. And so that's why you're getting that pain. Like we're saying, like pain is like, hey, pay attention to me, something's off here. So maybe even like if you're wondering too, like doing a meditation, but like connecting to the womb space. So even just like going into like, you know, centering, grounding your body, and then just connecting, like, can I actually connect with my womb space? Can I send love to my womb space? There's this really cool meditation I do too that is a body scan that is like sending love and light to that area. And a lot of times women who are infertile can't get pregnant, they'll just have these like crazy moments where they just feel really emotional, and that could also be the disconnection. So that's my first thought. The second thought is overall, when it comes to pain too, it's just could be like high inflammation in the body. So are you having regular bowel movements? Do you have other signs of inflammation in the body, like redness or itchiness, or constant sickness or infections? That could be causing the pain as well. And then so the other thing as well is like if you have a hard time or if you have like enlarged follicles or like cysts, we all have cysts on our ovaries, but if they aren't like if you aren't ovulating properly, then those cysts don't go away. It's kind of like the cysts build up. So that's the other thing that can impact pain. Again, it's all interrelated. So I would look at definitely like the emotional side of things, and then also inflammation, and then just making sure everything is okay structurally. So that might be something like, you know, going to your doctor. And then of course, if they find something off structurally, you're still going to want to do the same things that I just recommended, like the lowering the inflammation and stress. But it's good to at least see if there's something off that you definitely like really want to pay attention to before it really gets worse. I don't know how much more time like we have, but um I can do a couple more questions unless we're good here.
You have 20 more minutes.
Oh, okay, cool. So if you guys want to just drop in any more questions, I'd love to answer. Now another thing, I'll just start talking about this too, because I would love to just give you guys a little bit of a training here. So when it also comes to inflammation, and I'm saying like the first thing is the nervous system, but also there is the diet. Diet's really easy to figure out, like, okay, how should I be eating to lower inflammation in the body? Right? So I just want to simplify this for you. Your body, so a lot of time we think of like carnivore or keto or doing these crazy diets, and I just want to say, from a nutritionist standpoint, seeing so many people do these things, you really want to try and add in as many like foods as you possibly can. And so what happens too is like when I'm asking about oh, I didn't say this to you guys, I said this in the Telegram group chat, but there's this one woman and she has like a thyroid disorder, and she also has low energy and she's gaining a lot of fat. And so she feels like, she was like, well, I feel like it's because I'm about to turn 40 and that's why I'm gaining all this fat. No, you don't have to gain fat just because you're turning 40. And so what I asked her was, well, what is your diet like? And she said that she's eating a vegan diet. And so here's the thing. If you are very stuck on a vegan diet, then really look at like, how can I optimize this? Because there are a lot of nutrient deficiencies. For example, B vitamins. B vitamins are absolutely essential for energy production. And so if you're doing something like a vegan diet, you're not getting enough B vitamins, you're going to feel really low energy. Your body's going to be holding on to a lot of fat, and you're also not able to metabolize or process the sugars from your food as well. So again, it's going to store as fat. So that's where it's just like you want to make sure that you're eating a lot of variety. There's a question here. So what if you don't eat meat, pescatarian, vegetarian? Yeah. So that's where like definitely like if you want to do that because it feels good and you know, care about animals and all of that, do it, but also be mindful. So like take a supplement of, for example, the B vitamins. Another thing that a lot of vegetarians lack is could also be what am I thinking of? I think vitamin A is the other one. But something you can do too that I recommend to my clients is there's this app called Chronometer. And so I could put it in the chat here. But like if you are doing any type of restrictive diet, like even keto, because you're not eating a lot of carbs and there's so many good nutrients from carbs, and it also is really important for your thyroid health. I really highly recommend just tracking your food in Chronometer. I'm not a huge proponent of tracking your food all day, every single day. I think that that can get really obsessive and restrictive, but it's good to do it for like 4 or 5 days and just see if you're low on anything like I said, the B vitamins, selenium, iodine. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. Because also it's not like your body can handle a wide variety of foods. And so if you're noticing that you have, for example, any food intolerances, that's not necessarily that your body, like that food is bad for you. It's more so that your immune system is heightened and there's something off within your gut. There's some type of leaky gut. So that's where like, again, that's more of a sign that there's something off within your gut if you can't have things like eggs or like chicken or certain type of vegetables. A lot of people will also follow a low FODMAP diet, which is a low fermentable carbohydrate diet or fiber diet. And so that also leads to nutrient deficiencies as well. So this is why I love working with clients, because I'm like, don't do this, even though your doctor is telling you it, because it can actually make things worse over time. Remembering that doctors just help you manage symptoms, they don't actually help you get to the root cause. What types of food? So yeah, Brooke said, what type of foods create inflammation that we should avoid? So just think of any food that is highly processed, to make it plain and simple. Base all your food around whole foods. So things that are single ingredient foods that come from the earth or come from animals, which technically come from the earth. Animals are nature, right? So anything that's not that has a lot of ingredients, you just want to check the ingredients and see, can I actually read what's in it? The brands that I think of that are like processed, but they aren't horrible for you, are things like Simple Mills, because they are processed. Like they actually go through a processing system, but they don't have things in there that you can't, like ingredients that you can't read, right? They have like, for example, almond flour and pepper and salt. We know what those things are. So just like looking at ingredient labels, for example, like I always think about Gatorade, how they have yellow 5 or like blue, like, what do you mean I'm eating a color? So it's just start thinking about those things, that the things that you can't really understand what they're saying, those things create more inflammation in the body. Okay, why are they speaking about keto and carnivore for mental health patients then? There are many papers on the efficacy of shifting bipolar depression, anxiety, even. Yeah, okay, this is a good question. So okay, so for example, keto for epilepsy. There is research with that. So yes, or even like schizophrenia. Those things are very unique. And I would say that the keto and carnivore, yes, for specific cases, but I'm more so talking about people with just like autoimmune conditions or like you know, PCOS or these types of things, or like gut conditions, especially like I was saying with the low FODMAP diet with small intestinal bacterial overgrowth or leaky gut. Those things I would say definitely don't restrict food, because ultimately, again, like even with these patients, when they're doing keto carnivore, they're still going to need to supplement with a multivitamin because they're still getting nutrient deficiencies or experiencing nutrient deficiencies. And so, yeah, it's not, and that's the thing too. It's not like the diet keto is and carnivore is optimal for their overall health, but it will help to manage the condition if there's no other way that they can actually heal. So that's a good question. Thank you for answering that or asking that.
Amanda asked a question and she discusses ivermectin. Can you talk about that? She says that what about ivermectin that's recommended?
Ivermectin, is that the IBS medication? Let me
I think ivermectin is a vitamin, a mineral, I believe.
oh, okay. Um, oh, okay, I see. So for parasites, I haven't used it for myself. The one thing I will say about parasites is that like there are definitely some cases where like, yeah, you might want to eliminate parasites. They might be something that is actually causing like brain fog or diarrhea or nutrient deficiencies, but also at the same time, when you have enough stomach acid, so when you're eating a nutrient dense diet that has all the cofactors that help produce stomach acid, well, the stomach acid, whenever you eat food, will actually help to disinfect your food. So get rid of bacteria and parasites. So I just wanted to also mention that I don't know that much about ivermectin. I don't do a lot of I pretty much never do parasite cleanses with my clients because I don't often find that they're necessary. But yeah, I think it's just like making sure that you have enough stomach acid and that your immune system and your gut bacteria, like your healthy gut bacteria, is robust enough so that it can get rid of parasites or any pathogens. That's another thing as well. A lot of so if you guys know about SIBO or small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, so the SIBO, like oftentimes people think we have to just kill off all this excess bacteria in our small intestine. But the thing is the issue is not so much that the bacteria is overgrown and in the small intestine. The issue is that, well, the mechanism that would help to get rid of this excess bacteria and move it out of the small intestine into our large intestine or colon where it should be, the issue is that the mechanism for that is not working. So it's more so, how do we actually heal that mechanism, get that mechanism working again so that we don't have to continuously try and kill off SIBO. This is why people with SIBO, they often, like, it's really hard to heal it. I think for both herbs as well as antibiotics, they have about a 60%, I think it's healing rate. I think it's about 60% last time I checked. And so that means 40% of the time people actually get SIBO again. They get it recurring. I'm part of this Facebook group too, where it's for SIBO patients and they just continuously get SIBO over and over again. And you see that these people are the same ones that are really afraid of food, that have been following a low FODMAP diet for a long period of time. And they also have a lot of high stress, which is impacting their ability to digest and get rid of that excess bacteria. Yeah, dewormer, we all parasites, all the many issues, cures cancer. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not a huge like anti or parasite person to get rid of parasites. So, because like I said, I just believe, like I said, our body knows how to heal itself, right? And so it's just about like removing anything that's getting in the way of allowing ourselves to heal. And so I know some people are like super into doing a parasite cleanse like every month or every other year, but that's just something that I don't do with clients. And my clients have, gotten really amazing results from it. So yeah, if you guys are just wanting to look at parasites, I probably wouldn't be the best person to look at. But the testing that I do with clients, it does test for parasites as well. It's the GI map test, the one that was actually able to show me that I did have an E. coli infection, which was really awesome because my doctor wasn't able to pick up on that, which is great.
Do we have to go to a functional medicine doctor for the GI map test, or where is that available?
Yeah, there's a website that you can use. So before I got my, I used something called Rupa Health for labs. And so before I got that, there was a website that you could go to purchase it on your own. The only thing is, let me actually pull it up because maybe I can drop it in the chat. They still have it. The only thing is like, well, first, actually, it's pretty expensive on here. But you have to get it reviewed by someone that you actually trust. So that's the only thing that I would say is not that great about this website, because they'll, like, you can apply to have someone review it with you, but if they don't know your entire lifestyle, they can't really help you that much. That's like, for example, they might tell you to follow a low FODMAP diet and then take a bunch of supplements. Whereas, well, are you in a chronic fight or flight state where you're actually not able to eliminate this excess bacteria, right? So that's why I think it's really important too, to work with someone who can look at this And also look at your lifestyle as well and pair those things together and have an idea of like or understand the nervous system part of this whole thing as well. That's the most important. One other thing I will say about speaking of spirituality and stuff, because I'm just going back to the parasite, is I was talking to a colleague of mine and we were talking about actually the frequency of these things as well. So when we think about, in actually the book Letting Go, he talks about how shame is the lowest frequency when we have internalized shame, thinking that there's something wrong with us, versus love is the highest frequency. And so parasites, we think about parasites feeding off of your gut and the food that you have in your gut and your nutrients. Well, also think about the people in your life. When you have internalized shame, you think that there's something wrong with you, you're going to allow toxic people into your life that feed off of your energy. And so my friend, she's more on the energetic side of things with her clients, and she says that we don't even have to worry about killing parasites, because ultimately when people raise their frequency, they raise their vibration, their parasites can no longer thrive in their system. I also see this a lot with my clients. I've had clients that literally just shift their mindset, that heal from years of trauma, and their gut is miraculously better. You know what I mean? So this stuff is pretty magical. And so that's, again, also why I just want to say that too about the parasites, because I know a lot of people can be really fearful, thinking that they have a bunch of parasites that they need to get rid of like once a month. And that's just not the case, at least for what I believe in.
I also love that you spoke about the frequencies, because before there was medicine, we had frequency medicine, where there's a certain machine, Simatone, I believe is what it's called, that can heal you just by you listening to certain frequencies.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, there's only a few of them in the United States, but the US banned that machine.
Hmm.
So yes, I love that you spoke to that, because as we raise our frequency and our vibration, number one, our bodies don't need as much as we used to believe, breakfast, lunch, dinner, 2 meals between, blah, blah, blah. But that does help to get rid of some of that. So I love that you spoke about that connection. As we heal our entire body, we heal our bloodline, we heal everything. Um,
Totally.
so speaking to the link between mindset, spirituality, where is your mind? Do you feel safe? I love that you put that in there. I love that you spoke about, do you feel safe where you are? Because if you don't feel safe, then there's no sense in even adding this to your, as I say to my clients, your backpack full of bricks. Um, if you don't feel safe, then that's the number one thing that needs to be taken care of is your safety. So I love that you tied that in there. It's really helpful for women to know that if you don't feel safe, don't bother trying to, stress yourself, losing weight. Address the safety issue first. Address the issues that are coming up in the body. Where don't you feel safe? Why don't you feel safe? So that you can then, move forward and then address some of these things that, we need to address. So I'm so glad that you tied that in there. That, number one, and when I do work, I work on the chakra system. So number one is that foundation, that stability, that safety in
Mm.
the root chakra. We have to feel safe before moving on and getting other things done. And it was not until I felt safe that I started to heal and my gifts started coming back and my creativity returned after I felt stable. My creativity returned and, worked up and up and up. So thank you so much, Sedona, for your beautiful, beautiful presentation. I learned a lot. I don't know if you guys did, but I know I did. And I got my little list of extra supplements to get. So I was paying attention. So everyone, thank you so, so much, Sedona. We love you. We thank you for stepping in and being here for these ladies, answering amazing questions. Miss Karen said she did too. And we appreciate you. So you guys, Carrie says thank you. Thank you so much, Sedona. We are grateful that you were here today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you, Karen and Carrie. And yeah, I hope a lot of this resonated with you guys.
It absolutely did. So thank you, my dear.
Cool.
So everyone, I learned a lot. Okay. I learned a lot between my herbalist who's on here and Sedona. I think I know how to fix this little problem I've been having since October. So we are going to welcome Brick Bien. Brooke Bien, good Lord. I looked at the name and said it wrong anyway, and I wasn't trying to, so I apologize profusely for that. I am I'm a stickler for getting names right. So we're gonna welcome Brick Deanne, and she's gonna talk about the power of healing your own story. So you guys are not gonna want to go anywhere. Stay here, listen to her presentation. It is beautiful, just as she is. So Brooke, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for answering the call, the bat signal, and all of that good stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to be here and talk about, how powerful it is for us to be able to heal through our own story. I didn't even know that that was something that I needed. But I want to talk a little bit about, what we don't heal, we repeat, and what we don't own owns us. And so I want you just to kind of reflect on your own story, like your own past, right? And try to think about the things that perhaps you've tried to bury, you've tried to hide, or maybe you've tried to even silence. So thinking about those things that you maybe haven't really dealt with in the past, because I didn't even realize it myself that I was running from my past because I was afraid to deal with it. I was afraid to even think about it because it was too painful. So to tell you a little bit about my own story, I grew up in a cult, a high control religion. So I was born into it. I was third generation. And this experience was, it was something difficult because it was a place where I had to act a certain way, behave a certain way, and there was a standard. And my father was very high up in the religion, and so he wanted us to perform that way, and we had to. And if I didn't, there was punishments, there was consequences, not only from my father, but also from the religious leaders. So I grew up in this environment realizing that my voice really didn't matter, that I needed to do as I was told, and expressing my authenticity was not something that was okay. It wasn't invited. You were told who you had to be. And so growing up in this way, it made me really silence myself, my own voice. I didn't have, I would say, an identity. I had the identity that I was told that I had to have. And so I realized very quickly that, when I started to push against those boundaries as I got older, that it wasn't going to be accepted. I was going to get punished for doing these things. And so that was really difficult for me because I wanted to be loved. I didn't want to be rejected. So I really allowed myself to quiet my own intuition. Even though I was wanting to do things like the other kids, I was wanting to express myself. I just didn't allow myself to do those things. So I got to be about, teenage years, and I realized that I so badly didn't want to be repressed anymore. And that was when I began to kind of rebel against the whole entire system. And when I began to rebel against the system, my father retaliated with anger because he was very controlling, I would say more of a narcissistic personality where, everybody answered to him. And I saw the way he treated my mother. So I was seeing that conditioning as I was growing up in that kind of abusive environment. And that really shaped my own internal narrative of how women should be treated. I also saw that reflected back to me within the religious system. Women were meant to stay quiet. They were meant to be in subjection to their husband, and they weren't allowed to really do anything besides take care of the family. Like careers were like not a thing. You did as you were told. You supported the husband and you raised the kids. So the women were just in this space where they didn't get to have a voice. So I was seeing all of these things. And so as I grew up, I was seeing how this conditioning, probably I didn't even know at the time, was creating these kind of survival stories of like, I got to earn love. My voice doesn't matter, or I'm not enough, right? I'm not enough. I'm not enough to be able to speak up, or I'm not enough to be able to say anything. So this just started to probably shape my internal narrative, right? Not even knowing it. This is what's going on in the background. And so these unhealed stories were happening for me, and I carried those into adulthood, of course. And so I realized, after kind of awakening, this happened about 9 years ago for me. What happened is that I actually created what I'd always known. I got into an abusive marriage for 17 years in that same religion. And I survived this very toxic relationship, domestic violence, emotional abuse, verbal abuse. And while I was in this, I was suffering and I knew that something wasn't right, but I didn't know that I was being abused. I wouldn't call it abuse. I had just thought that this is what I was supposed to be doing. Thought it was what I was supposed to be experiencing because I saw the Jekyll and Hyde, right? You have the person that loves you, that you feel loved and they adore you one moment, and then the next moment they're angry, they're hurting you, they're discarding you, whatever is happening in that cycle. But I had experienced that cycle as a child as well, and I had experienced that cycle in the religion as well, because if and when I sinned, I also was outcast and discarded in the religion. So I didn't think of it that it was anything different when I was experiencing this in my marriage. And so when I finally started to awaken to the fact that the religion was a cult and that my relationship was also abuse, I didn't know how to feel about this, but I did know that it was an epiphany. It was a light bulb moment to see, okay, something is not right here. I know don't deserve to be treated this way. And I started to discover what narcissistic abuse was, and the fact that the reality that I had been living in was not a reality that I should be living in. And so this is why I really decided that I needed to leave both. I made that conscious choice to say, I need to leave everything behind. And when I did that, I left my marriage at the same time as I left the cult. And that meant actually being abandoned by everyone that I had ever known. So my friendships that I had created for over 36 years, my family that was in this religious system, they abandoned me as well. And so I had to walk away from it all. And there was a time there, right? Obviously, the push and pull of like, okay, I don't really want to have to do this for myself because this is scary to just jump into the unknown and also to feel very lonely. But at the same time, I knew I couldn't fake believing in the religion anymore because it didn't resonate anymore. Intuitively, I just said, I can't do this. And then I also knew that my family dynamic had been toxic, that my father had been toxic, and that I couldn't keep surviving this relationship. And at the time, we had 2 children. And I said, I don't want my children to continue this way either. So I really felt like I had to do this for not only me, but my children as well. So I jumped into that, not knowing what to expect, realizing that I had been severely trauma bonded in the relationship. And that meant that I left, but also had to deal with this like chemical addiction that I'd had in the relationship. So it felt like I was literally coming off of a drug. And, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't, I had severe anxiety, like so much so that my body and my nervous system was just absolutely just, I can't even explain it to you, than the fact that like there was just this insane amount of panic attack, and my body was just freaking out. And so I'm trying to navigate this while trying to figure out who I am. And that's really when I began my healing journey because I knew that I needed to heal these things. I knew that something wasn't right. So all of the people pleasing that I had been doing, all of the self-sacrificing, not speaking up for myself, the fact that I felt in my body, like my body literally felt like it was just wanting to shut down. So I started to navigate this healing journey. And let me tell you, it was very, very difficult. Because again, I was kind of on my own. I was kind of thrown out and like, okay, who am I going to be without no family support, no friendship support, really starting over again at 36 years old. So I began to do some traditional talk therapy and really navigate my nervous system again and heal a little bit, but I really was also running from myself. Because while I was doing that work, I was also still very stuck in the past. And so I noticed that I was not really getting anywhere. I kept like hitting against kind of a wall, if you will. And I was like, okay, what's going on here? Why can't I get to this safe place where I feel like I can be present? Because my therapist was telling me that you need to be present. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. My body can't even understand that at the time, let alone my brain. And so I found what I do now, which is rapid transformational therapy, and worked through the subconscious programming that needed to happen from all the stories of the past. So it really helped me to start to work with my mind, my mindset, and to be able to heal the parts of me that had carried the stories of my voice didn't matter, that I wasn't enough, that I was undeserving, that I wasn't worthy. All of these stories that I was just carrying from years and years and years of traumatic things. And as I started to kind of work through these stories, I was noticing how these stories were still coming up in my present day life. So I was noticing how it was coming up in friendships or other relationships that I had started to create, because these were really deep-seated beliefs about myself. And this helped me to realize that, we all carry stories. And we are actually letting these stories navigate how we show up in our life. They're creating the actions, the behaviors that we're doing. And we don't really realize all the time that it's just coming from our subconscious beliefs. And, it's just operating. We're on autopilot. And when I started to see that and observe how that was operating me, I said, okay, you know what? I don't want to carry these stories anymore. I want to change these stories that I'm carrying because I want to create healthy sense of self. I want to have self-esteem again. I had literally zero self-esteem. I didn't know what boundaries were. I didn't have any sense of purpose, let alone an identity. And I wanted to become someone different because I didn't like who I saw in the mirror. And that really made me have to look more deeply at myself. Because if I didn't like who I saw in the mirror, I didn't want to continue that way. I didn't want to continue with this deep sadness and the suffering inside. And so I set out on even greater quest to work with this deep darkness, what I call shadow work that was inside of me. all of the things that I had inside of me that had been from sometimes not even from myself, that I was carrying from my mother, that I was carrying from my father. We talked about ancestral trauma. We talked about how generational trauma kind of really, incorporates into this work, because I was carrying stories that my mother had been carrying. And I had just been conditioned to think that I needed to carry this as well. And I was realizing I don't want to hold this anymore. So I always invite people to think about, think back to your mom. Your mom conditioned you and everything she modeled to you as a child. You may still be holding on to some of that stuff that mom was doing, because our mothers didn't really have the capacity to heal in the way that we did as a cycle breaker, as someone that's looking to heal. And our grandmothers didn't even know that it was a possibility. So they didn't even know that that was something that could be happening. So thinking back to your mom, what was your mom's story? Was your mom's story, was she the martyr? Was she the one that, everything was everybody else's fault? Think back to her story and why your mom was shaped the way she was and what she created, and how maybe that trickled down to you. And then you can kind of see, oh, okay, am I carrying some of those stories that my mother was carrying? And you can then start to heal from that place, even because if that's how I looked at it for myself, because I realized I didn't want to continue those patterns that my mother had done for me. My mother was a very emotionally closed off individual, and shut down, like didn't want to show her emotion, and didn't know how to emotionally connect. And that I was carrying that. I was carrying that for myself because I had never learned how to emotional regulation or had any emotional maturity, because I wasn't taught that. And so here I am trying to navigate this at 36 years old and learning this. I'm still learning this, right? I think we're always learning these things, but still having to learn that for myself so that I could show up differently for my children, right? Because I wanted to break the cycle. I wanted my children to have a mother that could emotionally regulate with them, that could be emotionally mature, that wouldn't just lose it and while they're losing it, right? Like, because that was not helpful. That was, harmful actually. And so I remember having that experiences with my mother and my father and how harmful that was for me. And so this is really about rewriting your story so that you don't have to keep recreating the past. And so that's how healing, really happens, is starting to see the patterns that you carry, that you've carried over from your family dynamics, from things that perhaps you've learned in your own personal romantic relationships, because maybe some of them have been toxic. And we also learn how to operate in these type of environments as well. And so when I had to walk away from that relationship, I had to see how I had learned to operate in that toxicity, which meant that I would often, obviously I would silence my voice. I wouldn't know how to set a boundary. My low self-worth also said, you know what, I'm supposed to take this. I'm supposed to just accept this. I can forgive and forget, and I can move on. All of these things that I had learned to just survive, just to survive the experience. And so leaving that, I had to reconnect with myself again. I had to heal parts of myself, my nervous system, because it had been operating in a state of fight or flight, being able to actually learn what safety even felt like. I had never experienced safety. And I remember the first time that I ever experienced this safe feeling within my body. I remember just, my shoulders like letting go and, just tears streaming down my face, because I had finally gotten to a place where I could feel truly safe again and understand what that felt like in my nervous system, understand what that felt like in my entire body, and what a beautiful connection that was for myself. So we all, carry these stories, and we all have the power to, heal through our story, through our past. But it often requires us looking at our past, processing our past, and continuing not to run from it. And I think that's the hardest part because our brains are always trying to make us comfortable. And so looking at the things that are uncomfortable or things that happened in the past that feel deeply traumatic, we're going to want to avoid by our human intelligence. It's just, we're going to want to avoid those things. It's why often when we've had traumatic events, our brain doesn't let us remember it. It protects us in a way, but it also is something that we have to look at in order to heal more deeply because it's still, on some foundational level is affecting our nervous system because our body keeps the score and our body always knows. So I always talk to everybody that when you make that greater connection of healing and connection to your body, that's when you really begin to have that intuitive sense to really know that, your body is always guiding you and it's so wise. That's why I loved what Sedona was talking about earlier, right? Like your body does heal itself. Like it knows, it literally knows how to do this, right? We already came in with the tools and the human intelligence to be able to do this. And it's the same thing with, healing this trauma. The body already knows what it's holding. And so when you can connect to the body in an even greater way and let it guide you and see that it has this wisdom, it can really show you where, okay, there's something here that I need to look at. There's something that I need to understand about myself. So I love to talk about healing as a holistic approach, right? It's mind, body, and spirit. It's all interconnected. And we have to do it in this multifaceted way because we are multidimensional beings. And, I talk about the power of healing through my story because that's exactly what I did for myself, obviously. And I did it through writing this book. This is my book, Shattered, Broken, and Beautiful. Now, the reason why I bring this book up is that I wrote it from all my childhood experiences to actually my awakening. And at the time, I was only writing it to heal. At the time, I was just feeling very intuitively led to sit down, write this book. Not because I thought, I thought one day, yes, maybe I'll give it out to the world. But at the time, it was just this beautiful practice of letting me put down all the stories, all the sadness, all of the experiences as a child that were difficult, all the experiences of being in the religious control system that had me traumatized, all of the experiences of me being in an abusive relationship, just creating it through actually in written form through my story. And as I did that, every time that I sat down to write this book, I was healing myself. It would bring up past events, and I'd have to go and process them. I'd have to go and grieve them. I would have to go and actually let my own sacred rage really fully let it out. I had the experience of not even ever being able to feel connected to my emotions. And in writing this story, I was actually able to do that. I was starting to get to the point where I was feeling safer to actually just let myself cry, like fully cry, like not just have like a little tear here and there, just like actually fully grieve these experiences that I had never allowed myself to do before because it hadn't felt safe enough to do that. And I hadn't been enough emotionally connected to my body or to even these experiences because I had lived such a dissociated life for so long, out of pure survival, out of pure protection for me. My brain and my body said, you know what, she can't feel these things because she might not survive. So now I had the chance to take the time to do that. And I had the chance to actually deal with anger, which I thought had always been something that was scary and bad because I had witnessed it in my father. I had witnessed it in my ex-husband, and I just saw that anger was like, oh my gosh, this is something that can overtake you. It's terrifying. And so as a kid, I remember seeing my father do these things and being terrified of what anger could really do. And so I feel like I shut that part of myself off. And so And then in writing my story and seeing all the parts of where, you know what, I should have had this anger, because anger actually is a beautiful gift for us, because anger means that something has crossed your boundaries. Something or someone has, affected you, and it's not safe. So anger is there actually out of protection. And often we look at it as something that we shouldn't feel, but it is something that is actually a beautiful gift for us to understand and to feel all of it. And so I got to experience that in writing my story. And these healing practices of writing has not stopped for me. I am continuing to journal and to write and to just, write through these experiences. And every time I always get a gift from it, because I'm just allowing what I'm feeling. Because it's like a practice, right? You look at, something that comes up in your life, you can look at it with, radical honesty. You can give yourself some compassion. You can grieve, or perhaps there's some space for some inner child integrations. So something that happened in the past as a little kid, maybe it's coming up right now in the present moment, whether it's in a relationship, or it's, if you're a business person, maybe it's something that's happening, maybe questioning your self-worth or a boundary, and you're just able to integrate all these experiences as you write through them and connect with this. Because what I like to tell everybody is, like, you're the author of your story, right? And so when we heal the past, you also now get to not be that character from the past anymore. I often tell people I've been 1,000 versions of myself because all of those people in the past got me to where I am today. But I also viewed myself differently in all those past versions. And I give those past versions of me so much compassion, so much love, because of who she had to be to survive those moments. And I also forgive all those past versions of myself, because I know that she only was doing the best she could. She had no idea what was really going on because of what she had survived. And so I love all those past versions. But now I also get to choose who I'm going to be today. I get a choice. And that's the beauty of free will. I get a choice every day to continue to grow, to continue to evolve, and know that I am the author of my story. And now I look at it as, I got this beautiful, pad and pen. And now I get to start to write, well, how do I want to feel moving forward? What is going to be my story? Right? Do I want to stay the victim anymore of everything that ever happened to me that was absolutely awful? Yes, I have to see it, but at the same time, no, I don't want to be the victim anymore. I want to create in this new, beautiful way and use what happened to me and turning all of that pain into passion, into purpose, and to moving forward, and not staying stuck in all of the old stories anymore, because they don't serve me. And so that's why I like to tell all of you, anyone that's listening, that you are also have the power to do that for yourself as well. Remember that. Remember that you are the author of your own stories. So how do you want your life to look, right? What is that going to look like? What are you going to put down and create from here? The past is the past. And yes, we do have to heal it, but you also don't have to keep recreating it or keep reliving it here in the now. So I want you to remember that, embodiment and coming back into your wholeness is the most beautiful space that you can be in. We're constantly having to do that work. I thought there was some ending to this healing journey. I was trying to get there as fast as possible, and realized that there is no ending, right? We're always kind of evolving and growing as we uncover more and more layers of ourself. And I think that's the beauty of life. So, what story are you ready to heal so that you can finally live more free, more embodied, more liberated, so that you're truly who you want to be? I invite you to really feel into that for yourself and think about that because, the more that I do that on a daily basis, how do I want to live, be more free? What do I want to feel like in my everyday? I continue to create that in my life and things to start to drop in, right? Because the universe is a beautiful place when you begin to play with that and start to really feel like who you really are meant to be here in this life. So I thank you for all for listening in. I don't know if we're opening up for questions, but that is, or if there is anything that we want to add to this.
Brooke, thank you so much for sharing your beautiful story. We have walked similar paths. Um, Thank you for being so vulnerable
Yes, of course.
and for opening up for these ladies to understand that we can change the narrative. We have the power within us to change the narrative. We don't have to stay stuck anymore.
Yep.
Just like we can use our voices, we can use our power to heal. And that's why we're here, right? So that we can learn about these things. But one of the things that I love about you is RTT hypnotherapy. That's got a special place in my heart because that's where my journey started as well.
Oh, I love
So yeah, that was the catalyst for me stepping out of the victim space into the healing space. It was the catalyst for change. So, you guys definitely, look up Brooke's information. All the speakers' information will be available to you guys on Tuesday. Look up Brooke's information. Give it a shot. You never know what can happen. And as someone who has personally experienced that rapid transformation, they definitely named it correctly because 20 years of therapy didn't have anything on one RTT hypnotherapy session. So I thank you. I honor you on your path. I appreciate you. Does anyone have any comments before we move on to Jackie or questions? Okay. Well,
The
we
story
are
is beautiful.
going. There she is. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Brooke, and we will see you soon. Thank you. I appreciate you. Up next, we have a beautiful presentation by Jackie Dickens Walker. Welcome, Jackie. Thank you for answering the call for these lovely, lovely ladies who have joined us and those who are going to watch the replays because we're streaming and we're recording. Jackie is going to talk about resilience beyond menopause. And those of us who are crossing the 50 line need to hear this. So, Jackie, take it away. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me good?
Yes, I can hear you
Okay,
perfectly. Thank you.
fabulous. Thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to be here with everyone. Hello out there, everybody. I want to start with a question. How many of you know someone who's facing health issues? If you know someone, whether you're here now or in the replay, go ahead and put an H in the chat. If you know someone who's dealing with health issues, welcome. I see the H's coming in. Welcome to Resilience Beyond Menopause. In this powerful 20 minutes, I will unfold a crystal clear pathway to ignite your body's wisdom and heal from within. The very thing that absolutely changed my life and not just mine. But before I get into that, I'm going to introduce myself to you. My name is Jackie Dickens Walker. I am a motivational speaker, I am the creator and the host of an event called Resilience Beyond Menopause. The name of my talk. It's also a movement. You might have noticed a lot of people are talking about menopause these days, and it's about time. We've been an underserved community. We'll get into that. Yes, it's an event. Yes, it's the name of my talk, but it's also my goal to exemplify resilience beyond menopause. I am also retired Navy and Army veteran. Now, I pinch myself on this one. At the age of 40, I made the bold decision to go back into the military, and I went into the Navy this time. I was a single mother of 5, and those in my circle were not in full agreement with my decision, but we'll get into that as well. But I went into the Navy at the age of 40. I persevered through, which is why I say I pinch myself, and I retired. And at the retirement ceremony, my mom was there, my dad was there, my friends and family. People were streaming in that weren't able to be there. And my granddaughter read the opening prayer. Oh, it was glorious. It was a beautiful, beautiful day. And now I'm able to travel, see my friends and family, and speak about my message, share my message of hope and healing to those around the globe. I Shortly after I retired, that beautiful ceremony, I gained weight. No shocker, right? A lot of people at retirement tend to gain weight. Well, I gained quite a bit of weight, and my body was aching. I had like aches and pains in my ankles, my knees, and my joints. And when I would wake up in the morning, I really did not have a lot of energy.
Sandwich. Okay, I'll just download this.
Can you hear me? I didn't have a lot of energy. And you know how motion is lotion? So until I started moving around, lots of aches and pains in my hips. And I'll never forget a day at work. I had my elbows on the desk and my face was cupped in my hands. And in my mind, it just kept looping. I feel like I'm going to have a stroke. This was a very, very scary time. I was checking my blood pressure daily, multiple times a day, and it was in the red. And when I would speak about it with like friends and families, they were assuring me, just just go to the doctors, they'll prescribe you medications, and your blood pressure will be right as rain. And throughout my career, well, throughout my life, I'm 62 now, I had trained for many different things. And I learned that if I sent my body a signal, it would respond and it would heal itself. And what I mean by that is in the military, we have weigh-in requirements and you have to meet a certain weight. And so if you tried like the Mediterranean diet or different type of diets, fasting, different, Weight Watchers, Jenny Craig, the list goes on, right? And if you did that, that was sending your body a signal and your body would respond. So in my mind, I knew that food was medicine. And even with my blood pressure out of whack, and I draw attention to my arm because if you've ever had your blood pressure out of whack, you feel it in your arm. It's like numb, your elbow feels like you hit your funny bone, and it doesn't feel good. And so in doing this, I knew that I didn't want to go and get on multiple prescriptions. I knew that that was not my only option. And in my heart, I was still dealing with the loss of my dad. And he had died from heart disease. And I knew that if I didn't do something, I could be headed for the same path. Uh, this was a pivotal time for me. And I decided that I needed to take the reins of my health back and harness the power that my body has to heal itself. I refused to accept that multiple prescriptions were my only option. I had done it time and time before, but the difference here was before I did it with the intent of losing weight. But now my health was on the line. And I knew that I needed to do this for the sake of my health. So this was a whole different mindset. And you're probably wondering at this point, how did I do it? And that's why I'm here. So basically, I took the intentional steps to tap into the body's natural ability to heal itself, giving it the right signals through food and movement, and then watching how it responded and learning from it, right? Okay, basically, the way I want to describe this first is when we're young and we cut our hand and it bleeds, the blood is pushing away the bad bacteria. And then the blood coagulates, turns into a scab. And then before you know it, that scab dries up and it's gone. And when we're young, that happens really fast because there's certain things inside our body that are working when we're younger that kind of stop working as we get older and then get to a point where they're not working anymore because they're not getting the right signal. So, as I said, throughout my life and my career, I had done this many, many times, but this was going to be different. I'm going to do this for my health. And when you do something with the mindset, if it shifts from like I said, losing weight to I want to harness the trajectory of my health, that has a whole different impact on your outlook because it's a different story. We are the author of our life story. We have the pen in our hand to write our life story. And when we realize that we can change the story, the sky's the limit. All right, so I changed the story. I'm going to do this for my health. I started tracking and journaling what I was eating. And then I would watch. I would say, okay, I ate that, and this is how it made me feel. The way we feel, the symptoms that we get in our body is our body trying to communicate to us with what it's lacking, what it needs, or what it doesn't like. That's why we have gluten-free, dairy-free, plant-based, vegan. Over the years, our bodies have said, yeah, not this, yes, this, not this, yes, this. When we learn how to listen to that, we tend to have a better ride in our body. This is our vehicle. Our bodies are our vehicles. And if we do for them what we do for our favorite vehicle, we're going to have a good ride. I learned through this journaling that in my body's response, I lost 38 pounds in 10 inches around the waist. Now, 10 inches around the waist, that's almost a foot. That's a lot. You don't miss that. My blood pressure was in a healthy place. I was feeling much better. And I knew that I was onto something. This is too good not to share. Our bodies are designed to heal and will respond when given the right signal. Now, you probably haven't experienced returning to the military at the age of 40, right, as a single parent. But how many of you have ever felt like you needed to do something different? Do you need to take the reins of your health back? Put a D in the chat if you can align with what I'm saying. I knew when I was 40 as a single mom, I was doing multiple jobs, 4 or 5 different part-time jobs. They didn't have benefits. I'm turning 40. I didn't have a pension being put away. I didn't have medical insurance. My children did through the state, but I did not. And I had heard that the Navy was beefing up their ranks. It was just after 9/11. And I had been in the Army for 5.5 years. So I knew that if I could go back in and finish my time, get 21 years, I could retire with a pension and medical for the rest of my life. I knew I needed to do something different. It's the same thing. It's different. Is it easy? Maybe not. I recently searched the leading cause of death in the US, and it's heart disease. I am determined to share what I call my three-legged stool with as many people as I can. I lost my dear dad to heart disease, and I was headed for that same fate myself not very many years ago, 2.5 now. And before I put this three-legged stool, I call them 3 essentials to ignite healing within. And I have a resource available to you that if you put 3E in the chat, you'll get this free resource. Or I'm not sure how they're doing it here, but that's normally how I tell people at different events that I speak at. So make sure you get this free resource. I'm living my passion now. I am resilient beyond measure. And if I can do this, you can too. Are you ready to learn more? Put yes in the chat. And let's go over these 3 essentials. Now, I've been talking for a little bit, so just do a little tapping on your shoulders. And if you're scrolling on your phone, I'm talking to you. This next part can help you if you just learn it. Remember, you write your story. You write your story. And essential number 2, I get into this part very, very, very well. Here, I don't have enough time to go into it great detail. But if you put 3E in the chat, the 3 essentials to embrace your body's wisdom. These bodies are so smart, and ignite healing within. The brains are the computer. Our minds are the keyboard. And what we enter in, that brain stores and it remembers. But we enter it in through our thoughts. 3 essentials to embrace your body's wisdom and ignite healing within. Let's go over essential number 1. I call this my 3-legged stool because I rest on it now. And if you've ever sat on a 3-legged stool, and if someone was to come along and kick out one of those legs, you're doing a little dance with the stool, But, the stool's doing some of the work, you're doing some of the work, you're just balancing the weight, right? If someone knocks out 2 legs of that 3-legged stool, you're holding the stool up. The stool is not doing any of the work. You're holding it up. But if you have all 3 legs, similar to this tripod, if all 3 legs are there, it's going to hold up just fine. If just 2 are there, it's going to fall. So I like to have all 3 legs working to determine the trajectory of my health going forward. Leg number 1, intentional eating. Eat with intention. I say basically too much. Erase when I say basically. I interview my food. I interview my food. What are you going to do for me? How is my body going to respond when I eat this? Right now, my body is like wanting grapefruits. I eat a lot of grapefruits. And after I eat them, I'm like this. Oh, God, that feels good. And I can just tell my body really liked what I just ate. Now, my dear dad, when he was diagnosed with high blood pressure back in his, 50s, the doctors put him on medication and assured him that it was just part of getting older, which is what I was hearing, and that he would have to, take this medication for the rest of his life, but it would get his blood pressure right as rain. Don't you worry about a thing. Oh, but you won't be able to eat grapefruits. We loved grapefruits. We always had grapefruits in the house. My daddy didn't like that. I didn't like that. And I knew when I was looking at that high blood pressure and having to go on multiple prescriptions, that fate was headed my way. Unless I wrote the story. So I said to myself, food is medicine. Food is medicine. I'm going to learn what my body responds to, and I'm going to eat what it likes so that it can give me the ride of my life. Food is medicine. And nowadays, I hear a lot, oh, it's so hard to eat good. Well, it's really not. We have AI, we have Google, we have all kinds of plant medicine, books, herbs. The list goes on. And if you want to drive the train of the trajectory of your health, learn what your body responds to. I would journal what I wrote, what I ate, when I ate it, and then how it made me feel. Because if we set up a system where we eat at a certain time, we can keep our blood sugar from spiking and dropping and having that, oh, I'm so happy. So, oh my God, I need to go take a nap. We can do that ourselves if we learn to communicate with our body through food. That's essential number one. And hydrating is very important, especially when you're giving it a talk and you don't want to have a dry throat. Essential number two, and this is my favorite. Essential number two has to do with writing our story. What is our story? Our story is what we say in our mind to ourselves first. I often say, be kind in your mind with what you say to yourself because you're listening and you are your BFF. I am my BFF. I am my best friend and I trust my best friend. I trust me. I trust my BFF. When I look in the mirror, I say, girl, look at you, aging like a fine wine that you are. And when I say that to myself, I've said it so many times that I get this, oh, thank you, from me. And you can too. Be kind in your mind with what you say to yourself. In the circle that I run in, there's a lot of speakers. We're coaches, we're women with a purpose to make this planet a better place, starting with the way we treat ourselves and the way we show up for others. And when you're kind in your mind with what you say to yourself, things like, oh, I won't even say it. In my talk, I won't say it because I'm going to hear it. And this computer up here, it keeps track of everything we put in it. And we write the story. I am beautiful. I am healthy. I am kind. I am full of love to give to others. I am my BFF. In the morning when I brush my teeth, one of the speakers on my event shared a thing that she implemented, which is called habit stacking. We are what we do. Our habits, the things that we do every day, every single day, the little steps that we take every single day, our habits are our path. And she talked about habit stacking. And she said, when I brush my teeth, I do whatever. But I remembered squats. I said, I'm going to start doing squats when I brush my teeth. And then I added on to that. I'm going to start looking in my eyes in the mirror directly while I'm doing my squats, while I'm brushing my teeth, and say, I trust you. I trust you. I trust you to make the right choice. I am my BFF. When I close my eyes, guess who's in there? No matter who's laying next to me. And when you really get a hold of that, and you trust you, you can write the story. What do you want to do? Resilience Beyond Menopause was created about a year ago. Now there's been over 178, I think, speakers that have come across the stage, 7 different rounds. Essential number 2, be kind in your mind with what you say to yourself, because you write the story. And when you're overflowing with kindness for you, what do you think is going to happen when you get in front of somebody else? You're going to say, oh, it's so nice to meet you. Because you got all this overflow. Overflow. But when we're really hard and critical, especially ladies in the mirror, and then go as far as to say naked in the mirror, be kind to her. She is your BFF. You write the story. If you're saying, oh, I'm about 50 pounds overweight, you write the story. You write the story. You're beautiful the way you are. If you want to be a smaller size for whatever reason, you write the story. You can do it. Women can do anything, especially when we come together. You get enough women together and put together a program, that program's going to soar. Essential number 3. Essential number 3 is embracing our body's wisdom and ignite healing within with the technology that's available these days. The same technology that allows me sitting here in this chair, in this state, to talk to you wherever you are, whether it's in the replay, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Facebook, TikTok, Pinterest, wherever it ends up. That same technology was researched and developed back when Albert Einstein came up with the theory of relativity. And at the time, the scientists of that day were like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And now he's known, got the prize. He died in 1955. And before he died, he said that the future of medicine will be energy. Now, pharmaceutical companies don't want to hear that, but it's true. We are made up of energy. We are made up of trillions of cells. These bodies are trillions of cells. And when we're young, the mechanism inside, for the majority of people, the mechanism inside is like a little pump, and it creates new healthy cells. And those cells go out and they become different features. That's how we're created, from cells. These cells, multiple trillions of cells. And these cells replace themselves daily. And different organs, our skin being our biggest organ, replaces itself, I think, in 7 days or something. I don't know, you can Google it. But it's a matter of days. And that's why we often see dead skin cells falling off, because the cells are steady replacing themselves with new cells based on what we've given them for fuel. They'll be healthier. Very important to have that essential number 1, because our bodies are doing their job, but we need to help them, both with what we eat and with what we say. We're not just thinking, but we are talking. We are writing the story with our thoughts. Nowadays, this same technology that allows me to talk to you wherever you are was researched and developed to the point where if you there's all kinds of different therapies. There's sound therapy, there's light therapy, there's hypnotherapy, there's all kinds of different therapies to talk to our bodies and give our body a signal to do what it does best, heal itself. So just like I grew up in Maine, and in the wintertime, you get what's called winter blues. If the cloud cover is heavy, you start getting like down and kind of in the dumps. And a lot of people are called snowbirds because they go south for the winter because they don't want to experience the cold and that winter blues. And what do? We run to the south, maybe for a week in March. And when we get next to the pool and the sun hits our skin and we get that sunlight hitting our skin, and that triggers our body to create vitamin D. And vitamin D is that, yeah, vitamin D has a way of making you feel better. Well, the same way the sun has that effect on us, not just us, but animals and plants, we give off an energy, our own, our skin, our when we're alive, we give off an infrared light. And when I was in the Army, I was in the Army intelligence. And at that time in the 80s, we had night photography so that we could see when the enemy was moving in large groups. They would move at night, not to be seen. But with infrared photography, you can see the heat that's given off from the bodies. And if the vehicles are moving, then they're hot. And we could see that as well in the photography, in the imagery that we had. And we could determine, oh, okay, they're going over here, they're going there. Well, that same heat and light that comes off our body, when it's reflected back into our body, it sends a signal to a part in us that used to create healthy cells. But it stops working as we get older. And that grape that is nice and full our body starts becoming looking like more like a raisin. Well, there's a scientist and an inventor that studied lobsters. And I grew up in Maine, and I'm from Maine. And we're known for our Maine lobsters. And their bodies are pretty fascinating, but I did not know that their bodies do not age. And the research went into depth. Why does the lobster's body not age? You're from Maine, Gary. Why does the lobster's body don't age? And that's what the research was based on. And it's fascinating. So now there's a technology that can actually reflect our own energy back to our body. And it's like a generator. If you've ever been in a hurricane or a tornado and you just went to Costco and filled up your freezer and now the hurricane wiped out your electricity, what do you want? You want a generator to plug in the freezer to keep that food from dying in the freezer. Well, this is a generator that you can put on your body in the form of a Band-Aid. And it is like a mirror that just reflects your own energy and it triggers that little thing at the end. So as we get older, if we get a cut, it's not like when we're younger. And those bruises that you see on the skin and the arms of older people that because they're not healing up, it's because that little mechanism isn't working like it should. But this technology is like a generator. So start working again. And with enough time and patience, it starts replacing those old cells. And it gives that raisin, it gets more plump, and it's looking more like a grape. That's my third leg, embracing the technology of today. I invite you to put 3E in the chat, whether you're here live or you're listening to the replay. That 3E will give you the resource of my three-legged stool, and you can create your own three-legged stool. And if you'd like to talk with me more, I do offer one-on-ones and just answer any questions or share with you in further detail. Maybe you have questions on one thing or the other to incorporate your taking the reins back of the health of you, the trajectory of your health going forward, because you are the driver of your train. You are the writer of your story, and you are the guard for what you give your body for fuel. If I was to say, I'm going to give you a Bentley is my car. That's my dream car, a Bentley. And all you got to do is give it good fuel, take care of it, and it's going to give you the ride of your life. Your body is your Bentley. And the last thing you want to do is take it to the gas station and put 80% sugar in it, because that engine that's supposed to go like this is going to go. And that's how you're going to feel, especially as you get older. When you're young, you can handle that. Food today is not like it used to be. Food today, the labels, very deceiving. We have to be very mindful and very intentional with what we allow in, because then we have to deal with it. Our body has to deal with it. And our bodies are designed to heal. And if we give them what they need, we're going to have a good ride. Just like that baby. 3 E in the chat, in the comments. We'll get you 3 essentials to embrace your body's wisdom and ignite healing from within. My name is Jackie Dickens Walker. My determination is to exemplify resilience beyond menopause. And I have enjoyed my time with you here. I'm not sure, host, if this is like a Q&A time. I know I'm about 3 minutes shy. So I can keep going, or what would you like me to do? Thank you, Pam. It was lovely being here with you. Anybody have any questions? Remember,
I didn't
you write
realize
the
my mic
story.
wasn't on.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I guess me saying that helped, right?
Talking and I'm like, she can't hear me. What's going on? My mic wasn't on.
Oh,
I was
well,
saying I thoroughly enjoyed listening to you. I love the chat. I love the point you made about grapefruits
well, thank you.
because I particularly pinged on to that because I remember when I had renal failure in 2010, they told me I could never eat grapefruits again. And I was accustomed, I'm from New York. My grandmother ate grapefruits every
Right,
day.
right.
And it's funny because they do tell us to stop eating these things. So I'm gonna try some grapefruits because you're onto something there. You are definitely onto something there. So
Thank
Jackie,
you.
thank you so much for stepping in. Thank you for being here for these women. Thank you for your beautiful presentation. Thank you for the energy. Anyone who knows me knows I talk with my hands too. So, thank you for the energy that you brought to the presentation. And thank you for the future menopause information that I'll probably need in a couple of years, but I'm gonna remember you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for hosting this fabulous event. I love getting the message out, and I'm honored to share with you and your community. And if anyone has any questions, you know how to reach me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jackie. We have up next um a really special lady. Her name is Anna, and I met with her a week or two ago, and we have so much in common. But her story is truly, truly transformational. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Anna up to the stage because you guys need to know Anna's story and how she got here. So, Anna, welcome. You're on mute all the way from South America. Welcome. I am so glad you're here.
Thank you, Tawana. Thank you so much for hosting me. And I am so in love with the speakers so far because what I think is the most important thing ever is empowerment. To know that we have the power to change our lives, to change ourselves, and to just be happier. And that is probably the number one thing that has changed my life over everything that's happened, anything. It's all been little by little, baby steps of more and more empowerment. And so I'm so grateful to all of them.
You're ready for your story, my dear?
Well, I am going to just say that my focus has been on emotional processing. And that's been to, of course, process all the various, and I will call them traumas that happen in life. My story has been, in a way, similar to others, and in a way, a bit different. But I would say the reason I got myself into some sticky situations was because of a lack of empowerment and a lack of self-care, a lack of prioritizing myself. To put it shortly, to put it just in a couple sentences, eventually I ignored myself so much and my own needs to help other people that I ended up the victim of year-long psychological abuse, brainwashing, to the point where I was isolated from all my friends and family. I thought every passerby, anyone who sat on a park bench next to me, was a potential spy planning to kidnap me and sell me off into sexual slavery. This was all done by a man who was very himself traumatized and had a lot of major issues. And I ended up, yeah, towards the end, when things got violent, I ended up captive in his apartment, thinking it was for my own safety. And I barely escaped, really, with the help of the last friend that I had. So, yeah, the story could have been different. After I escaped, of course, there was the stalking. Yeah, I lost my home. I had to change countries. I had to change my name and lots of things. But I will say that in a way, yes, it may sound a little strange. And how did I let that happen? Yeah, I thought I was helping him. But it did just come down to not prioritizing myself and caring for myself and seeking out what I needed. And that's it. And that, I think, is similar to all of us, because I know we've all been in places that we're definitely not respecting ourselves and what we needed. So that's, to put it shortly, what brought me here. And of course, I'm grateful that it did bring me here, because yeah, I learned a lot of what I would consider emotional processing, because I am also on a spiritual path where, like so many of us, we're interested in becoming one with the divinity in all things, connecting to that universal source of all that is. And it sounds so amazing and so out of reach. But on the other hand, there's very practical ways we can get there. And I think it will help us in everything that we do. And so what I wanted to share today is emotional integration. And the way I think about it is how I define trauma, firstly, is basically just when we are not safe to feel emotion. Normally a negative emotion, a painful, uncomfortable emotion. And so the way I think of it, and everyone can have their own definition, the way I think of it is the hurt part of us, the part of us that has this anger and this fear, this sadness. It breaks away from our consciousness when we're not safe to feel it in that moment. So that leaves us, in a way, fractured in our consciousness. And so that part of ourselves doesn't go away. It doesn't matter how many years we ignore her or him. It doesn't matter how much we drown it out with distractions, substance abuse, all the various ways that we try to ignore our feelings. It kind of always comes back. It always brings other events to us, other situations that will cause that emotion to come up again, because it wants to be healed. It wants to be part of our consciousness again. And so, for the sake of healing, and on a spiritual path as well, it's a more feminine way of pursuing that spiritual path of oneness, of wholeness, is this emotional integration. So what it involves is basically feeling all those emotions that we have stored away, when we are safe to do so, when we have a quiet moment by ourselves. If something happens in the moment and we have to kind of run off to the bathroom, close the door for just 5 minutes, feel our emotions, that's already a big step forward. So what this involves is feeling the emotion, either when it comes up, if we are safe to do so, or as soon as we can, as soon as we have a quiet moment to ourselves. And so I guess I look at it in a way like, yes, it's painful to feel those emotions, yes, but it is bringing the light of our own awareness to those subconscious or unconscious parts of ourselves. And just by being aware of it and just by letting it, just by really feeling it, it is joined again with our conscious mind. It maybe sounds a little crazy, but it's very, very, very simple. It may not be easy to do because it's hard to feel those things, but it's simple. There are lots of ways to process emotions, and any way that works for you is great. But this process I found is just very simple. It's something I can do in the moment when I don't have time to do a big meditation, when I don't have time to, talk to someone, if I don't have time to do more lengthy processes, because there are many things we can do. We can have visualizations, we can do a lot of energy work. Great. But this is something that is very simple, and after you practice it for a while, it kind of becomes second nature. And so what are the benefits of this? Not only do we heal, and which means to become whole. Both of those words have the same root linguistically. Heal and wholeness. Healing and whole. They both come from the same word. So not only do we become more whole, we have more of our own soul energy with us, more of our own energy, more of our own power to be present, to bring wonderful things into our lives. Not only do we heal, but we also prevent more trauma. And it's equally as important. And it also means we're never really quite finished. There's always obviously things that are going to come up in life. There are always situations that will bring something up, some kind of frustration, anger, fear of some kind. But we don't have to become further traumatized. We can not only heal what we already have kind of stored away in subconscious, wanting to come back into our conscious, which is why it keeps coming up in various situations, but we also prevent more from happening. And so this has worked for me. Like I said, anyone who has any method of emotional processing you have is great. If it involves feeling it predominantly. And there are so many ways to heal, but that is a way that has worked for me. And so one question I get sometimes is, what if I'm not feeling a certain traumatic emotion in the moment, but I know it's there because it comes up sometimes. If you're serious about this, what you can do is just, let's say every morning, every evening, whenever you have the time for yourself, maybe it's to meditate, just kind of contemplate on how your day went. Whenever you have quiet time for yourself, you can ask yourself, whatever is ready to come up to be healed, you are welcome here. Fear, anger, sadness, whatever it is, make yourself known. I want to get to know you a little better. You can talk to yourself that way because it is yourself, just talking to you. Parts of yourself that have been hidden away, that you've been, not wanting to look at, not wanting to feel, with good reason. Obviously, this is very difficult sometimes. And so you can just ask yourself when you want to have a quiet moment and just take a step further, right? Just ask what's ready to come up to be healed now. And then you go through the process, which is, like I said, very simple. You kind of start out by welcoming it, whatever it is. Fear, you are welcome here. Anger, you are welcome here. Just let it let it come up. You don't need to act out. You don't need to do anything. If you need to cry, if you need to scream, you know, you can hit the pillow. Just let it come out. Let it just feel you. Let it just feel your body. Feel your whole energy field around you. Just if it helps, just let it become as big as the room that you're in or bigger. Just by being present with it, you'll notice it starts to dissolve on its own. It's not being repressed, it's not being ignored, it's integrating with your consciousness. Just the light of your own awareness is bringing it to dissolve in your conscious mind. You don't have to do anything else. So this is a process that I said is simple. It's not always easy to feel it, but if you are brave and you take that step for yourself because you prioritize yourself, that's all you have to do. It will happen by itself. And so it's different than kind of being stuck in an emotion all the time. You know, I've had months and years when I'm just kind of stuck in this, you know, whatever it is, kind of anger or frustration or sadness, depression. When the emotion kind of lingers for years or days and days and months, you're not feeling it, you're resisting it. And that resistance kind of just keeps it in this tension of not resolving. And yes, I've been there. It's different than that. You're not going to be stuck in it forever. It's once you get a little more practiced in it, it really just, it could take a few seconds. It could also take a few minutes. It just depends on what it is and how much. Really, you're not ever going to have more than you can handle. So whatever's going to come up for you to integrate into process at that time is what is right for you to deal with at that moment. It's not all going to come up. You're not going to be overwhelmed. It's just energy. It will not hurt you. It's scary, I know, but it won't hurt you. It's energy, and you're just moving it, you're transmuting it, gaining more of yourself back. So yes, this is the process that has worked for me. And if it does interest others, you know, I can answer questions. I can, there's a little bit more information on my website, not a whole lot, but I'm just still working on that. But yeah, this is something that's helpful. I just really wanted to share it. I think there are a few other questions sometimes I get, like, what happens if I'm feeling too much and I'm just overwhelmed? You know, obviously that can happen too. And being a very empathic person, I know what that's like. And I guess I can say that firstly, yeah, just take it one level at a time. It's like one layer of the onion. And you know, when you sit down and you give yourself that moment to process, it'll be one layer of whatever it is, frustration, shame, anger, one layer of that at a time will come up. Yeah. And so it won't overwhelm you. And another thing that is important, because especially when you're an empath and you're feeling too much, is firstly, of course, to get everyone else's emotions and energy out of your body and field. We don't need to process other people's stuff. As we know, you know, we pick up other people's energy, other people's emotions, all over the place, because we're all energetic beings. We're all made of energy, fluctuating and flowing and intermingling with each other's energies. And yeah, especially if you're empathic, especially if you're sensitive, and I think women in general are generally more sensitive anyway, you're going to feel a lot of that stuff. And so firstly, kind of in preparation maybe for the process that I've been describing, is to first clear everyone else's energy out of your field. You know, I do that in a meditation. Lots of different ways to do it. You can just simply command to your body and your field, your heart, to just move everyone else's energies out of your body and field and move it to where it needs to go. Move it to where it needs to go. Somewhere else, but not with you. Okay. And then you bring as much of your own energy as you can back into your field to fill it up. Because whenever we're clearing something out of our body and field, we do want to replace it with more of ourselves, with something positive that we want. So that is maybe a preliminary step before doing this process. Clear everyone else's stuff out of your field, bring your own energy back. And then what you process is yours. You don't need to process everyone else's stuff. It'll go where it needs to go if you give it permission. But definitely making sure that you're processing your own stuff. And I've had problems with that. Obviously in the past, this is all this I'm sharing, I'm sure many of you already understand, but it is crucial. And so let's say preliminary step. Yeah. Another thing, another point of resistance people might experience is, what if I really can't feel my emotions? I have run into people who, for whatever reason, they may be a little bit less sensitive than others, but I think predominantly it comes from, resisting their emotions a lot, which we understand, obviously. People have their different ways of protecting themselves from feeling pain. And so some of us are kind of blocked off even from feeling anything. And so if someone actually has a feeling that, well, I actually can't feel my emotions. I know some people who literally don't. They say, oh, I don't feel anything. Fine, I'm good. I'm always, yeah. If that's true, that's great. But a lot of times it's just we get so closed off from the things we don't want to feel that we can't feel anything. And so on the other side of being an empath and feeling too much is maybe not quite feeling everything that's going on. And so on that side, I would suggest, if you're interested in this path to wholeness and to self-discovery and self-healing, and just being more ourselves and happier, and is to take baby steps into feeling what's going on inside us. And one way to do that is just to kind of check in with yourself regularly. I don't know, every hour, at least, maybe every morning or every evening, kind of just ask, how am I feeling? And if you don't think you're feeling anything, ask, how is my body feeling? What do I feel in my body? Because as some of the other presenters have also explained, the energies are stored in our bodies. And so every emotion we will feel on a physical level. That's how we know we have it. The stomach might get tight and fluttery if it's sort of a nervous type of fear. The heart might start pounding. We might get red in the face if we're angry. We're gonna feel it. We're gonna feel like the heat. We're gonna feel our arms get tingly. We're gonna feel sensations in the body, and that is the emotion as well. So if there is someone who feels so cut off from what they're feeling, for self-protection, like I said, it's completely understandable. Just another way of protecting ourselves. But when you are ready to kind of open that door and expand yourself a bit into the next level of being yourself and enjoying life, just ask yourself, how is my body feeling right now? What is this heat that I'm feeling, and this tightness in the chest? What is this jitteriness I feel? What is my stomach doing what is this sensation that I feel? And those sensations, you can ask then, you know, what am I feeling? What are you? Let me get to know you a little more. You know, talk to your body, talk to that part, talk to that sensation. It's all you. And like the last presenter mentioned, you can talk to yourself. Your body and your soul, your consciousness hears you. And so you are in charge. And that is what it comes down to again, which is what we began with, which was empowerment. And so we all have the power to heal, to expand ourselves. And we must be brave because it's not always easy, but it is simple. And the reason we do this is because we care about ourselves and we prioritize ourselves. And that is what I didn't do in the past when I got myself into some sticky situations and almost lost my life. Not joking. And so that's why I'm also offering a free meditation to the people who attend this talk. It's a simple meditation on, it's a contemplation on self-care, but it really comes down to prioritizing yourself and empowerment. And that, for me at least, was the underlying cause behind everything I got myself into. And no, I'm not blaming myself, but I always had a choice to leave, to escape, to change my thinking, to change my life. Eventually I did. I wish I had done it a lot sooner. But, you know, we all have our own trajectories and we all learn from whatever has happened. And so without blaming, we just take responsibility. And that is the empowerment that I've seen in everyone giving their talks, is we have the power to do this for ourselves, to change our lives and to make things better. And in doing so, we'll help everyone else as well. So I know it's a bit of a serious topic, but I found it so important and so helpful. And I welcome any questions or any thoughts.
Anna, thank you for being here and thank you for being so vulnerable and talking to our body. Because yes, we do have the power. The power is in our tongue, which is why they try to tell us we're crazy when we talk to ourselves, because we have power in our thoughts and in our speech, and we can tell our bodies what to do. We don't have to receive those things that are happening. We can share that we want our bodies to be a certain way. So I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. I thank you so very much for being here. You are amazing. Um, and what you have been through, I can't even imagine. But my heart goes out to you. I'm proud of you for being here. I'm proud of you for making the decisions you did to grow and put yourself first. I'm just proud of you, my friend. So
Thank
thank
you.
you.
This was the first time that I've mentioned that to everyone. So yeah, just I thought it was, you know, sometimes we just have to say, yeah, I got myself into that and I was, you know, not thinking right. So
Exactly. And that's what owning our truth is about, right? It doesn't have to be pretty. It can be messy. It can be icky, but owning your truth means you stand up and you say what your truth is. And it just is. And it happened for a reason, and we're here. So yeah, owning our truth is so important as women. Um, we don't have to carry shame and guilt and all of those low vibrational energies. We have the option to take full control of our lives, of our gifts, of ourselves. So I thank you. Yes, 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 Auntie. Do you need
Yeah.
unmute?
Oh,
There we go.
Anna, that was amazing. Because a lot of times we as women, our mouths are closed and we feel that we strong, we can carry the world. And the part that we make mistakes is blaming ourselves because you never we women that helps. We likes to help everybody. You know, we just feel that we just gotta, just get in there and stick our hands and stuff. And the thing that we don't ask ourselves is, am I supposed to do this? Sitting down and speaking with your ancestors and whoever you speak to find out if this is okay. We don't do that. We just jump in it. And that's something I learned. I have to stop sticking my hands in places where they're not supposed to go. But I'm glad you're safe, you're here, and don't ever keep your mouth closed because someone is going through what you went through. And stay true to who you are. Never wear a mask for no one. And it
Thank you,
was beautiful
Auntie.
and I loved it.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Auntie, for that encouragement.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Pam, for sharing that. It's so much more beautiful to do this together with all of you, and so that's why I'm just so happy yeah, to share a little bit, and hopefully, yeah, it'll help someone else. So thank you so much.
I know for sure it's going to help others. I know for sure your story is going to help others. So I'm so glad that you were here. Thank you, my sister. We are going to bring up next Tara McCullum, who's going to talk about harnessing your sensitivity as empaths. Oh my God, we need this. Oh my God, Tara, we need you. Hurry, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because as empaths, we pick up everyone's energy, and it's hard for us to tell what belongs to us. And people don't realize it's impacted by where you live, the people around you. God help you if you're like me in an apartment building. So, yes, thank you so much for being here, Tara. This is actually Tara McCullum. It's coming up Michelle DeKaiser. Not sure why. It's okay. We're gonna roll with it. Okay. This is Tara McCullum, harnessing your sensitivity. Thank you so much. Take it away, my dear.
Thank you. I guess I'm channeling a bit of Michelle today. So yes, I want to talk about harnessing that sensitivity, especially in an emotionally charged world, because our world has gotten even more charged these days. But I want to take it back for a minute to an area where it was very personal to me, and it may be personal to you guys. Like I was brought into a world where there was a lot of emotion, a lot of intensity. My mom was an alcoholic, and whenever she would drink, she would get louder and she would get more touchy, like she wanted to give hugs, and I would shut down. Like I just wanted to get into this tiny little ball and move out of the room. I felt very crowded out by the emotions. But that had a knock-on effect for me because it meant that for me, I tried to control my emotions all the time from a really young age. I tried to make sure that I was nice and soft and kind, and I was always reaching, and this is where I might be a slightly different conversation than what you've heard so far. I was always reaching for that positive emotion. And I put positive in quotes because for me, it meant that I was denying the messaging and the power of the other realm of emotions. And what I call the other realm of emotions is the deeper, the wider, their informants. And it took me away from that deep informing information. And it took me away from the deep informing information of others often because I would just make myself small and softer and palatable everywhere I would go. I had situations where, like, my mom chased me out to my car. I was getting in my car with my dad at like 4 years old with a butcher's knife. She wasn't chasing me. She was chasing my dad because she didn't want my dad to have me for the next couple of weeks. And I just got smaller and smaller in my life. And as I went into my life, because of that, because I was constantly making space for everyone else and using my empath abilities, right? Our empath abilities give us the ability to know what somebody else is thinking and feeling, possibly even before they do. So I was able to manipulate myself in any situation, whether it was with my husband, with work colleagues, whatever. I knew what they wanted and I was able to give it to them. And there was a lot of me that thought that was fantastic, right? It was working for me, but in the end, it wasn't. In the end, I was writing weird poetry, saying I was trapped in this invisible box that I had created, and thinking to myself, I've got gratitude journals that are piled up by the side of my bed. What am I talking about? I have this beautiful life that I've created. This is like years later. And not understanding why I felt trapped, but because I didn't have access to the deeper emotions, and I was always gravitating to the positive emotions, I didn't have that frustration. I didn't have the sadness. I didn't have the anger. I was disconnected from here up. Like, I was analytical. I could transmute anything. And I could be in any situation with anyone and find joy. But it wasn't working because it was denying me the information of what was around me. And what was around me at this time, this was like years later after my dad had gotten custody and everything, I was married and with kids, and I wasn't even paying any attention to what was happening with my then husband. He was gone all the time and telling me he was hanging out with friends. And I was what I thought was a really good wife and saying, yeah, okay, whatever you need in order to be happy. And inside there's this murmuring that was writing those poems, right? There was this disconnect that was happening. And what my body was trying to tell me was there were problems. There was problems in the house. There were problems, and he was actually constantly with someone else, another woman, having a long-term affair. And during all of this, I was doing everything possible to keep the peace within inside of me and inside of our house. So when I think about emotions, and when I work with my clients on emotions, I allow them to really tap into them. And what we do is, I loved what Pam was sharing earlier about taking a break and taking a pause. We really take a pause and come back to ourselves. And so I'd love to do it for you guys for a second. What this is called, it's called the Muse method, and Muse just stands for my unique self-expression. So we're tapping into that. So a lot of people talk about breath work. I'm talking about connection work, right? So this is going to be connecting to ourselves so that we can center. And one of the reasons for this is because as I pursued a lot of spiritual work and read a lot of books and also went to counseling and so on, I was constantly connected to like grounding. I was also connected to my guides, but I was bypassing myself. And so this just brings the three into alignment. And so this is, you close your eyes, you find a place on your body to put your hands, and you breathe with the intention of deeply connecting in to that muse voice inside of you, that muse voice that is your unique self-expression. that has wisdom for you, that's below your thoughts, right? It's deep within you that's guiding you. And oftentimes this muse is letting us know what we were meant to be here for, that maybe our mind is like, peace out, I don't want that. But it will move us in a direction that is powerful. And I'm going to show you how to use this also with the external world as an empath. But first, in order to deal with all the energy outside of us, we need to be so full of us. And I think it's so funny that in the world, we think of when somebody's full of themselves, it's a bad thing. When somebody's selfish, it's a bad thing. If more people were full of themselves and more people centered in self and took care of themselves, we'd have a much more overflow world where people were kinder. So if you want to do it with me, we just close our eyes and we'll do it for like 30 seconds. And then I want you with your eyes closed to move your hands to a place that you feel all of a sudden your body relaxes a little bit deeper. And in this place, I want you to access, and you can just say, I'm going to access myself, my voice. And we're just going to breathe here for about 30 seconds. Okay, take one more deep breath. And then you can open your eyes. It's really amazing what happens when we just take a moment without expectation, without anything, to access ourselves. In the moments where things feel like you could be in your house and there's nobody else around. Tawana was talking about being in an apartment building with a lot of energies, right? And you could be in that space feeling other people and still feel so disconnected from yourself because you're feeling them more. Like the noise outside of you is bigger. And you take this time to do this. You come back and you actually it's like you turn the dial on the radio to your frequency, right? And our frequency is all of the emotions. It's all of the sensations. Like Anna was talking about, there's so much moves through us. It's not just emotions, it's sensations, it's awarenesses, it's intuitions. And then we dial into our own frequency at a louder pace or a louder volume so that everything else is just background noise. It's oftentimes what our computer does to us for us, right? When we go onto these, your computer takes out all the noise. Yesterday I had jackhammers outside and nobody else could hear it because they were tuned in and everything was tuned in to the voices that were speaking instead of the outside noise. The other thing is a really powerful visual. And it's instead of being like a bubble that pushes things out, it's being a screen door. It's allowing other people's energies to flow through, gaining the information, right? Because we want to gain the information about what somebody else is giving off. That informs us. That allows us to have awareness of whether this person is somebody you want to engage with today or not, and that tomorrow it may be different. When you think about your family, I think of my family, there's all kinds of emotions that go on. I mean, I've got teenagers all around me. So there's all kinds of emotions. And the more that I've given the space to them to enjoy their emotions, to receive their emotions, and to allow them to happen, we haven't made any of them wrong. I remember when my youngest son, he was about 4, interestingly enough. It was just after I got divorced and found out all these things about my ex-husband then. And he was having big, huge emotions. And my first reaction was to want him to be like myself. I was like, we got to dial this in. We got to dial you in. It is not okay that you're like having you're screaming, you're crying, you're like hitting things. It's not okay that you're mad at this moment. And every time I would try to like coax him into being different, stopping him, telling him, like, I would be like, okay, this can't happen anymore. It would just get bigger. And I would be on the same frequency level as him. The wildest thing happened when I began to realize that all of my emotions were incredibly valid. They had messages for me. So they're not just emotions, aren't just energy and motion. They have messages that when I listened to them, they became powerful for me. And the same thing for my child. The moment that I surrendered to the fact that he had emotions, and I actually backed up physically, I got out of his space and gave him space to be that. Like I would go downstairs, I would take a pause, I would do the Muse method because I was like, right now I'm reacting to you. And now we're both like, it's like we're in friction in the house. Within 30 seconds, many times, and I really do mean 30 seconds, it would dissipate. Because as I was fighting him, as I was this energetic wrongness of him experiencing a different emotion that I deemed negative at the time, it amplified for him because he felt like he didn't have space to be. And so I was like, whoa, this is wild. Like that, this is wild. And the reality was his emotions were letting everybody know, myself, my ex-husband, that what was going on in life wasn't working for him. Anger is often this emotion that says there needs to be change. And as a child, I remember all the way back to when I was struggling with sadness, anger, emotion, and I would go and I would meet with counselors. And counselors would say, yes, your life is terrible. You're being abused. And they would validate my pain. And in the validation of pain, wildly, I remember sitting there as a child thinking, this isn't working for me. I need my circumstances to change. I don't need you to feel sorry for me. I need you to show me how to make the impossible possible. Because this is not okay. I'm going to go from here and you're going to feel sorry for me, but I'm going to go back into that circumstance. And I remember just constantly thinking inside that. And now I know, like as an adult, if somebody feels sorry for me, the energy that I personally feel is I'm smaller than the problem. Yes, those people are doing wrong to me, but I want to know that I'm bigger than the problem. I want you to show me how to be able to survive and be bigger in situations where I feel small. I want to know how to get out of situations rather than cope. And so I would go home as a child and I would ask for that. The emotional piece took me years, but wildly at 15 years old, I was emancipated. I left. So at 4, my mom was taken out of my life. My stepmom, who my dad married when I was 4, was my best friend and everything until she had her own child. And then manipulative abuse started in crazy ways. And so at 15, finally, I found people 3 different sets of people who took me out of my house and allowed me to be emancipated and allowed me to find a different way of doing things. It was the question that I was fiercely, constantly asking, how do I create possibility in an impossible situation? Seeking always for the difference rather than this feeling that I was smaller than it. And it took me years. It took me years to get to that point. But as a mother, I was like, I am going to show my kids first how to honor their emotions, because it took me till 39 years old to actually honor the fact that my deeper emotions were guiding me fiercely to make new choices and not hold on to commitments that I had made, not hold on to niceness, but to be different, to be the person that I was meant to be. And two, that in any situation that my child was in, that he could open doorways of possibility. So through my kids, that has happened. And then through so many of the people that I work with, they have come to me with panic attacks. I have young girls who have come to me who were cutting, who were doing things like taking pills to take their lives. And why are they coming to me? Why are their parents choosing me? Because their parents worked with me and they learned how to honor the entire spectrum of the messages and their emotions. And not only that, but their ability to create change in situations that feel unchangeable. And then the third piece that these, especially my clients, learn is how to create a vessel within themselves that honors the power of their being, which oftentimes their childhood and their mind tells them is wrong. Because so many of us have been taught through trauma or abuse or just society. I mean, society teaches us to be small, to stand in line, to do what is deemed approvable, right? And yet so many of us have come here to listen to the still small voice and to amplify it, the inside of us that say to do something different, to get off the paved path and to walk, to use our voices, to listen within to that voice that says, do something different. It might be scary. You might feel it's impossible. You might judge yourself, but do it anyway. I've got you. And this is where leaning in to a source that's greater than ourselves, whether it's God or Allah or the earth or the universe, whatever it is for you, it is leaning into that, but also not forsaking yourself. The power within ourselves is greater than we can ever imagine. And I still mean that. As much as I have tapped into it, and I know that each one of you have, there is so much more that we haven't yet tapped into. There is so much more that we get to become through what has happened to us, for others, for ourselves. And then the next piece for both my children and then the clients, and really also for myself, is this space of receiving. So as we're in this emotionally charged world and we're turning the radio dial to our own frequency a bit more, it's also turning the radio dial to other people's energy out there and calling in people that will pour into us and truly allowing ourselves to receive. Receiving can be very hard for someone who's been manipulated through receiving, who has had like the quid pro quo that just, it doesn't just exist in work, it exists in families. Receiving can feel like, no, 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 I've got this. I've got this. You don't need to give it to me. I'll give it to you. And we are moving into a collaborative world where this space that has been created right here with HealHER is all about collaboration, and collaboration, not just with the speakers, but everyone who's listening has an energetic frequency that's whole. It is whole and it is going out as we come together. And it is pouring in, like you guys are pouring into me right now as I receive your energy and your wisdom. And it is allowing even the reception of information, the reception of other people's emotions that feel too much, that feel wrong, even allowing them to exist. When somebody allows me, I remember a friend, I was speaking to a friend about something I was struggling with, and she just wanted to help me. She wanted to help me to transmute and to move to that other emotion. And I said, no, I just need to be here now. I need to listen to this, because if I listen to this, it will move me. If I really allow it to take up space inside of me, it will move me. Insecurity, it moves me. Jealousy, it moves me. Anger and passion, they move me. And I've watched as my clients have wanted to live, stopped cutting, stopped having panic attacks, had better relationships, began to have phenomenal success in their businesses, stopped having the inability to sleep because they were worrying about their family so much, because they honored their emotions and allowed other people to have theirs too. It stopped being this barrier on them, and it just flowed through like a screen door. It's like, boom, your energy, and it passed through me. Now I have the information of what's going on around me. Do I want to do anything with it? Should I do anything with it? Is there anything to do with it? Or am I just going to move back to my own frequency? So what are your thoughts? Like, it doesn't have to just be questions. It can be, what are your thoughts on all of this? Because you are each powerful in your own rights. I'll kind of open it up to you guys as we're ending here. Thanks so much. The other thing I will say while you're thinking about possibly joining in is, now I lost it. So I won't. This is Karen says this was awesome, and I received a lot that will do something with. Thank you so much, honey. And Diana says, I have learned to honor my emotions. It's a very freeing experience. Yes. It's so interesting. I didn't realize I was constantly in battle with myself. And so many other people feel in battle with themselves when they're always trying to move it instead of let it move them. Like, it's wild to you. Okay. When I didn't have access to anger, I also didn't have access to passion. They're opposite ends of the frequency, right? But they really add to it. And so as I would look at my anger, instead of using it against anyone or even asking anyone to change theirs, if somebody was angry with me, I was like, thank you so much. You just gave me your power. I'm going to use that. Thank you so much. And I'm going to let it catapult me into a new space. And as I became that energy of thank you, whether it was mine or someone else's, thank you. Your sadness, oh, we both need deeper support, right? Sadness, depression, deeply press in. Deeply press in. And if you need to press in so deep that you drowned in yourself and you come out the other side renewed, allow that to happen. How many of us don't deeply press in? How much sadness brings up sickness, right? So that we have to take time off. I know I'm just carrying on. I'm gonna just stop. Sorry. Tawana, thank you for coming on, honey.
No, no, no. I was enjoying it. I love that deeply press in and the sadness. And yes, we have to honor it. We
Mhm.
have to. If we don't honor our emotions, we're not truly healing.
Mm.
I really enjoyed your talk, Tara, because as an empath, it really gave even me tools on how to deal with living in an apartment building with a million different energies and things like that. So I'm just gonna honor these emotions. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna honor whatever comes up. I'm just gonna honor it.
Hmm.
But thank you so much for being here for these women and finish your thought. Deeply press in. Do you have one for anxiety or anything?
Yes. So anxiety often, so like I take the emotions and put them into elements. And so anxiety is often an energy of air and it comes from our head. And so one thing is to get deeply into your body. That's one. The second is it's asking us to take up more space. So even if just all by ourselves, we just take up more space, like breathe deeper and just go, okay, in this space, let me exist. It's this, right? It's this energy of really allowing myself to be here now. So yeah.
Love it. I love it. I love it. Yes, I
Yeah.
am a fan of taking up as much space as we need. I
Mhm.
I love that. I teach that to my followers on TikTok as well. Take up
Okay.
space. Let your voice take up space. Let your body take up space.
Yeah.
So I love that you do that.
Thank you.
Tara, thank you so much for coming together for these ladies, especially answering that call at the last minute. I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Um, your discussion has been wonderful. I'm gonna watch it over again because I want to really get that yummy goodness without watching screens and everything.
I understand.
So thank you so much, my dear. It's been such an honor to have you here. I appreciate you very much. Thank
Thank
you.
you for the opportunity. Love you.
Absolutely love you, darling.
Mhm.
So, guys, next up, Dr. Tony Cooper is going to talk about 12 steps to survive a breakup. And I needed Dr. Tony Cooper 3 years ago. Where were you? I needed that 3 years ago. We are going to pin her here. Dr. Tony. She may have stepped away from her desk. If she did, we'll keep you company until then. But yes, how many of us could use that 12 steps to survive a breakup or a divorce or something like that? Dr. Tony, I needed you 3 years ago, and I had not met you until now. I survived the breakup, but it wasn't as easy as it could have been if I followed your methods, I am
Here
sure.
we go. Here we go. Trouble with technology. What a surprise.
It's
So,
okay.
okay, I'm here now. And um, thanks so much for having me. Some beautiful information and practical thoughts um, just about taking up space, accepting our emotions, accepting who we are, our authentic self. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to bring up my slides, but if I can't, let's see. I think I can. Let's see if this goes. There we go. Okay. So I'm a psychologist in private practice in Uniontown, Ohio, which is close to Akron and Canton. And what I'm going to share with you today is from my personal experience, from experts I've studied about loss and divorce. And then also, I've been in practice almost 40 years. And so I've noticed a lot of things where people can get stuck or where just little tricks to make sure that you keep moving through the grief. And so, what I'm going to do is there is a handout that you can find on the speakers page that goes step by step, the 12 steps, and I also have some suggestions for journaling. But I think it's more useful for us to talk about things to do, things to avoid, and things to learn today. Because if you've been through trauma or abuse, you probably know that there's a tendency to pick partners that aren't good for you. There's a tendency to stay too long in a bad relationship and to kind of blame yourself for whatever's going wrong, and then to get stuck in the grieving process because there can be so much self-blame and just levels of regret that are beyond really what are necessary. So there is a grieving process. We need to accept that. There isn't like an express way through it, but I'm going to try to share some practical things with you that do help as you move through grief and that can help you be better than before. Sometimes when we lose someone, whether it's through a breakup or divorce or even a really close friendship that gets disrupted, we can think, I'm never going to be the same. But that doesn't have to be true. We can be really healthier and better than ever before. So let's see if I can get to the next slide. So I'm a huge fan of journaling. And so I bet most of you are too. So one of the things that I learned that actually a friend who is also a therapist told me when I had to break off an engagement because it was turning out to be a very toxic situation. And I was a train wreck. Okay, you know how that is. And she said, write down 10 things that are the worst things that happened during that relationship so that when you feel like you want to get in touch with him and start over, that will remind you how it really was. And that was really good advice. She called it my codependent flashcard. So I appreciated that. It really did help. But what happens when we lose a relationship, even if whether the other person decided or we just had to get out, is there is this tendency as women to focus on how wonderful it was at the beginning, how they made us feel, just all of the good things. And unfortunately, what happens is that when we are overly focused on that part of the relationship, which tends to be upfront, then we're going to get stuck in the grieving. And so the healthiest thing we can do is acknowledge those things that were good as we also put into perspective the things that were a problem. That makes the process of grieving a little smoother. So another thing I suggest is that you write a letter you're not going to send. And the reason for that is that as you write that letter, wherever you are that day, whether you're angry, hurt, sad, you feel betrayed, you can just write how you are that day. And remember, you're not going to send it. No one else needs to see it. You don't want to post it on social media. This is just for you because from day to day, you're going to be in a different place. And so honor wherever you are that day. And later, sometimes people read their journal later and to see kind of how far they've come. And if that works for you, that's a good idea. If it stirs it up for you again, then maybe you don't want to read it. So kind of respect however you're wired. Another thing I suggest in journaling, and this is in the handout that will be available, is that sometimes it's useful to rate yourself on how you're doing in some different categories. And I suggest 5 categories. This is if you're not used to journaling and you're not really sure how, this will get you started. So I use a scale 1 to 10. Some of you might know that's the pain scale that doctors use if you've ever had to rate your pain for your doctor. And so I encourage people to rate how they feel in terms of depression or sadness that day, 1 to 10. I use 10 as high, bad, unpleasant, and 1 as the lowest. I don't use a 0 because if the reason I don't do that is because people who have not learned to connect with their emotions might rate things 0, and maybe it's a 1, maybe it's a 5, but I just try to eliminate that through I'm just not going to use 0 at all. The second category would be your level of stress or anxiety. Rate that for that day. Your level of resentment, anger, frustration, whether it shows or not, 1 to 10. uh, Guilt or shame, because a lot of people feel guilty or ashamed. They feel rejected or abandoned. And so you want to rate that and kind of see where you're at with it. And then I add uh, your level of physical pain. If you live with a lot of physical pain, you'll probably notice that emotions can drive that pain up a little bit more. And so I just encourage people, if you live with chronic pain, you might want to track that too. And there's a good chance that as you begin to find ways to process your emotions, it may help you in your pain level. So those are some suggestions on journaling. Another thing that I really encourage people to do is you you might need to decide, I am going to get over this. I am going to be able to move forward. When I was younger, especially, if something ended, I almost always felt like I am never going to get over this. I will never be the same. And what we declare over ourselves has power. So we don't want to declare things like that. It's almost like a curse. So we want to decide, yes, there will be a process. I will need to grieve, but I will be okay again. In fact, I'm going to learn what I need to learn so that I'm better than ever. And it can really work that way. Another thing I just want to remind you is you want to use your supports. You're going to need to talk about the same thing over and over. That's just how grieving works. And some days you'll be more sad, some days you'll be more angry. That's normal. And some people use an online support group because your friends aren't always going to be available. And we don't want to wear our friends out because maybe they're a little bit tired of hearing some of that again. And so it's another idea to use your support group. And remember, you can always journal. You can begin to reassure yourself, yes, this was very painful, but it wasn't my fault. You want to watch again how you talk to yourself. Another thing to consider in these steps to survive and really overcome is think about the items that tie you to that person. So usually you're going to need to move pictures that upset you. You can decide later whether you're going to keep them or not, but at least you might want to move them out of your visual field. I used to kind of joke with myself and say I had this little altar to, to my last boyfriend. And I thought, okay, I got to dismantle that altar because this is upsetting me every time I look at it. And so I moved some things away. And then later I decided what I wanted to keep, what I was going to get rid of. There was one situation where after a period of time, I decided I had a really nice piece of jewelry. I sold it and took my daughter to Disneyland. So you can make lemonade out of lemons, but again, respect what your process is. If you try to push yourself too quickly for things you're not ready to do, that like we talked about in the last session, you're not respecting yourself. So you want to respect yourself, respect where you're at. You will move through it. Usually we don't move through it as fast as we would like, but we can keep walking forward just like the woman in this photo. So it goes without saying, I think, that you want to avoid those texts or calls or checking their social media. If you do that, you're probably going to be ripping open the wound. You're going to probably disrupt that healing process. I find, especially with women, they they want to contact the person and hash out everything. They think that that will help them find closure. But usually what happens is that if another person has closed the door on you, then contacting them to talk, to try to get answers, it usually goes very badly because usually you're going to get blamed. It's going to confuse you. Worse yet, if they string you along for some kind of hope that it's going to be better, then you're going to get back on that crazy train. And so, as best as you can, you really want to avoid additional texts or calls, checking social media. You want to stay in a place of peace as best you can. And for most people, reopening that communication disrupts their peace. And probably most of you know that. The big one for women is avoid blaming yourself. Um, Commonly, what people will say is, well, they left me because I'm not good enough, or it didn't work out because I wasn't hot enough. I wasn't attentive enough. I was too demanding. Whatever your old messages are, those old tapes, those old stories that you tend to play in your head, those are probably going to come back when you're going through a loss, a breakup, a divorce, something like that. So you really want to avoid blaming yourself. And many of you might be familiar with the idea of watching your self-talk, your inner dialogue, your inner bully, whatever you're used to calling it. And so when you start that old story, I'm not good enough, instead you want to replace that. This is basically cognitive behavioral approaches. You want to replace that with, this didn't work out because we weren't a good match. Or this didn't work out because he or she has problems with attachment and commitment, and it was never going to work. It didn't work out because this person is not what I need. So again, without blaming yourself and really without blaming the other person, you want to be realistic, watch how you're talking to yourself. You want to journal these realistic ways to look at things and then review that when you start to go into those old stories, those old tapes, that negative self-talk. Now, another thing that comes up a lot is if you have kids together, there's some things you really want to avoid. And some of this is common sense, but if you are a survivor of some kind of trauma or abuse, it might not automatically occur to you. So again, you want to minimize your contact with this person, your interactions with this person, unless it's about the kids. And try to be honest with yourself. Do you really need to have this discussion? Does it need to be a phone call? Maybe it can just be a text or an email. When you're exchanging the child, do they need to come in where you live? The answer is probably no. And of course, you want to avoid telling the kids what's going on to the level of things that is really adult information. It stresses kids out. You may have gone through this as a child. It stresses kids out big time to know too much about what is going on with the other person. And if the other person is really toxic, which they might be, unfortunately, most of the time, the kids have to figure that out for themselves. So you want to be reasonable, you want to protect them if they're in danger. But you also want to be careful how much you say. If that is their parent, they're going to have a certain amount of attachment and allegiance to the parent. And so that they usually figure out in time. So these are things that can be difficult to do, but if you can follow these, it becomes a little easier, a little smoother. So there's some things you want to learn also about yourself and about relationships. It will help give you perspective, and it can also help you when you're ready to connect again with someone. It can help you the next time. So usually you get the best behavior the first 6 months that you're involved with someone. When we go out as women, most of us put on makeup, we fix our hair, we pick something to wear that is very flattering, that's maybe our best outfit. Some people will wear a push-up bra or Spanx. You're putting your best foot forward. You're making yourself as appealing as possible. Well, if you're attracted to men, what men do is they put on their best social skills. So you have to keep that in mind. The way you look on your first date is not how you look all week long, most likely. And so it takes time to see what a person is really like on the day to day, what their attitudes really are on the day to day. And if you see bad things, if you see red flags faster than 6 months, that's really bad. And so you need to have your eyes open and pay attention. So we don't want to be cynical, but we want to be wise about how much we let another person into our lives and how fast we let it happen. Our boundaries, ideally, are like a garage door. So when things are safe, when someone has earned our trust, maybe that garage door can be up and maybe they're allowed in and out of that garage. And it's okay to have that garage door up because they're going to respect everything about you. But if you don't know a person very well, or they have proven that they don't respect your boundaries, then that garage door needs to be down or mostly down. And so the healthier we are, we can determine when it's safe to have that garage door up or boundaries open, and when we want to be more cautious, more selective about our time, our emotions, how much we tell the other person. A healthy relationship develops slowly. So some things, again, to learn: love, sex, chemistry, and need are kind of all different. You can have tremendous chemistry right up front, and that's amazing and it's fun. But love is built over time. Love is built through emotional intimacy, through trust, through time together. And so if you are jumping in too quickly because the chemistry is amazing, then you don't really know this other person yet. And you want to take your time, see what they're willing to invest in you. There's a lot of songs about how love is a drug and blinded by the light, things like that. And this is sort of a joke, but it's true and it's not funny, is that there's a lot of chemicals that go off in our brain when there is sexual attraction. And so the faster you get involved physically, romantically, sexually, that frontal lobe goes off. It's offline. And so we want to keep our brains as long as possible. So again, not to be motivated by fear, but we want to respect ourselves enough to see, what is this other person investing in me? What do I know about how they treated other people in their lives, their other partners? What's their relationship like with their children or their parents? Because what you see in how they treat other people is sooner or later probably what you're going to get. And if you don't like what you see, if it looks disrespectful, if it looks manipulative, sooner or later that is what you're going to get. So we want to be wise. We want to respect ourselves and take our time. When people have been through trauma or abuse, what happens is you have been so neglected, so dismissed, that if somebody throws you some crumbs or a half a sandwich, you think it's Thanksgiving. And so you have to really respect the fact that you want to see what they're willing to invest in you. That isn't selfish. That's realistic. That is a good boundary. That is self-care. See what they're willing to invest in you, and can they maintain it? Some people start off great, but again, can they maintain it? The other example I use with people, and I sort of borrowed this from Jerry Seinfeld, if you're a Seinfeld fan, is that in many ways, a new relationship is a little bit like a job interview. When you go to a job interview, if they say, yes, we want you in this position, we're giving you this job. We don't know what we can pay you. We don't know what your hours will be, but absolutely, yes, we want you for this job. It's like, how many of us would take that job until we know, well, what are they going to pay me? What are my hours going to be? That would really be kind of foolish to jump into something without really knowing, what is this really going to be like? And so we want to use that same kind of really common sense when we're getting to know a new person. Have fun, get to know them, see if you can build a friendship, but try to take your time. If you get in too quickly, then it's a lot easier to get in than to start to back out. And the other thing to consider is our level of confidence is going to impact how well we set boundaries, how well we protect ourselves, how much we excuse in another person. Now, no one's going to be perfect, and we do want to be considerate of the fact that they're going to have issues too. But we don't want to minimize things that are really red flags. It's also good to know what are your tendencies in relationships. Women are nurturers. So if you tend to give a lot, then you might want to slow down on that a little bit, because you want to, again, see what that other person is going to invest in you. Otherwise, you end up in a situation where you're taking care of them and your needs aren't going to be met. So, and people who cheat, they're likely to do the same thing to the next person. So sometimes people are tortured by the idea, well, they've moved on and they're already with someone else. But that kind of shows that they have issues with attachment. They probably have issues with commitment, because if that relationship means something, neither person can move on that quickly. A person who moves on quickly probably can't really attach. And when people don't work on themselves, they repeat the same mistakes. So we've talked about journaling, and whatever your approach to faith or spiritual life can also help you through any crisis. Closure will happen over time. More talks, more interactions, unfortunately, won't help you with closure. Your friends can help you with that. Journaling can help you with that. And if you're having thoughts of harming yourself or another person, please get some professional help so that you don't do anything you regret. You want to take care of yourself. You deserve it. So this is a chance for comments or questions. Thanks everybody for listening. I'm going to see if there's anything in the chat. I'm not seeing any questions right now. So these are things maybe you have thought about and had to do yourself, but hopefully, again, watching that self-talk, watching self-blame, that can really, it can help with the pain level because there's pain when we lose someone, even if it was necessary. So that's what I had to share today. Does anyone want to add anything? Everybody's ready for lunch.
I don't know what's going on with pinning here, but Dr. Tony Cooper, thank you so much. I love how you brought a lot of the clinical points to for you know, that presentation as well. I was someone who tried to take my life over what my therapist called a covert narcissist in every way. So it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this because, you know, the ladies need to know about this type of thing and how it can take over your life. So thank you so very much for your beautiful presentation. It is very much appreciated. So next up, we have Josie Laporto, who is also showing up as Michelle Kaiser. Don't we love tech? We have to love tech. We're just gonna roll with it. It's okay. It's okay. You're rocking the blue. I love it. I love it. You're a goddess. We love you. Josie is going to talk to us today about her presentation is She Rises Still, how love, loss, and legacy awaken this leader within, this powerful leader wearing beautiful bright blue. I love it. That's my Libra rising color. Um, so the floor is all yours, Josie. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so, so much for putting on this event. It is so important. And I can't tell you how I wished that back when I was experiencing my own story, there were people like you around that I wouldn't have known about because these messages are so inspiring and so important. So thank you so much for putting this on. I appreciate it. Let me just get a drink for a minute. I'm a little bit nervous, I have to admit. I am a
It's
global
okay.
speaker,
We've got
and
you. It's okay.
right, thank you. I am a global speaker and I speak, well, this is my third talk this week alone, and I still get nervous every time, right? How many of you feel like that? I think it just means we're in the right spot. So let's just ground in for a minute because I want to share with you something very, very deep within myself. And it's a moment that I rarely, rarely speak about. And it's about the night that I found myself laying on a cold, cold bathroom floor. I wasn't in physical pain. You see, I was in something that I now refer to as soul deep exhaustion. Tears were falling down my face. I felt like I couldn't even breathe. I couldn't catch my breath. And hope was slipping away from me, and I almost felt it. I still remember that night a long time ago. I felt the hope slipping out of my fingertips. I truly didn't want to die. But in that moment, I no longer wanted to live. Not like that. Not like how my life was happening, was unfolding. It wasn't just one moment that brought me to that cold bathroom floor wishing I was dead. It was so many. A buildup of quiet, quiet wounds, shadows in the corners of a daily life that I thought was normal. A life with someone who I thought loved me and who I thought cared for me. Because, after the fights that we had, there was the I'm sorry, it's not you, it's me. And each time there was that I'm sorry, it's not you, that's me, there was another wound slashed in my core, in my body. Not physical, but within. And I was in a relationship that was slowly erasing who I was. And that night, as I lay in silence now on that bathroom floor, gripping a gray fuzzy towel for comfort, and the door closed, knocking on the door saying, "Josie, get out now." And I was fearful because it was either, in my mind, he was going to kill me or I was going to. But there was an inner voice that came to me and said, "No, not like this. This is not your life. This is not how you are meant to be." And I pulled up everything inside of me and I stood up, grasping that gray cloth. It was a towel, but it made me feel comfortable. And I opened that bathroom door and I walked past the man who, for 2 years, made me scared. I grabbed my car keys. And strangely enough, when we're in moments of fight or flight, and I chose me, I grabbed my microwave and I walked out the door and into my car and I drove off, never, ever to look back. And now it's kind of funny how our brains in protection mode think to grab a microwave. I was saving my microwave, but in reality, now that I look back almost 20 years later, saying that microwave represented more than a microwave. It was big and clunky and weird and heavy, but it showed me the strength that I actually had, not just physically to carry that, but the strength that I was pulling deep down from inside of me from only moments before laying on that floor, crying, wanting to be dead. And sometimes what wears a woman down isn't visible. And for me, it wasn't visible. And the reality is, there weren't a lot of dramatic blowouts, but when they did happen, they cut me. Again, not physically, but deep emotionally. And it's the way the affection disappeared and the way those apologies always came to me. I'm sorry. It's not you, it's me. But eventually, what happens is inside, that voice inside of me that was so big and powerful. I have a big voice. Many who know me can tell you that. But that voice grows dim and quieter over time. And in my case, there was an invisible unraveling that was in a home that looked stable, right? How many of you have had that? We're all here. We're very delicate with our hearts today. But from the outside, my life looked great. But on the inside, I knew I was dying and I had to make that choice. And so here's a paradox in this moment. How could I feel the strongest? How could I be the strongest in the moment when I felt the most lost? That microwave actually showed me a lot more than what I thought I was taking when I just took it out of my house, because it was the only thing I could grab, along with my pride, along with my dignity, along with my dreams that were pushed down so far. And in that moment for me, I took off the mask of survival. And underneath it, I found something else. That night on the floor, that night with me crying and so much in pain, it changed something inside of me. But it didn't change because everything got better. No, it actually got worse after that with that relationship. A lot of fear, a lot of threats, a lot of things that I don't even want to mention because I have gotten rid of them now. But there's that voice within that never stops speaking. And that voice, some say I never stop speaking, but there's a voice deep inside of me that never stops. And here's the question: do you listen to the voice? Do you listen to that voice? Do you take a moment to actually hear what that voice is saying? Because sometimes that voice is so soft. Probably can't hear me, right? It's so soft. And then sometimes it gets a little bit louder and a little bit louder until it becomes fierce. That voice just becomes fierce and says, no more. It was always there. It was always there, waiting for a space to be heard. And that whisper eventually became my guide. But it wasn't a shout. It wasn't a demand. Here inside of me, in my heart, in my soul, it was just a knowing. One, you might say a flicker of a light. I don't have a candle to show you, but imagine a flicker of a light. And then the question was, what if there's a different way? What if? What if there's a different way? And so I began rebuilding my soul. And I'm sure many of you who've experienced something similar might be saying, me too. Put it in the comments if it is you. Raise your hand. Me too. And if you're on the edge, if you're there right now in a situation, I invite you to listen to your soft voice. Me too. But healing didn't come in that one big moment of carrying that microwave out or going to live at my parents' house trying to recover who I was. There was still more after that. Stories, lies, trying to use my family against me. But I made small choices. I chose to reclaim little parts of myself. I chose breath work because first, before I can do anything, you need to breathe, right? I know everyone in the world says, breathe, just stop and breathe. I need to breathe right now. A breath. Because in that breath comes the space. We're about to slow down. My father just passed away 3 months ago. And he was one of my biggest champions and supporters, along with my mother, when this life experience happened to me. And he always would say, slow down. That's what this little guy represents. He's not my gray towel anymore. He's my representation of a man who is so strong, who I honor today, my dad. In his words, slow down. He's a sloth. This guy's a sloth. Because when you take a moment to pause and to slow down, you can breathe. That's all it takes to begin. And then for me, nature helped. Sunshine, the wind on my cheeks. And even now with my father, big part of me has been ripped out of my soul. Nature helps with the healing because in the sunshine, I felt the heat, the warmth on my face. It was like my lost ones and now my dad kissing me. And I needed that in that moment where I was trying to regrow myself. And metaphorically thinking about the wind tossing in my hair, I thought that was my grandpa, saying, it's okay, kid. It's okay, Joe, you've got this. And when I cried, I framed those tears into tears of cleansing, tears of healing. And I always visualized my dearly departed loved ones crying with me. And maybe those tears came from a tap on the shoulder that said, it's okay, just let it go. Years later, 16 years ago now, I will say, I found my husband, who I'm married to now. And I laid it all out to him and said, hey, no, I don't accept abuse. I don't accept alcoholism. I don't accept in the first 10 minutes of our first date. Can you imagine what he must have been thinking? But I was strong enough in myself to know what I wanted. And then we moved in. I brought my toothbrush to his house probably only a few days later. And then 2 years later, we got married. A year after that, we had our first child. A year after that, we had our second child. And guess what? That brought me back to life, not away from it. Conversations with my children bring me back to life every single day. How many of you have children and know that, wow, they're so curious and interesting people? And you see, if I took my life on that bathroom floor, I would not have that today. And eventually, my work, what I do now to serve. I don't work just to earn, I work to serve and to create spaces for women like me, like you, and unlike me, who need permission to be whole again. I don't need permission anymore, but I did back then because I let somebody control my life. And that's where this rising metaphor, for probably a decade and a half, I've had a visualization and a story about rising. And the visual for me is a phoenix rising from these ashes, burning. Fire is a big thing. I have a tattoo on my back. That's fire on one side and water on another side. Because for so long, the fire is what consumed me in my life. And I always visualized it as something destructive. And the water was the peace and the calm. But shifting my perspective has allowed me to believe that for me, that fire symbolizes growth and rebirth, just like the phoenix. And so now I live this life as an entrepreneur, a successful entrepreneur, a coach for women entrepreneurs, a women's empowerment coach, a speaker, a Girl Guide leader. I live in Canada. We have Girl Guides. And I'm a leader in our local community for youth. I volunteer. But I never could have done that if I succumbed and let my life crumble on that bathroom floor. And this is why I've created the soulful way for women entrepreneurs, for women who need to grow, who wish to become more empowered. And I call it the soul-led way because it's not just about business. Sure, with my clients, I teach them a soulful method in their business, but I also work with women who want to be more empowered and inspired. So it's not a business system, it's a reclamation of identity. And that soul-led way honors our inner truth deep within us before outward action, because we have to be good within ourselves, right? If you agree with that, put agree in the comments. Nod your head and hold your hands on your heart and say, I'm good with myself, my inner truth. That's key. It also covers purpose over performance. Sure, we have to perform, right? We have to perform day to day. If I didn't do laundry, we would not have clean clothes to wear. If you don't go to work, you might not have money to live in your life. So performance is important. But if you perform with purpose, it's so much better. And so I help women uncover their purpose because I didn't know my purpose back then. I had no clue. I was so broken and battered, relationship after relationship. I thought my purpose was to be somebody else's verbal abuse board, if you will, somebody else's ability to just grab and throw around. But once I discovered my purpose, and my first purpose is wife, mother, that was my soul calling from the time I was a little girl. And as soon as I discovered that and I lived into that and leaned into that and allowed my current husband to nurture me, I discovered my purpose not only of being a wife and a mother, but to help soul-driven women to step into their own purpose and their unique qualities of authenticity. And the third thing is about that gentle power. Now this is good. You ready for this? Put R for ready. Gentle power over force, right? A gentleness. And for me, metaphorically, and maybe many of you are thinking like this, I would lived in a forceful relationship before. not once, not twice, but 3 different relationships. It was a pattern that I had. And then I finally stepped back and said, let me just soften a little bit. I needed to be strong in those relationships, and I needed to be forceful as well to survive. But choosing gentle power, there's a difference between power and force. Agree? I realized that maybe a little later than I would have liked it to happen. But this is not about becoming somebody new or something different. What it is about actually returning to someone, that's you, someone true. It's about returning to who you always were deep inside. You see, every one of us carries stories beneath that surface, right? Stories of love, stories of our pain. That's what we're here today sharing, of survival. How many of us felt like we're just surviving? And whether it be in an abusive relationship, a relationship where we were diminished, or just surviving 5 years ago, we all know that was difficult, right? Or we feel like we're just surviving every day sometimes. How are you doing? Oh, I'm surviving. I hear that all the time. So no matter what your story is, some of them are still unspoken, some are still healing, and some are ready to be spoken. And in my father's passing, when he laid on that bed the day that he died, February 19th this year, I got beside him. I had shown up just moments after he passed. And I lay beside him on the side of his bed, and I grabbed his fuzzy beard and I whispered to him, and I made a promise because he helped me heal along with my mother and my family. But my dad always got me. He understood the soul of what I had gone through my whole life and who I really was. And I whispered to him and I said, Dad, I hope you hear me. I know you can still hear me. I am your legacy. I will create a legacy of kindness and love. And so the Echoes of Love movement was born. So you see creation like the phoenix. Something comes out of all of this pain that I've experienced in my life. An Echoes of Love movement was born. My father always said, Joe, can you imagine if the whole world felt love at the same moment? Instead of fear, instead of anger, instead of pain. He said that to me during the global pandemic 5 years ago. And that stuck with me in my soul. And I knew there was some purpose for me to hold on to that feeling and that thought. But it wasn't until he passed away where it became so clear to me that is my mission to carry on that legacy of kindness, of love. Not just as an event, but as a remembrance and a space to honor those legacies that we carry, the stories that we all have within ourselves. We all have stories, wouldn't you agree? But sometimes we're a little too shy, or maybe we think our story's not important. Our story might not help somebody else. But we carry those stories as part of us, as legacies. And guess what? Who here is still writing their story? I have many stories to tell, as I'm sure you all do. But we're still writing these stories, and that's beautiful because collectively we are all rising. Each voice, each heart, each act of kindness, echoing love forward. Because in love, we can heal. In kindness, we can heal. And not just to people outside, not just to people around us, but within ourselves. We have to love ourselves. How many of you can honestly raise your hand? And I hope you all do, but if it's okay if you're not there yet, can honestly say, I truly love myself. Yeah, that's powerful. And that love probably was birthed from a lot of trauma and a lot of difficulty. And I used to say, I don't have trauma in my life. Oh, I always thought trauma was for somebody who like survived a fiery car crash. Right? I didn't have a fiery car crash, although I had several crashes. That's in one of my other talks that I do. But oh my goodness, trauma can be anything that destroys your soul, that hurts you deep down. But what if you can take those stories of your life and create an echo of kindness and love for your own legacy? And for those who feel called, I invite everybody to share your stories. There is a place, there is a time, there is always a time and a place to share your story. And there's no pressure or push to do it. It's just resonance, because when your story resonates in love, somebody else is going to share a story that resonates in love. And before you know it, I'm getting some props here. You have this one resonating, and then you have another one resonating. And now we're all resonating and vibrating at this high energy of what? Say it out loud. I won't be able to hear you, but love, right? Kindness. And you know, our rising isn't always dramatic. It doesn't have to be dramatic, but sometimes it's really subtle. Just a breath, a step forward. But here's the thing, it's a choice to keep moving, to go forward. And sometimes we move 2 steps forward and 10 steps backwards, and then we get so frustrated, but don't give up. Don't give up. She, meaning you, she, all of us, her, heal her. She doesn't rise once. She rises again and again after heartbreak, after silence, after collapse, like I did on that bathroom floor that night. I rose. It took everything out of me to step up, clutching that gray towel, knowing that he was on the other side of that door. What was going to meet me on the other side of the door? But I rose out of courage, and I knew that I had more to give to this world. And each time you, she, us rise, we come back stronger. We come back a little bit softer, and we come back clearer in our message. Now, this talk began on a bathroom floor. That's hard to take. But it ends with this. You, her, she rises still. And that truth, that lives in all of us. I invite you all to share in your story, to rise in your courage, and to ripple an echo of love and kindness. Thank you guys so much.
Josie, my goodness, what an empowering story you just told. I'm so grateful for your existence. I'm grateful you picked up that microwave and left. And it's crazy. We say a microwave, really, but no, when you're in that state of mind, you don't realize what you're picking up. I left my ex's house one day and got to my house before I realized I was still in my nightgown, my hair tie, and my slippers. When you're in that distressed moment, we never know. So those of you who are in the chat, we understand there's a problem with the chat. I tried to make it available, but unless we shut the webinar down and begin again, it won't allow us. But please go to the Q&A section. I am going through and I'm trying to answer as many as I possibly can. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you for answering the call. Thank you for showing up at that Libra rising blue, girl, because you're killing it, you're rocking it, you're doing it. And thank you for putting women on the healing journey.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. So you guys, next we have a huge presentation, and I know you guys are like, more, but yes, I am like an infomercial. Wait, there's more. Okay. Pam Sullivan. Where do I begin? She came into my TikTok one night And I heard my mother's voice say, "You always respect that woman." All I saw was a little yellow dot. And I'm like, okay, whatever you say, I'm in my element, I'm doing my thing, right? But Auntie, as I refer to her, I didn't know was on assignment by Mama. And Auntie looks out for me. She looks over me. She's my fairy godmother. She is the woman who checks on me when I'm having seizures, comes in and out of the camera, quick stealth flight, and always knows when Lotus is trying to get her attention. So it is not only my honor and my pleasure to present to you Ham Sullivan, Pain to Purpose. Her story is one of great strength. So please, guys, buckle in. You're in for a ride. Auntie, I'm so proud of you and I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you. I'm so glad to
And
be here.
take it away, Auntie.
Okay, I'm here. I'm going to go here. Okay, my story starts. I never knew what abuse was. I never saw my parents, in an abusive relationship. So I didn't grow up, well, I didn't grow up to see it. So I end up getting into an abusive marriage, not knowing what abuse was. And I allowed myself as a little girl get beat up from one person that was supposed to be my friend, because I was protecting her, because as when she was a child, her mother had her baby bed by the hot water heater, because in the old houses, hot water heaters was, in the house. And it caught fire and she got burned. And kids used to tease her, and I used to protect her and not let nobody abuse her. But the anger that she had for other people abusing her, she took the abuse out on me. But I never would fight back. And so I felt that when I got older, I had so much anger because I never would speak up for myself. I would always allow someone to say this or that, and it was always yes. It was never a no with me. It was always yes. So the yeses turn into anger. And at the time, I had no idea that I had this, I was carrying the weight of the world on my shoulder, because everybody's problem was mine. So when I got into this marriage, I was happy. You when you get married, you think you're going to have this white picket fence and everything is going to be just perfect. Going to have your children and everything is going to be fine. Well, to my surprise, that didn't happen. I can remember for the first time it happened, I was pregnant with my son. And it's the youngest son because it's his father. And I don't know if y'all had back in the days where you had telephones that you could see if somebody was on the other phone because it showed the red button at the bottom. So I woke up and I saw the red button on the phone. So I slightly picked it up, and it was my ex-husband on the phone downstairs. So I listened to this conversation, and to my surprise, he was talking to another woman. So I slightly hung the phone up, and I laid there. So when he comes back upstairs, he gets in the bed, and I'm like, and I moved. And he was like, "What's wrong?" I said, "Well, I need to understand the person that you was talking to on the phone. You don't know what you're talking about. You just heard, you thinking you heard this and that." I said, "Okay." I gets up out of the bed to go downstairs, to him pushing me downstairs, and I was pregnant with my son. So we as women, and we done been through abuse, it's always this wall where we protect them, and we have no one to protect us. So at that time, I had to go to the hospital because at that point, I was bleeding. Doctor asked, "What happened?" I slipped down the stairs. He said, "You slipped?" I said, "Yeah, I got, was going down the stairs and wasn't paying attention, didn't cut the light on." That's when the lies begin, because we build ourselves up to cover up every single thing that happens to us. I went through the point of being busted in the head, thrown to the floor, kicked, stomped, not being able to go to work the next day because my body hurts. Had to call in. Then when I went to work, I had to wear makeup on my face because there was a bruise. Had to make sure I had on long sleeves because I'm one of them ones that's a sensitive. You pop me and I bruise. So imagine getting punched. And we allow this to happen to us because we had this thing that is love. But that's not love. But in the moments when we don't find out, we think that it's love. Because every woman that has been in these situations, we block everything out and say, "Oh, maybe it won't happen again." He said he was sorry. And that's where our mistakes come in. My aunt, my dad's sister, came over when I was little, and she had a black eye. And I asked her what happened. And she said she was opening the refrigerator door, freezer door, and she wasn't paying attention and she hit herself in the face. I was like, okay, I didn't know. I was a little girl. But it was in my family. What we was never told. See, we have these things back when you're young. What goes on in my house stays in my house. So I want to tell you ladies today, no, it doesn't. What happened then, don't bring that now. Don't teach your children that. Because that's when something happens to them because you don't believe them. Never put a man before your children. Not anyone before your children. But in the moments, we don't know that. I have a nephew that just graduated from college, first generation. He came home. This 2 years he's been out of college. In March, when he first got home, we over to my brother's house and we having a good time. And my cousin says, yeah, I remember when Aunt Lee, her mom was beat, which was my daddy's sister. And I'm like, what? So there's another thing, another aunt that I found out that was abused. So it took me in my 50s to find out that she was abused, and she was the oldest. So I broke down and I cried, and I'm like, okay, so all of this is going on, and nobody informed us women, so we would not have to carry this. I didn't know you didn't know. So I go outside and I'm sitting and talking to my brother and his friends. And my brother said, oh, yeah, daddy used to, mama used to, daddy used to just be, in his back in the garage and with the pool table and listen to his music. And, mama used to just go at him. And I'm like, what? So I found out that it was my mom that was at my dad. But at this time, my mom is deceased. She just passed away 2 years ago. So all of this, I never knew. So my son, my oldest, he saw the abuse. And that's the wrong thing to do, to allow your children to see you be abused. I was hit so much in my head. I stayed in this marriage for 6.5 years. For the first 3 years of my marriage, I was abused. Till one day, he jumped on me. I ran and got in my car. He took his fist and he busted through my car window. But I drove off. I sat on the corner outside the complex and I was like, what am I going to do? By that time, when I sat there for about an hour or two, I decided to go back in the house. And at that point, he was asleep. And this is the funny part. His mother was in the other room with my children. His mother, a woman that I allowed in my space, she never once came out of the room. Well, which was my son's room. So I went in my room, I shut the door, I went in the closet, and I got my gun. And I put it to his head. If you touch me again, I will splatter your brains all over this room. So then that's when it kicked in. Hey, it's either going to be him or me. So I was prepared for it not to be me. But I didn't want my children to not have anyone. And for my mom to be raising my children. So I had to take the initiative to say, it's time to go. A lot of times we got so much junk in our trunk, we don't even want to clean it out. And some of us still got junk in the trunk. So how long you gonna keep that junk in that trunk? Because there's sometimes you need to clean it. Because if it don't, you're gonna be in there with it. I had to drive at night and couldn't understand why I had flashing lights when I drive. Go to the eye doctor. So I got to go to the eye doctor. Went to the eye doctor. He said, ma'am, we need to do emergency surgery. I said, what are you talking about? He said, ma'am, you're going to go blind. I said, what? He said, ma'am, it's not one, it's both. Both of your retinas are torn in your eyes. And if we don't do surgery, you will never see again. So I got the surgery done. At this point, you have to say enough is enough. So he ended up getting in trouble. And I said, God, is this my enough? Is enough? Because, we have to ask these questions. And I have to say this one thing. Be careful what you ask for. Because guess what? You will get it. Because I had all kinds of phone calls. I had everything that God wanted me to see. Because see, there's one thing we have to understand. If we don't see things for what it's for, we'll stay deep down inside of that space. So you can't tell people that, oh, I just want, oh, girl, you need to stay in your marriage. It's okay. Don't let nobody tell you that. Nobody deserves that. No, I tell you what, you can stay in that. Because I'm not. My family didn't know any of this. 6 years ago is when I told my sister and brother. My brother blew up. Why you just not telling me? I said, because let me tell you something. If I would have told you then, you'd be locked up or you would have got taken out of here. And I had to look at mama and daddy in the face every day. And he stood there and he said, you're right. I say, so let me show you how this works. I protected you all, but I had no one to protect me. No one. Because I was taking those licks. I was taking those abuses. And got up every day with a mask on my face. How you doing? Oh, girl, I'm doing fine. How you doing? Girl, what you need? Mm-hmm. And in the inside, it was like a pit bull was ripping my insides out. And every single time I hear now, that's why I became a motivational speaker for women for abuse, because women, I hear them say, but he loves me. Oh, let me show you something about that love. I said, let me give you this first. We got 4,075 women a year die from a domestic abuse. We have 75% of those women try to leave. And we got 5% of women that survive. And I am one of those 5 in the era that I came from. So you have to pick and choose your battles. Now, you arguing? I'm gone. Nope, we ain't doing that. I will die by myself before I allow another man to put his hands on me. Because you don't deserve it. Because what we had back then, watching our ancestors go through this, do you think that they wanted us to go through this? No. They watched us go through it because guess what? We had to. Because it was nothing that they could do. We had to take those licks. We had to take those bruises. We had to take everything that you was called. You was called everything but your name. And at some point, you begin to say, that's my name. Bitch, oh, that's me. How, oh, that's me. Motherfucker, oh, that's me. Now, my name is Pam. And I'm changing my last name back to where you see it say Sullivan, because that's my father's last name. That my grandfather was a king. It used to be a slave name. It used to be Sullivan, but my grandfather put the T in it because he said he would never allow us to carry that name because it was a slave name. We are no longer slaves. So I am proud to be a Sullivan. So every last one of you women, I can tell you this. Don't you never, ever let another man call you what your mom didn't name you. Even if your parents took you through some drama, guess what? You're grown enough to take some steps and say, okay, you know what? I'm going to love you from over there. Because I got a whole lot of them. How you doing? Don't call me. Hey, what's going on in the family? I don't want to know. And my family know why. Want to know why I don't go around y'all? Because y'all toxic. I live a good life. I took care of my mother for 14 years because I refused to put her in a nursing home. Me and my sons took care of my mom. My sister and brother, 10 minutes away. They came. She knew that she was loved. She took care of us. So why would I put you in a place that I wouldn't want to be in? But I'm going to tell you, it's not easy. Because it was some hard nights. It was some hard times. But guess what? I was built for it. Those tears that I cried at night for my mom, she deserved every last one of them. When I lost my father 32 years ago, I still never got over my father leaving her. And you know the funny part? They both died in the home that I'm in. Their home that I live in, I lost both of them in this house. I wanted to take my life because it was like this one particular night. Can y'all hear me? This one particular night, it looked like just a train just came and just hit me in my chest. And I started looking and it was like everything that I went through in my life, everything came full circle. Full circle. I was like on a merry-go-round. I couldn't get off. And I said, you know what? Let me get this. I got a pad. And I wrote on it. I wrote to my sons. I said, y'all take care of Granny. Y'all be good to one another. Mama can't do this. I can't. Took a bottle of pills. Poured them on the bed. Keep water by my bed. Signed it. I love you. Laid my phone down. And you know how you lay your phone down and it light up? My phone lit up. And it was this man. David Power Talk. I saw him, his hat, pain is power. So, okay. So I picked up the phone and I started listening to him. And I was like, oh, okay, this man done, he done had it all. He done been through it all. And little old me, because we think ours is bigger than somebody else's. When you got somebody, it's bigger than yours.
So I started listening to him and I joined his group. So that's the woman that you see now. Because to this day, I don't even know what that letter is. I don't even care. We done throw things away and it done got lost somewhere. But I don't care. And then I met this awesome, beautiful woman that's hosting this summit. I was scrolling one night, I was at work. And I said, let me see what she talking about. And something made me stay there. And then I started going there every night. Then I started seeing some things that I thought the only person was seeing was me. I'm like, okay, is that picture back there blinking? And she was like, she said, she said it's blinking. I was like, oh, okay. I thought it was me. I said, maybe why them diamonds blinking back there? So later on, she finally told me, she said, that's my mom. She said, and she chose you. I said, she chose me for what? She chose you to watch over me. I'm like, huh? I'm like, what your mom got up her sleeve? Hey, what? She said, yeah. I said, well, you know what? If that's what she said, okay. Because I'm not going to question her. I want that wedding dress and that person standing at the foot of my bed. You know, baby, whatever you say, I love her. And I will fight for her. I will get on a plane, a jet, a bike, whatever I got to do to get to her if she needs me. Because I'm one phone call away. And everybody should have someone that you can say, you're one phone call away. When you got somebody telling you what you could have, should have, and what you need to be doing, you be like, okay, are you doing it? No, okay, goodbye. Ladies, we don't need that. We don't deserve it. Doormat is not your name. You can take a house of water, but you can't make them drink. So when you get to that point when you're trying to talk to somebody and you see that it's just not going, baby, let me tell you, love you. That's it. See you later. I'm not doing it. I can't. I have enough going on with me. I'm not taking it on. You're gonna either be on board with me or you're gonna catch that train that way. Because guess what? I'm going this way. And this train is full, baby. It's packing. So if you ain't on this ride, I don't know what to tell you. Stop allowing people to tell you what you should be doing in your household. Stop them trying to tell you, oh girl, he okay. No, he okay for you, but he ain't okay for me. I'm not doing that. So when you see yourself getting into anything, any confrontation with anybody, even a man, that's your cue. When you meet them, how you doing? I'm doing fine. You know, I had this, that, you know, and you know, I did, whoa, stop. Okay. I say, Lord, if this is not for me, remove this. And guess what? There's no more phone calls. I don't hear from you. Hey, that was my cue. That's my cue. I'm not doing it. Because that's overwhelming. Clean your trunk out. Just go. Just take. You know, you can even take the tie from back there because it's holding weight too. You know, don't keep carrying all them baggages because it's only weighing you down. Because women, we have to understand. We're very strong women, and we strong together, not tearing each other apart. Because you got a sister somewhere that's in need and won't open their mouth. Guess what? You lend out your hand. Because I'm going to tell you, it's one thing I can tell you. Other women know the secret. Other women know when other women is in pain. You hear that? Other women know when other women is in pain. So ease on to that lady, talk. She may be mean, be like, okay, she mean, but I know you're hurting. because I had to figure that out from a lady that I used to work with. She was mean, but I knew she was hurting. So I took her outside and I said, what's going on with you? She said, what you talking about? I said, some days you come in here and you jolly. Some days you come in here, you don't make a sound. And she started crying. And she said, can I hug you? I said, yeah. Ladies, I'm going to tell you something. If you have someone that has passed on and you still harboring over someone that abused you or did something to you and he deceased, we got some real issues because he's hunting you from the ground. You up and he's down and you still dragging that wagon. No, nah. You need peace. And they got a bunch of women up on this panel can give you that peace that you need. Do not accept nothing that you ain't supposed to. Because that pain is going to wear you down. Because that person is already gone. That person not coming back here. You got to forgive yourself because you're not going to get a forgive you from that person. So forgive yourself and forgive them. You have to forgive them, but you forgive them over there. Even if they don't say, I apologize, I'm sorry. Baby, you're sorry, I already got that. I got it in my spirit, in my stomach, in my soul. And you better keep it up here. Because all you women are powerful, but you let no one tell you that you're not. The love is in you. And it definitely shows on you when you walk. Don't walk away from here with no sad face. If you cry, cry. We all cry. But you cry for a good reason. You cry because your heart is heavy because you want to help someone that don't want to be helped. And then you got to say, okay, I can't help everybody. I tried. Because guess what? That same person that you couldn't help is going to come back and tell you, thank you. And you're going to be like, you're welcome. You ain't even got it. You ain't got to know why because you already know why. Because that person knew that you knew what they were going through. They was just fighting. But we all got to fight. But we have to fight for what's right. You fight for what's right. And you fight for women that's going through trauma. Women that's going through pain and have no one. But we have an outlet where we can help one another. Don't leave away from here not knowing that you was loved by somebody and everybody on this panel. We don't even know each other. None of us. But we was here for a reason. We got connected for a reason. Everything just don't happen just accident. Nothing is accident. People say, oh, girl, there was accident. No, it wasn't. It was meant to happen. Everything we went through, every pain, every lick, every house, whatever you lost, it was meant. And I had to accept that. I prayed and said, like, God, don't let my baby boy, he's 33, but don't let him, don't let mama pass when I'm not home. Left that morning, told her I loved her, and she shook her head. Got to work, working. My mother passed, so I was at work. Because she wanted to be with my son. The same thing she told me when my dad passed, when we left, why he didn't go. She said, because it wasn't meant. It was meant for me. So things that we can pray for and ask for, sometimes it's not meant for you. Sometimes your prayers are meant for someone else. They don't even know it. But you will feel it. Because if you let everything go, everything, and breathe and live, because some of us not living, we existing. Stop existing. Your life is bigger than existing. You got something that you need now, but you can't get it because you're existing. If you want to say that you want something, you want to go for it, go for it. Which way now? We all got financial problems. Wait, hey, you ain't got no money, I ain't got nothing either, girl, but we gonna do something. Let's go. Hey, we gonna get some money somewhere. We gonna know when we get there. Just long as the car full, we can worry about that when we get there. Because guess what? It's gonna be a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. And it's always somebody on each shoulder. They in circles. And you always got one that leads the pack. My grandmother leads the pack, she comes when she wants to. She just, make her way. And, I'm getting to read. Homegirl right there. Like, hey, you don't need them. Okay, big mama, I got you. I can't talk to mom and dad. But that was my hero. I love my mom and dad, but my grandmother was my hero. I stayed with my grandmother till I was 20 years old. And that was my big mom. So ladies, this is something that's awesome and needs to be had. So everyone on here knows that I love each and every one of you. And I don't have to know you. Stand tall. Stand with your chest up. Because what's for you is on the way. Just keep smiling. Smile through the pain. Because guess what? That pain, it'll ease up. Because see, people don't even know. A lot of people don't know what I go through. I done had cancer. I done had brain surgery. Had to go back and have thyroid. I had thyroid cancer. Had to go move one, then 4 years later, move the other one. So I have no thyroids. They went through my nose to get the tumor because I had a tumor that was on my optic nerve. And then 3 days later, went blind after surgery, okay? In the left eye. Couldn't see. So if a person say, oh, you don't know what a person go through because they can't see. Oh, yeah, I do. Quit telling people what they don't know because you don't know what a person go through. Because if you wouldn't have known, if I wouldn't have told you what I've been through. But see, I weathered the storm because it gets better. That weight gets heavy, but it'll start getting lighter. Shine your light. Quit dimming your light for other people. Your light should look like the sun. But I know somebody on here, light is dim. And I don't even know who you are. I know your light is dim. And I know it shouldn't be. Because you're a strong woman. You're a powerful woman. And we all got you. All you have to do is ask. You know the old saying, closed mouths don't get fed? They don't. Brighten your light. Don't leave off here with your light dim. And sis, I know you know who that is. Mama know too. That's why they on here. She didn't put us here just for, hell yeah, I'm gonna be there. No, she put all us here for a reason. But she put someone on here Pacific because they light is dim. Your smile is not bright. And you know who you are. But I love you guys. This was awesome. And I wouldn't have missed it for the world. But we're going to keep on scribing. Because today just begun. It just begun. It's just begun for all of us. Because it's people that we never thought we would come across. But like I said, it's not accident. No accidents. People say you had a car wreck. If somebody, it was accident. No. You was told something. And you wanted to do what you wanted to do. That's why that work happened. Hey, you better listen, because they be right here telling you, don't do that. Don't do that. You get when something happened. It wasn't an accident. You didn't listen. Listen. Listen to the voice that is telling you what to do. They're not just speaking just to speak. Their energy be around you, but you can't feel it. Because light is dim. They're trying to brighten your light, and you won't let them. Speak. That's what we have a voice for. To speak. No more dimming your lights. No more abandonment. You stay strong. You are the queen in your castle. And if you got a king, he'll know it. He'll know you're a queen too. Because he know what you ain't going through, okay? Like, okay, brother. But we have to stay aligned. We have to keep aligned with everything that we do. Sometimes it get hard. We all know that. Sometimes you can cry. You cry. But it's okay to cry. Baby, that's good water. That's good tears. Because if you hold it in, you're killing yourself. Being mean and hateful and hating all the time. Why? Because you're missing your blessings. And I can speak for that. Because I be fussing all the time. I be at work, want to choke somebody. Like, ooh, is it time? I'm like, okay, is it time to go? Is this my time to clock out here? Because I be ready to go. Because I'm like, okay. But we got to keep on striding. Keep on pushing. Just love on each other. Just need us when you need us. Even if you don't. Just don't take nothing in carrying the bear of something that's not for you to carry. You have to be just as flimsy as these. Just like waves. This is what you should be. You shouldn't be like this. Just your life, it's supposed to like this. It's supposed to flow. You're gonna have some hiccups, but still, it's supposed to flow. Nothing should be heavy. You know what to give those things when it's heavy. Because they will take them. You just got to give them to them. So, when are you going to give it to them? Because they ready. They ready. Just waiting on you. Yes, they just ready. That's why my sis up there tell her all the time. I'm like, it's heavy. She said, that's okay. We're gonna work that out. It gets heavy. I have to check on her all day long. She moved. I'm thinking it's her, but it's Lotus. If she moved, just like now, she moved. Babe, it shows on my phone. Get what you doing. Wake up. Wake up. But this is awesome. You women are awesome in each and every way. And don't you ever forget it. Thank you all for having me.
Fairy godmother, I am so grateful for you, and I am so proud of you, even though you share your story boldly. I'm grateful that you're here today. And I'm really grateful Mom brought you into my life. I wouldn't want to live without it. So thank you so much for openly sharing with these women what you've been through. And it hurts me to know that someone hurt you. But that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Because we have walked that healing journey. And despite knowing that we have been through immeasurable pain, we can be there for each other.
Yep.
We can encourage one another. I saw my fairy godmother using some of my TikTok motions. She didn't think I saw that. When she said over there, that's me. I'm all about I forgive you. Stay over there.
Stay over there.
That's where you are safe, and so am I.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna be over here.
there.
You're gonna be over there.
Exactly. So I am so grateful for you coming today to be here. You know, even with work and all that you're going through, you chose to be here. You wanted to be here. You were destined to be here, Auntie, because Lotus, Auntie don't want to talk to you right now. She talks to you at night. You see a little
Lotus,
head.
bye-bye.
You see a little head. No, ma'am. So I'm really grateful that you chose to share your story with these beautiful women, and even the ones who, watch the replays or the YouTube clips or whatever comes out. The whole reason for this summit was for us to be raw and openly honest. See, it's not just about the women that you see in front of you. We were you. That's why I did this. We were you. And we have our rough moments. Trust me. My bestie is going to share her story tomorrow, and she gets more text messages from me than anybody when I'm going.
But we here
And then
for a
my
reason.
fairy godmother gets them. She gets them with baby. I'm worried about you. She'll pop in and out, and I don't even know she's on the camera. Baby, I'm worried. Just sit out. You're at your desk too much. I need you to go rest. You're at your desk too much.
It's time for you to go to bed. Yes, ma'am. I'm going in a few minutes.
Me one night. It's time to go to bed.
On her phone one night.
That's what I
In
did,
the bed.
y'all.
She
Guess
in the
what I
bed
did?
on
I
her
was
phone.
like,
You
it
got that
was
phone to go to
like
bed.
having my mother here all over again. It was hilarious. I was scared.
Go to bed.
I had to put the phone down. But that's what happens when you build a community of women who actually love,
Yep.
who know that there's a bigger purpose, who understand that they're on assignment. And that's just who my fairy godmother is. She is just that. She's the woman who can tell my big 50-year-old self to go to bed. And I flip my phone up like my kids when they were teenagers, and I would catch them in the room on their phone. I flip it up and it hits the nightstand. I'm like, if it hits the floor, I'm not picking it up. So we have a community. We have a community of women who just want to love on you,
Yep.
who want to see your smile again, who want to feel that vibrant energy come to life in you. That's who all of these women are. We have coming up, I call her, she's one of my fairy godmothers too. That's just it. Okay. She's she's one of them. She's made the team, especially since we started the summit, and I fell in love with Miss Abigail Lotus right before the summit. And she brings me down. She has this way about her, Miss Abigail, where when she messages you, she texts you, she's on the screen with you. She can take that energy and just bring it down. And she'll say, baby, it's all going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. The Lord said it's going to be okay, so it's going to be okay. And you don't have a choice but to believe her. So I am so proud that both of my godmothers, yes, I appointed both of you. I don't know what to tell you, are speaking back to back. And when I scheduled, I did that by design because both of them have such powerful testimonies and powerful voices that they had to be together. They had to be together in this space. So, Auntie, I love you. I love you. I love you. I thank you. Well, yeah, look, Mama made me put the Leo earrings on today because, she couldn't be left out of it, right? She couldn't be left out of it. And if you guys don't know the funny behind Auntie talking about Mama in her wedding dress, I always share a photo of my mother who transitioned with my TikTok community so they understand who Mama Lorraine is and what type of energy she carries. And I am bringing that up to share with all of you now. My mother, who whispered to me that this summit had to happen, my mother was a fox, okay? Mama Lorraine was eloquent and beautiful and gorgeous. So when you think about her, this is the woman that whispered in my ear, summit. And that's why Auntie don't want her standing at the foot of the bed in her wedding dress, because it's creepy. But Auntie, I love you. Thank you so much.
I love you too.
So much.
You're welcome.
So we have got Miss Abigail coming up. And Miss Abigail said, you got to see it to be it. So I'm going to step out her way so she can tell me how to see it to be it because I want to be it. Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Abigail.
Oh, darling, thank you so much. You are just such an amazing young woman. And I say young because I can do that. From the first time I saw you, I knew that there was a connection somehow because, like Miss Pam just said, nothing happens by accident, and our steps are ordered when we allow them to be. Sometimes we walk in other places, but when we allow those steps to be ordered, they lead us to exactly where we're supposed to be. And so I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm so thankful for what you're doing for these women. Powerful women, women who were created to have a voice and make a difference in this life, and who have been shut down time and time and time again. And I have come with some things, and as I've been listening to all of you this morning, just some things keep popping up, keep popping up, keep popping up. I've always been a why person. Why does this happen? Why is this happening? Because there is a reason for everything. Things just don't happen because there is a reason for everything. And I am an oddity. Um, I met Jesus at 14 with a joint in my hand. I met him earlier, which was good because I got born again as a young girl, and it saved my life because I ran the streets. And it was the only way to save my life because I was in the streets. So when we think about why these things are happening to women, um, I've learned some things. And I want to put this out there because we don't understand. I wanted to know, why does it happen to some and not to others? And what I've realized is that every last woman walking the face of the earth has had some form of abuse, mentally, verbally, sexually. Some form of abuse has happened to each one of us. The thing is, some of us escape and some don't. Why? Because when I read in the Bible, it says that we're all created equally, which means there is something that's causing this to happen to some. And even though it's attempted with everyone, some escape. My mother, speaking of mother, my mom was born in 1918. I'm a slap 74 in like 3 weeks. My mother had me at the age of 35. I was an only child. She was one of 10. And she wanted to live her life. She was born and raised in the South. She didn't want that for me. So she moved up north and she lived her life. And then at 35, she decided to have me. And and I never understood this until I got older, but she was alone my entire life. Like I looked at you showing the picture of your mother in her wedding dress. My mother never had a wedding dress. She never got married. She got pregnant and went to this woman, this tarot card reader, who told her that the man was going to try to take me from her. He had 10 kids, and she's like, no, that's not happening. So she put him out. So I met my mother, I met my father at 27. She decided she did not want to raise me living with a man who decided he wanted to sexually abuse me, should that have been the case. So she stayed alone her entire life. I watched her live her life alone. She gave it up for me. I had never seen anyone or even knew that someone would do that. But to protect me, that's what she did. So one of the things she taught me as I was watching her life is what we do and how fear attaches itself to us. And I didn't realize it at the time. But as a little girl, she used to, Saturday was, let's do the hair. So we got the straightening comb, we put it on the fire, and we are straightening this hair. And I'd sit there and she'd talk to me because only child of one parent, it was only the two of us. And she'd sit there and she'd do my hair and she's like, now, Donnie, now don't you get pregnant, Donnie. Now, Donnie, now don't you get pregnant, Donnie. Well, Donnie didn't know what pregnant was. Donnie was a little girl. So Donnie had no clue what pregnant was. But at 14, Donnie had a little boy. At 14, Donnie was pregnant. And the Lord began, because I gave my life to him at a very young age, he began to teach me some things down the line. And one of the things he taught me about was fear. And the thing about it is because she had a love of reading. She loved to read. She had books all through her house, self-help books, Think and Grow Rich, all those books. She had them in her house with her little sixth grade education. And so I would read stuff, but because I loved colors, she had this book in the house that had red words. And I'm like, oh, the words are red. And so I pick up the book with the red words and start reading. Just happened to be the Bible. I know. When she worked, she found out that she made more money at night. Only child, one parent. She was hiring people to take care of me, and she came home. Something happened one day. She came home early and found me in the woman's house by myself while the woman was outside playing numbers, chasing some money. And I'm in the house by myself on the floor with my dolls. And she came and she looked at me and she's like, she took me home. And she said, if this woman that I'm paying my hard earned money to can leave her by herself, so can I. And so that's the day I became a latchkey kid. She put a key around my neck and she said to the Lord, she gave me back to the Lord. She said, Lord, you gave her to me and I got to work. And I'm giving her back to you because if you can't keep her alive, what am I going to do? And she trusted him to keep me alive. And she went to work. She taught me the 23rd Psalm and the 91st Psalm, but the 23rd first. And when I ran into a man that I was going out with that used to like to beat me, and I figured out that's not for me, and I left. So I went back home and I'm sitting in the living room, and this man knew my mother worked nights and knew when I was by myself. Doorbell rang. I tiptoed up to the front of the house, looked out the keyhole, and it was him. And I knew that if he got to me, he was going to kill me. So I tipped back down to the back of the house and I sat on the bed. And the only thing I knew was what came up in me was the 23rd Psalm and that one verse. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for God is with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. And I sat on that bed and I rocked back and forth. And I said that over and over again in fear because I heard him come up the fire escape and try to get into the house. Praise God. I had snuck out the house one day, called myself being cute, and came back, and my mother had nailed the doggone window shut. And that's the only reason he didn't get in, because she had nailed the window shut. And I'm rocking back and forth. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. And I was scared, but that's what came out my mouth. And then after a little while, I didn't hear anything anymore. He was gone, and I never saw him again. That was the day that I really understood. There had been one other time when I thought I was cute and I'm running up and down the streets, not knowing I was being watched. And I'm hanging out with the older girls because the older girls they were cool. And like, I was just like in my lower teens. I wasn't cool. And I walked in my building and two guys jumped out from the staircase and dragged me up on the roof with the intention of molesting me. And I had one trying to penetrate from the front and one trying to penetrate from the back. And that song, all of a sudden, I heard our super coming up the stairs. I heard him coming up the stairs, and I didn't know what to do. They heard him, and it must have sounded like a herd of elephants because they dropped me and ran. Now, the attempt was made, but it didn't succeed because of what my mother taught me. And as I was out in the street doing all the things that I wasn't supposed to do, because of what she taught me with her sixth grade education, because she didn't know any other way to protect me, I was protected. So, why do I tell you this? Because there is a strategic plan that has been in place since the beginning of time. And I want to read you why we as women are so hated. We are hated. We are despised. And how can I tell that? Because when you look at what women are being put through, the degradation, the everything that we are being put to, how we are being shamed and beaten, and all of this. Why? Genesis 3:15. Got to go back to the beginning. And during the fall, when God was looking at the enemy and said, okay, so you did this, and because you did this, I will put enmity between you and the woman and between your offspring and hers. I will make you and the woman enemies to each other. Your children and her children will be enemies. There was another one. I will place hostility between you and the woman. I will make you and the woman hostile towards each other. Not only does he hate us, but he also said, your kid is going to be the one to bruise your head. So his whole thing is to take out the women because he hates us. Scripture says he comes to steal, kill, and destroy. So if he can't steal from us, he tries to kill us. And if he can't kill us, his thing is to destroy us. And he's been very good at that because we don't know what we've been given. There are spiritual laws that have come that are made, and there are physical laws. If I take this pin and drop it, it is a natural law. It's going down because gravity is a law. There are spiritual laws that say what we focus on becomes a part of our life. What we fear becomes a part of our life. One of the things that when you look at Job, and I'm not a so listen, Jesus is my ride or die. Okay. I already told you I met him with a joint in my hand. So this is not no spiritual, oh, we gonna come go to Jesus moment. I ain't come to convert anybody. Don't clutch your pearls. I'm just here to show you how things work. Because if we don't know how it works, we don't know that we're the ones that keep doing it. People were talking this morning about how we're in control. We are in control. But we don't know we're in control because they have hidden this. Because if you know what the heck you're doing, you can stop it. So they say, oh, well, don't read the Bible because you can't understand it. That's a load of crap. That's a load of crap. They tell you this doesn't work, and they have us looking for answers everywhere else. And a lot of the times the books that we're looking for answers in, they got that crap. Excuse me. They got it from the Bible. They got it from the Bible. They just took God and Jesus out. And it's like, okay, well, we can do that. So we are always looking, we're always looking at like things that we put in our mouth, like watch what you eat. Like we're so careful, like don't eat this and don't eat that and don't eat this. And we let all sorts of things go into our heads. We let all sorts of information shape the way we think and what we're doing because we don't understand that the way we think attaches us to the very things that we don't want. When my mother was afraid and didn't want me to be pregnant and have a baby early because she lived her whole life before she had me, what happened was I lived out her fear. When my son used to go to sleep, every time we put him in the car, he he wouldn't go to sleep. It was like, okay, let's put him in a car, drive around the block a couple of times, and he'd be asleep. Put him in the car, in 2 blocks, he'd be asleep. Well, that was fine when he was a kid, but now he's going to grow up and he's going to want to drive. And now what? And now what? So when that happened, I had to come to grips with the fact that he is going to go out and I can't sit in fear because I already saw what fear did to me. My mother's fear was produced from me. And I couldn't see him going to sleep every time he got in the car when he got in his teens and got his license because I wouldn't have my son. He wouldn't be here. I have 8 kids. Larry and I had 8 kids. I have 21 grandkids, 22 great grandkids, and I'm about to be a great great grandmother. And I don't worry about my black kids when they go out. I don't worry about my black sons because I've taught them Psalm 91 and I see their angel with them. And they know because I've taught them that no matter where you go, Miss Pam was talking about going to get her gun. I went to try to do that one day. I was like talking to somebody, and my cousin was like, "Yeah, I walk with a pool cue." And my girlfriend was talking about she had pepper spray, and I'm just like, "Oh well, I walk. Maybe I should go and do that too." And I heard so clearly in me, "Oh, you taking your protection in your own hands?" Because I've been walking with my angel for almost 73 years. No, my hands went up. No, I am not taking my protection in my own hand because I know that one angel kills 185,000 men dressed for war. I got an angel. You got an angel. You got an angel. You got an angel. You got an angel. We have angels. But if we don't know there are protection, then we don't know how to take it. We don't know how to see it. My mother saw me pregnant. My mother saw me pregnant in her mind. When I saw my kid driving, the enemy was trying to get me to see him going to sleep behind the car. Not taking that fear. We tie ourselves to the thing we fear. When they came and told Job, "Your kids are dead," the first thing out of his mouth was, "The thing I greatly feared has come to pass, and the thing I dreaded has happened." Women, when we're out there and they're throwing all of this fear in our faces all the time about things happening to others, we take that and we see that in our minds and we attach ourselves to it. We attach ourselves to the things we hear about our kids when they're going into the places and school shootings and all of this crap that's happening. They're taking their cars and they're driving it into people. We attach that to our children because that's the way we were created. No, we have to have something else to attach. So I attach my children to what God said. Because if I can't trust him, I can't trust none of y'all. Because I'm going to trust him before I trust any of y'all. Why? Because he's kept me alive. Because out of 100 kids that I knew or were associated with as a child, 6 of us made it to the age of 18. 6 of us made it to the age of 18. If you had told me I had a 94% chance of not seeing my 18th birthday, I'd have laughed in your face. I would have laughed in your face. What are you talking about? Yet I'm about to slap 74, and most of my friends are gone, and they've been gone for a long time. And me and my husband together have produced about 52, 53. Oh my God. And both of us were only children. He's not here right now because he watched his father die of cancer. And we were both smoking anything we could get lit, keep lit. If we could keep it lit, we were smoking it. And he was a cameraman for ABC News. And so he went and he did a story one day at a cancer institute. And he was smoking cigarettes and He was talking to the doctor, and the doctor said, yeah, as soon as you stop, your lungs begin to clear up. And so he came home and he threw them down, and that was it for him. Well, I was home with the kids. I wasn't throwing nothing down. I still smoking the cigarettes. I still smoking the weed. I smoking. And eventually I stopped, and everything was fine until it wasn't. Until there was something going on with him, and he didn't tell me. And by the time I found out, he was already in stage 4 cancer. And Larry and I had been together 42 years. It was like 2/3 of my life was with this man. And I was devastated because he was supposed to still be with me. And so through all of that, the Lord started talking to me about what it was and teaching me again other things with fear, and how the things we fear we bring into our lives. And he began to show me that it wasn't that he was afraid of the cigarettes, he was afraid of the cancer. And he thought because we both stopped smoking that we were fine. But it wasn't the cigarettes, it was the cancer that he was afraid of. And that's what he tied himself to. And it took him out. And it took him out. I had always said cancer can't live in my body. That's been my mantra since I can remember. It can't live in my body. I don't go around checking my breasts. I don't be going and looking for it, because I know the stuff that we're looking for, we eventually find. Women who are afraid that their man is out stepping out on somebody and is always looking through their pockets and stuff, eventually they find stuff. We will find what we're looking for. So I'll look for it. But he's no longer here. He's no longer here because his fear tied him to the very thing he did not want. And so that's my message, how we see the things that we don't want instead of the things we do want. So how do we turn that around? How do we turn that around? Um, People who talk about, well, I know God said this and I don't see it, and I know God said this and I don't see it. We have been trained to see the things that we don't want, because those are the things that are close to our heart. Those are the things that we keep seeing. It's like, oh, I don't want that. Someone had mentioned earlier about what we see. It's Oh, perfect example. You see the thing on the side of my face? That's what I've been seeing. That's what I've been seeing. It is what we see with our eyes and what we attach it to within our hearts, that heart-mind connection. It is so strong. We are spiritual beings. We are talking about, we always talk about our physical self. The one who's in control is the one who leaves. When we die, the one that's in control is the one that leaves. The one who's not in control is the one that stays on this earth. And if we look at that, it's the body. Because what's keeping you alive is the one that steps out. I am a spirit. I have a soul and I live in a black body. But this is not who I am. It's just the clothing that I have on while I'm walking this earth. I'm looking at you. That's not who you are. The real you is a spirit who absolutely is in the likeness of God. That's who keeps you alive. And when you leave, when you no longer need this, when it gets holy and worn out, you step out. You step out. That's who's in control. So we who have lived through abuse, who have lived through things that have been horrible, things that no one should ever, ever, ever have to deal with. When we change the way we're thinking and allow love to come in and heal those places that have been so broken, we are able to step out and step into who we were created to be and turn around and help someone else. Because there are so many of us who have seen and been through so much that was never meant for us. And the reason why we've been through it is because we didn't know, and through no fault of our own, because our parents didn't know, because their parents didn't know, because we have an enemy who hates us and wants us dead. Period. Period. The worst thing he wants, see, I've kept him out of my life because I know how to wield the word of God. I know what he says, but he knows what God says too, because he was in his inner court. That's how he's out here just screwing with so many of us and taking so many of us out, because he already knows what we believe, what we see. It's not about, it's like, I'm praying against this, I'm praying against this, I'm praying against this, I'm praying against this, and it happens anyway. It's because what we're seeing in here, because you have to see it to be it. Because if you don't see it, you can never be it. So that's why, like, when we're seeing things and we're praying for that, and we're praying for that, and we're praying for that, if we're not seeing it up here, it's not coming, because we get what we see within and attach ourselves to with emotion. We bring that thing out of the spiritual realm. The strongest emotion wins. And what's happening is, this world we live in, they are constantly feeding us fear, fear, fear of this, fear of that, fear of this. And that's what we see. And because they keep it in front of our minds and in front of our eyes, and we don't know that the answer is in the thing that they keep turning us against, we're being taken out systematically, systematically. And all along, they're turning us against the one who was sent to protect us. I don't go nowhere without my angel. I walk the streets of New York City all my life with my angel. Never, never, never in fear. Never in fear. So I came today to talk to you and to help you see yourself loved. I came with love. Jesus is love. Like I said, he's my ride or die. And like I said, I didn't come to convert anybody, but not but, and I just want to say this. When he walked the earth, nobody was saved. Nobody called him nothing. He just walked the earth healing everybody, because God's whole thing is to have us healed and whole. And so he sent Jesus to do that. And it didn't even matter. It's just like, I need healing. Okay, fine. I need this. Okay, fine. It wasn't now, oh, you have to believe this, or you have to do this, or you, no, because what he has given us, he's given us for everybody. Um, I'm known as that Psalm 91 woman, because Psalm 91 has kept me alive. I would be dead if it wasn't for Psalm 91. And I pray it over myself. Not like you read it in the Bible, he who dwells in the secret. No, because I dwell in the secret place of the Most High, I abide under the shadow of Almighty God. I say of you, Lord, you're my refuge, my fortress, my God, and I'm trusting you to keep me alive. I'm trusting you when I'm walking the streets at night, that ain't nobody out there gonna snatch me up and try to do nothing with me. Because if they can't get through, if they can get through you, they can have anything I got. But you're not going to get through my angel, because one angel kills 185,000 men who were dressed for war. One. He's given his angel charge over you to keep you in all your ways. One, one angel. You got it. Wherever you go, your angel is with you, and they can't get through it. They can't get through it. Angels are not these little baby things. They're 7, 8, 9, 10 feet tall. Oh my gosh, they ain't getting through. So I lost my place in my head. apologize. But um, you have your angel. We have an angel with us. They used to call me Mrs. Mario Andretti because every time I used to drive school kids, and one day they called my boss and said, Miss Amanda, I think your car is in my parking lot burning to the ground because I done ran into something with these kids. So that kept happening until I heard this woman talk about the fact that she hadn't been in a car accident in years. She's like, I haven't been in a car accident in years. And the other woman was like, really? I haven't either. And she's like, no, every time I get in the car, I'm like, thank you, Lord. I hit nothing and no one hits me in Jesus' name. And the other woman said, really? I say the same thing. And I'm like, really? I'm saying the same thing. And so that's when I lost the name Mrs. Mario Andretti because I was running into it. I was driving down the street one day and I'm looking and I see this thing bouncing. And I'm like, what the heck is that? And I get closer, it's a tire. It's a tire by itself bouncing down the street. I'm like, the heck is going on? And all of a sudden, the tire hits my car and takes it out. That's the last one. That's the last one. I'm like, oh my God. So that's why I hit nothing and no one and nothing. Because little random stuff will just be like trying to run into the car. We are protected. We are protected. We are not just put here to have anything happen to us. I remember these two men, and I remember how it felt when they tried to penetrate me. I remember the feeling, but I can't tell you what they look like. I can't tell you. I know that there were two guys. That's all I can tell you. The memory is so far removed because of what my mom taught me. And so I want to take you through a meditation. If you are holding on to the memories, the thoughts, uh, the feelings of unworthiness, of being alone, of not loved, of being your fault, I want to take you through what the Lord has taught me. I do it with peace, but He has given me something to do with you with love. And so I would like to take you through that. And I've got to pull it up. I had a bunch of stuff here. There we go. It's a visualization. So if you want to turn your cameras off, however you want to do this, because you're going to close your eyes, this will be on the tape, but I also have it in the speaker's packet so that you can do it whenever you want. We are loved. We don't feel loved. We don't love ourselves. We have had things taken from us, and it is not God's plan for your life. You are loved. You have always been loved. And a lot of times we end up in places that we're not supposed to be. We do put ourselves in those places because we don't know. We don't know. If we knew, we would do better. But a lot of information that was given to us to know, has been hidden from us, has been told to us that it's not true. We've been lied to, and we are systematically being meant to feel like we're nothing. And that's not who you are, and that's not who you were created to be. You are a queen. You were created as a queen. You were created to house the light that shines into the children that we have. There's so much that we carry. You are so beautiful and loved and worth so much. black butterfly. That comes to mind. So anyway, we are going to go into a meditation. And so you can close your eyes and get comfortable, and we're going to do this. I want you to find a quiet space and sit, lie down, whatever. It's up to you. But I just want you to close your eyes, and we're going to take a deep breath and just prepare to be led gently into the presence of love, if that's okay with you all. So we're going to take a deep breath and we're going to hold it. And we're going to slowly let it out. And we're going to do that again. Take a deep breath in and hold it. And slowly let it out. And let your shoulders relax. Let your body be still. And release that fight or flight attitude. Unclench your stomach. Something that we rarely do. And relax. And just let the noise of the world fade into the background. This is your moment and you are safe here. And I want you to imagine yourself standing on a quiet beach. The sand beneath your feet is soft, but it's heavy. The color is darker than usual, like the thoughts you may have been carrying. Thoughts of shame, thoughts of fear, thoughts of blame, lies that you hear yourself saying, it's my fault. I'm worthless. I'm fundamentally flawed. This is something I will never be able to overcome. But you are not defined by your trauma. And you have carried this long enough. You were not created to be defined by the things that happened to you. And you're walking along. You feel the weight of it all pressing into each step. Sometimes felt like too much to carry, too much to bear. But you're not alone. You realize somebody's walking beside you. It's Jesus. You sense a presence of love. And you're sensing calmness wash over your body. He doesn't say much at first. Just keeps pace with you, letting you control the narrative. But you feel his gentle presence, calmly and steadily, just keeping up with you. And then slowly he begins to speak. I see you. I am not ashamed of you. You don't deserve what happened. You are not broken. You are mine. With each word, your steps grow lighter. His words are like little drops of love seeping through every pore in your body. The sand feels less heavy now. You're not walking through it alone anymore. And as you continue walking, you notice the sound of the waves. They're drawing nearer. You look up and you've covered a great distance in such a short amount of time. The water is glimmering ahead of you. It's clear and it's warm and it's alive. Seems like it's waiting just for you. It's inviting you. And as you look, he gazes into your eyes and you realize that he's been carrying you all along, like the poem Footsteps. There is no other way to explain why you have not given up when things were so heavy and you didn't believe that you could make it on your own. There's no other way to explain why you're not dead. Maybe you see him carrying you now as the weight seems too much for you to bear. You feel thoughts of hopelessness begin to loosen as you get closer to the water. And as you get to the water's edge, you take one step in and then another. And suddenly something is changing in you. It's not ordinary water. And as you step in, you realize that this water is filled with love. You're in a pool that feels unlike anything you've ever felt before. It's warm and it's inviting and it's golden. It's gentle and it's alive. Washing over your feet, and with it, all of the lies that you have been carrying begin to dissolve. The shame, it's dissolving. Self-hatred, self-loathing, it's dissolving in this sea of God's love. Fear is melting away, and in its place, there's peace, God's perfect peace. You're breathing it in. It's peace that can't be shaken, flowing throughout your body. The lies are falling away one by one. They disappear, melting into the water. The lie, it's my fault. It's gone. I should have done something to stop it. That's no longer there. I'm dirty. Can't find that one. No one could ever love me. Gone. Swimming in this ocean of love, none of those things are true. All dissolving in the water of love, never to return. All you feel is perfect love, a love so accepting of you, you never knew it existed. You never knew it was available to you all along. You're floating gently and fully in the water now. You look over and Jesus is still there with you. You're not alone. The love is surrounding you and beginning to flow through you into every place that once hurt. Every place that once hurt is now overcome with an amazing, amazing love that you didn't even know existed. It's flowing into every silence that you kept, every wound that you kept hidden. These spaces are being filled with light, and they're being filled with love. You're breathing in and you feel safe. You're feeling held. You're feeling whole. You are loved. He sent Jesus to take this pain. The memory will still be there, just without the pain. And you will use it to help others without feeling shame. You are the one. You are who love says you are. You're worthy. You're beautiful. You're restored. And you're experiencing God's unconditional love touching every part of your body. Stay here a moment and just breathe this love in. Feel it settling in your bones and let it rest in your heart. There's nothing to prove. There's nothing to hide. There is nothing to fix. You can just be. Breathe it in. You're safe. You are seen. And you are loved. And the love is flowing through you. The love that is flowing through you is forever. You can enter in any time you desire. So when you're ready, take a slow, deep breath. Wiggle your fingers and your toes. Gently open your eyes. And remember, you're still surrounded by love. You always were. That's it, my love.
See, I told you guys that my fairy godmother was gonna bring it. I knew both of them would, and I knew I put them together for a reason. But you just brought it. You just brought it. And I love you for that, Miss Abigail. I love you so much. Such a beautiful, wise woman. So glad you said yes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, darling. I'm so glad that you had me come. I love you so much. You are such a joy, and your heart is amazing. And anything I can do to be here for you, I could. I have a 4-year-old saying, Nana, I need my shoe. Nana, I need my shoe.
Oh my goodness, the babies. Get the baby the shoe. Please get the baby the shoe. Oh, look at her beautiful self. Hello, gorgeous. Hi, you're with Nana. That's beautiful. Ooh, Nana gave you treats. Mm, yummy. Thank you. Thank you. Not you, ma'am. Thank you. You're on mute. You muted yourself.
Thank you. I don't know if there's any questions or anything, but my information will be in the packet, and
Yes.
I do calls also, should someone want to explore.
And I
Yes.
think anyone would be lucky to be with you. So yes.
when you said that, um, and I knew that that was a part of me because I fear every time my sons leave, and I would always have my phone on ring because I always be afraid if something happened, they wouldn't be able to call me. And because I had so much fear that if you would walk up on me, I it's like an instant fear. And when you said that you fear it, it happens. And my son ended up getting hit as he was walking by a hit and run driver. And when you said that, I was like, was that me? Because I, feared every time they left. And he got hit. when I had just walked in to work when it happened, and a friend of mine, she was calling my phone because she was in a hospital where I worked, and I kept hitting ignore because I was walking in the door. And as I go up to the room, and I was like, "Why you keep calling me?" I said, "You know, I was coming to work." And she said, "It's your baby." I said, "What about my baby?" And she said, "He was hit." I said, "What do you mean?" And she gave me the phone. I, I talked with the ambulance. I met them at the other hospital I worked. And as I was there before they even made it there, and when they got there, I could see his hands moving. And I was like, okay, he okay. And that was a fear that I never wanted. And it's like you said, when you think of things and you fear things and then it happens. And that's the way I going through the things that I had been through, that I had so much fear for that. Like it was a fear that I never wanted him here by himself, when it happened with my mom. So it's like the fears that I have, it's like I brought fear into my life because, things that happen now, listening to you, is the fear that I brought because that was a thing that I never wanted, you know. And at that moment, I've been working in the hospital for 32 years. And for you to tell me that going to the family room, that is not good. And he was bleeding in his brain. He had 200 stitches in a coma. They lost him twice. The bleeding from his brain wouldn't stop because every time they tried to close it, he would bleed more. So for me, I'm glad you were here because that is part, I carry that. I carry fear with me every day. And that's something I don't I I don't want to fear, I don't want that fear every time, my heart stops. If I get a call from them, it's like I feel I feel like something is wrong. And they be like, "Mama, there's something wrong." And I'm like, but that is so that I've carried that years and years. And I never knew how to let the fear go.
The word of God, baby. That's the only reason I don't walk in fear is because of what I was taught. And like I said, I would go and light a joint and get my Bible and read. And that's how I met and started seeing because when it says fear not, I've heard it said that fear not is in the Bible like 350 times. I found over 200. And every time God says fear not, he gives you the reason. Fear not because I'm with you. Fear not because I'm with you. So I would, they tell us that good mothers worry about their children. That's a lie from the pit of hell because worry ties us to the thing we don't want. And what we're not taught is that we think in pictures. We don't think in words. If I tell you dog, you're not going to think DOG. You're going to see a picture of a dog. We think in pictures because that's how we were created. And when they there and the enemy knows this, and so what does he do? He owns the airwaves basically, and all we get are pictures of fear constantly being thrown at us, constantly being um put before our eyes. And we take that in, and then they'll say things like, well, imagine that happening to your kid. And then we go and imagine it. No, we're not doing that. No, I'm not imagining that. We are ignorant of this because we haven't been taught. We have been taken away from um, the things that would teach us how it is, and told that that is insignificant and it doesn't matter and it's not true. And we are being systematically killed, basically. We're being systematically taken out. Scripture says, fear not, because fear brings torment. And you just spoke the torment that you were going through because of the thoughts that you were having because of your baby. And they shouldn't have been. I had to make myself, when Eric was leaving the house and he was of age to drive, I had to make myself close his door so that when I got up to go to the bathroom, I wouldn't be tempted to look in to see if he was home yet. And if he wasn't home, now my thoughts can go in whatever direction they want to, because now I've confirmed that he's not home. So I didn't put myself in a position to even go and check, because if not if but since I prayed Psalm 91 over him, since I would basically, so I have a child that he's locked up now, um grandchild that's never felt he was loved, was um diagnosed with ADHD, bipolar, and I've seen him just totally go off. And when he was living on the street, I had to not worry about him because he would explode. And you've got all of these stories about these kids being shot. And oh my gosh, I had to not take that thought. I had to force myself. But the only reason I was able to do that is because I knew what God had said. He said, fear ties me to the thing I don't want. I had to not take that fear. But parents are not taught this, and so they don't know. So that's kind of like one of my things, to like help parents keep their children safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through this, baby. My heart breaks for all who don't know, because we weren't taught, because society tells us that this is just a load of crap, and it's not.
I talk about on TikTok how I manifested my car wreck and my children walking away when they did, because that was always my biggest fear, living alone without my children. And I projected that car wreck out into the universe with anger and force.
Mm.
So, back surgery number 37, I think we got it right, but I had to come to the realization that my fear of being in a car wreck and no longer able to earn for my family took my ability to earn for my family. I projected that fear onto my children. I had location sharing and everything until I got the call. My daughter was in a wreck. The ambulance said when they approached, they turned the lights off because no one could have survived that. And they found my daughter and her friend sitting next to the car, confused, where they had gotten out the car themselves. I still have the photos. If you look at the car, you can see where her engine fluid was. You can see where all the fluids were. The whole front end was torn off. But she's here. She's here. Her best friend is here. She's talking tomorrow. So
Wait.
Miss
I
Abigail,
love you.
I
Thank you
love you.
so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you for
so
being
much.
here. Thank you
And
so
that
much.
that meditation is will be in my thing. I recorded
Yes.
it, so
No worries. No worries. Everyone will receive their speaker gifts Tuesday morning with an email that'll go out with all the downloads. I will activate the downloads page on the website. And thank you. For those who have not been here all day, we are having issues with the chat. So normally the participants would be able to talk to us during the webinar. And I didn't realize it was a special place I needed to go because Zoom had 7 different screens and I'm sitting there staring at 7 different screens all day yesterday. So, so yes, I will make sure that tomorrow the chat is enabled for the participants as well. But if you have questions, please drop them in the Q&A section. I am checking them. I did not disable the chat. It's an automatic setting. So I am in the meantime checking the Q&A section. So if you have questions, drop them in there and I will do my best to get to it ASAP. But thank you so much, Miss Abigail. Next we have Elise Michelle McNelson and her presentation, and I love her colorful self. I love the colorful self, okay? Even if it wasn't my fault. And so I am going to give her the floor because I have been waiting to hear this from this woman. And then we are gonna go, we have Alicia, Sabrina, and my godchild who is here already. Hey, baby girl. We will be having a conversation about her walk as well. So the floor is all yours, Elise.
Thank you so much. And the talk is, even if it was my fault, just to be clear. So this is the first time I'm actually giving this particular presentation. It's a preview of my book that I'm about to release, which is called She Hated the Dishes. And we're just going to jump right in. I really like having engagement from the audience. So if you have questions as I go through this, please drop them in the Q&A. I know you said we can't do the chat, but can we put it in the Q&A? Yeah, okay. So we can't use the chat. You can put them in the Q&A. So if you have questions, you can drop those there. I promise I will answer them. They can be about my story. They can be about what I'm going to tell you to do to help you with this issue. Whatever you have, drop them. I will answer them at the end. Okay. So my notes say pause and take a deep breath. So that's what we're going to do. So there was a time that I believed that a sink full of dishes meant I was failing at life. Not failing at adulthood, not failing at homemaking, failing at being. Because every time I walked into that kitchen, I heard a whisper, "You're still not enough." Now, I know what you're thinking. This woman's really about to unpack her childhood trauma via dirty forks. Yes, yes, I am. And you're going to be surprised how many stories can be told through a plate. But this talk isn't about dishes, even though that's what it seems like. It's about shame, perfectionism, avoidance, and how healing isn't always loud. Sometimes it's found in the quiet choice just to keep going. So I'm going to ask you to join me, and we're going to start at the sink. When I learned, okay, so we're going to talk about a sink full of wrinkled hands. And this is where I learned that silence looks like duty and smells like dishwater. So for as long as I can remember, my mom did the dishes. And for as long as I can remember, the dishes have always been a problem, but they weren't mine. They were hers. Every single night I would watch her at the sink, her shoulders hunched, her hands submerged in that cloudy water that smelled like old food and metal. You know the one I'm talking about. At first, she didn't wear any gloves, just her bare skin, and they would be soaking in that water until when she took them out, they looked like they had been boiled. But later, the gloves showed up. She started having to wear the gloves. Her hands were cracked and bleeding, but she got those gloves and she still washed the dishes because that's what women did. You didn't complain. You didn't ask for help. You just kept going. Now, she never said those words out loud, but I learned them anyway. And I decided, not me. I wasn't going to live at the sink. I wasn't going to bleed to keep the peace. I dreamed of a life without dishes, without the quiet resignation that I saw in her eyes. But adulthood doesn't care about rebellion. It's like, oh, you wanted to feel empowered by avoiding chores. Cute. Here's a mortgage and a baby. So eventually the dishes came for me too. Now, at first, I avoided them. I did takeout, I had paper plates, denial. But life got bigger. Roommates, love, a baby. Eventually, the dishes showed up again, loud, bossy, and judgmental. And they weren't just about mess. They whispered, "You're failing. You can't even handle this." So I tried to outsmart the shame. 1 plate per person, labeled with a Sharpie with your name right on the back. No backup, no pileups, no sink full of shame. It felt clever until the day I was too tired to wash even that. And suddenly the failure wasn't a sink full of dishes, it was just one. And that still crushed me. So I turned it into a joke. Elise and the dishes. Ha ha. People laughed, I laughed. Anytime I mentioned I had to do the dishes, it was the cause for a giggle. But inside, I still felt broken because the sink wasn't just full of dishes. It was a mirror, and every single crusted plate reflected back my worst fear. I'm not enough. But here's what I've learned. It was never just about the dishes. It was about what they stood for: silence, shame, invisible labor, and the lie that being good means hurting quietly. The dishes were always there in every move, every season, every breakdown. They've been my persistent teacher throughout my entire life. But now I don't hate them because they finally taught me something worth keeping. My worth is not measured by a clean sink, and pain doesn't make me good. How I deal with it does. How I heal does. Now I want to talk about after the fire. So this is when the heat came and nothing stayed the same. So for those of you who know, when you're making pottery, there's a first fire before you put the color on. And that's when the clay is no longer moldable. That's when it gets stuck in its shape, whatever that's going to be. And this was my fire. So that sink, that shame, it wasn't the beginning, it was just the symptom. The burn came later, the smoke. But bills and babies and Sharpie plates. But when I was still soft, when I was still hopeful, I was already learning how to disappear. Before I ever stood in my own kitchen feeling like a failure, I was a kid watching everything unravel. Now, childhood doesn't end in a moment. It burns away in layers. And for me, that fire came slowly and then all at once. So just like we were talking about the pottery, this is what I was like. This season of my life, the silence, the suddenness, the cold beach house, it was my bisque fire. I didn't know it then, but I was being changed. And it started with a note in school. Bring your things to the office. What? That's real weird. Why would I need to bring my things to the office? So my mom picked me up in silence. Then my brothers. Still no explanation, just a quiet car heading somewhere I didn't recognize. And eventually we pulled into Pennsylvania. I'm from Ohio. And we ended up in the winter in a borrowed house with no heat. There were no answers, no bags, just donated clothes, too small and too loud. I remember the swish, swish of that awful tracksuit echoing in unfamiliar hallways. It wasn't just ugly, it was humiliating. I didn't belong, not in that town, not in that moment, not anywhere. Also, let me just say that nothing teaches you humility faster than hearing your pants echo off the walls in an empty hallway. But even in that freezing beach house, my mom still did the dishes. Like if she could just keep scrubbing, something might return to normal. But normal was already gone. When we got back to Ohio, we didn't go home because there was no home. The house had caught fire, literally. Depending on who you asked, it was an accident or not, but it didn't matter. The house was gone. The family was gone. The divorce had been finalized and the silence was louder than ever. We split our time between two apartments. My mom tried to hold it together, normal meals, casseroles, calm, her doing the dishes. But my dad's place felt like a waiting room with pizza. Until one day he was just gone. And then I got another note in school. Only this time it ended with a scream, my scream, a funeral and a body in a box that didn't look like him anymore. And while everyone else buried a man, I buried my childhood. And the version of me who still believed she was safe. He had taken his own life. And I had no space to grieve. I became the bill payer, the password keeper, 14 years old and trying to carry the weight of 2 adults and 2 younger brothers while still being treated like a child. No one said I had to be the strong one, but no one said I didn't either. So I stayed quiet, held it together, played the part, and all the while the dishes, they were still there, soaking, clinking, reminding me that life was still moving even if I wasn't. Looking back, I know now that was my fire. That was the moment that the softness left. And like clay, I didn't break, but I didn't come out the same. Now I want to talk about paper plates and other escapes. This is how I tried to build a life from things that are meant to be thrown away. If all of that, my father's death, the divorce, the silence, the ache of pretending everything was fine, was the fire that scorched my world, then what came next was the smoke, the residue, the part that seeped into everything and made it difficult to breathe. There's something kind of perfect about a paper plate. Just think about it. It's light. It doesn't talk back. It doesn't pile up or guilt you from the sink. You use it, you toss it, and it disappears. Clean, easy, gone. Now, I didn't realize it at the time, but that's what I was chasing. Anything I could throw away before it got too heavy. So when I moved out on my own, I clung to paper plates. like they were armor. I told myself that it was minimalism, simplicity, just part of being young, but really I was trying to outrun anything that felt like pressure, especially the quiet, judgmental kind that comes from that pile of dirty dishes and a life that you don't feel ready for. It wasn't laziness, it was emotional budgeting. I had already carried more than I could explain. Grief, trauma, the need to be okay all of the time. Paper plates, they asked nothing of me. Then came ministry school, and I went there to grow, to serve, to heal others. And I did. But I also quietly slipped into a rhythm where someone else still handled the little things. Meals were made, dishes were done. I didn't have to be responsible for the background noise of life. It mirrored my childhood. I poured myself into purpose, and someone else, well, they handled the mess. But eventually purpose ended and life came back loud. Florida was supposed to be a fresh start. I got a new job, a new place, a new me. Honestly, I kind of thought I was nailing adulthood. I had a job. I had a tiny shelf of matching mugs and a system for avoiding emotional collapse via paper goods. Pinterest had nothing on me. But it turned into mildew, a sticky apartment, and a roommate who bailed without warning. Suddenly I was alone, broke, and calling my mom. She came. I moved back to Ohio, got a job at Lowe's, met a boy named Chris, but I was still floating. I moved in with a girl from ministry school. On paper, it looked really smart. We were so proud of ourselves for deciding to move in together. But in real life, it unraveled really fast. I barely stayed there, which caused all sorts of tensions and judgment about my relationship with Chris. And then someone kicked in our door. Just like that, safety was gone again. And worse, the apartment complex refused to fix it. So here we are in an apartment with a door that's been busted in, and we essentially have no lock or nothing to keep the door from being opened. So I called my mom and moved out. See, paper plates, they only work until they get soggy. Do you guys know, I should have gotten one of these, but do you guys know those little like things you put under the paper plates? I don't see them very much anymore, but we used to, everybody used to have them when I was a kid. It's because the paper plates can't handle the weight. They can't handle the wet, right? So my life was soaking wet with pressure. And it was pressure that I couldn't name. I refused to name. And no amount of paper plates, no matter how well I stacked them up, could hold all of that pressure. I was out there pretending to be low maintenance, spiritual, minimalistic. But really, I was just one damp chinette away from a full meltdown. I thought I was being clever, lightening the load, staying mobile, avoiding the mess. But even in my minimalist life, the dishes still showed up. Just a fork, a mug, a crusted bowl. And even that was too much because it wasn't about how many dishes I had. It was about how little I believed I could carry. You can't avoid shame by avoiding plates, and you can't build a life out of soaking wet paper. At this point in my life, I was basically a human Pinterest board of survival hacks, emotionally detached, stylishly anxious, dangerously good at pretending that I was fine. But pretending eventually stops working. And when it does, you either face the mess or you drown in it. This is when I had to make a radical change, and I had to understand what radical self-acceptance meant. I spent years spiraling. struggling with systems, with marriage, with shame, until I hit the real core of the problem. I believed my dad's suicide was my fault. No one ever said it was, but I still believed it. And because of that, I believed that I was unlovable. Because if I wasn't enough for him, I clearly wasn't enough. Because how could anyone love someone who was a murderer? I struggled my whole life with those beliefs, and every time the dishes screamed at me that I was a failure, I believed them. Because I knew in the deepest recesses of my soul that it was true. I was not lovable, I had no value, and I had every reason to be ashamed. I had all the evidence I would ever need that I was not worthy enough to be called a woman, an adult, a person at all. That's what that small part of me kept screaming through every step, every stage of my life, from the age I was 14 until I was 43, and still broken. I pushed her down. I said I knew it wasn't true, and I did. Adult Elise did. But as long as that teenage version of myself knew what she knew, as long as she knew who and what I was, nothing could remove the weight that my adult self was still carrying. It wasn't until the day I was able to recognize the hiding, the shoving down, and the ultimate cause of my pain that I could change. I looked at teeny Lise and let her know that unconditional love existed. I was finally able to look at her with all her fear and tell her something she had needed to hear for 24 years. Even if it was your fault, even if you did cause your father's death, I still love you. That even at my absolute worst, because nothing could be worse than murder, I could move on and be free. Finally free. That even though what she told herself wasn't true, it wasn't her fault, that her dad had been the one to abandon her, that even if it was, she was still deserving, still lovable, and still worth sticking around for. And that was the moment I was set free. If I could love myself even then, at the supposed worst, then there was nothing left to prove. No more mask to wear, no more fear of being found out, no more fear of someone discovering the real me, because I'd already met her and I didn't run. That one sentence, even if it was your fault, I still love you, became the foundation I now stand on. And it's the one that I want to help you with. So in my other life, I'm a video strategist and I teach YouTube. And I help business owners. I'm very much someone who believes that you need to take action steps. So this is where I'm going to ask you to take some action steps. And the very first one, is it okay if I share my screen? Okay, the very first one that I want you to take with me is I want you to go and get this. If you would like, if you go to shehatedthedishes.com, you'll see that you can download the Even If a Healing Starter Kit, and it is going to have the exact same things we're about to go through right now. So if you would like to have this for later, you can go get it. It's shehatedthedishes.com, and we're going to walk through this together. And this is what made the difference for me. No amount of telling myself that I was worthy or knowing that it wasn't true or saying beautiful things. None of those things helped me because I didn't believe it. And I'm a very logical being. The only way that I was able to get through this emotional wreck that was what I became was by looking at the thing that was the hardest to look at, which is that I might be a murderer, which we all know as adults that is not the case, but that is how it seemed, and go, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm gonna say it again. The Q&A is open. The chat is not working. If you have any questions, comments, thoughts, you are welcome to drop those in the Q&A. I am watching it. The very first action step I have for you today, aside from going and getting the download if you want it, is that you need to name the narrative. And I'm going to actually share my screen again because then we can actually look at this together. I think that will be better. Okay, so even if healing starter kit, there's a little note in there, feel free to read it. So we're going to talk about naming the narrative. So many of us think that we're angry about chores or tired from errands or annoyed by life, especially those of us who happen to be moms or be married or any of those things, right? Like when I talk about hating the dishes, people understand what I'm saying. Maybe for you it's the laundry, maybe it's something else, but people get that. I don't think they get how bad the dishes were for me because I do think that I had an especially terrible relationship with the dishes, but you understand what I'm talking about. But my question for you is this: what if that thing isn't what it's actually about? What if it's about something else? And that thing that you keep avoiding, that thing that spirals you into shame, just like I described with my problems with the dishes, is just a symbol. So I want to ask you to ask yourself the question, is it possible it's something else? I am not a mindset coach. I don't consider myself a healer, but I'm here to share my story and tell you what worked for me. And so I want to ask you, what is your dish? And could it represent something else, a failure in your life, a trauma in your life? And then I want you to fill in this journal prompt. When this happens, I feel blank because I believe blank. So for me, this would look like when the sink is full of dishes, I feel like I am a failure. I am not a person. I am a joke. And I believe this because I believe, I'm not even reading my own prompt. Isn't that funny? Because I believe that those things are true. I believe that I'm a failure. So the dishes make me feel like a failure. I want to put this kind of in past tense. I don't believe that now, but this is how I felt not that long ago. So what is your thing? You can drop it in the Q&A if you would like. Tell me what your thing is. And for some reason, I can't see the Q&A anymore. Let me find it. There it is. Is your thing the dishes? Is it the laundry? Is it something else? If you want, you can drop that in there. And then second, how do you feel when that thing happens? So like I have a really good friend of mine, her thing is the laundry. And when she has the laundry in the basket, and it's just like sitting on her couch, that's like the end of the world for her. And it's because she feels like she's not a good mom. She's not this, she's not that. And it's because she allows those thoughts to be true, basically. And so that thing reminds her of those failures that she sees in herself. So that's the first page. That's the first action step. The second action step is to face the fear. So this is that even if exercise that I told you that I did for myself. This is what saved me. I was humming while I was doing the dishes today. It didn't feel like a weight. I didn't stare at them feeling like a failure. I literally was humming, thinking about whatever, and doing the dishes. And that would have been impossible before I had learned this particular exercise. So think of a belief that keeps you stuck, probably the belief you just acknowledged when you were thinking about your version of the dishes. And write a few versions of this sentence to begin loosening the grip of shame. So even if blank, whatever the thing is, even if I'm a failure, even if I'm like not a person because I can't do the dishes, I still choose to love myself. And it might be something deeper like it was for me. For me, this all started with, I believed I wasn't worthwhile because I believed that it was my fault my dad answered. So even if, whether you're going superficial or really deep back into the past, I still choose to love myself. Tara says, when the laundry piles up, I feel like I'm not good enough because I believe grown-ups should be able to get all the chores done. So even if you believe, even if grown-ups should be able to get all the chores done and you don't, you can still choose to love yourself, even if that's true. You can use a mirror, you can use an old photo. If you're talking to your old self, you can speak it out loud. Maybe there's a parent or someone who made you feel this way. Tell them, For me, I needed to tell the teenage version of myself, 14-year-old Elise. And I just pictured her in my mind and thought about her short, spiky hair. But for you, maybe it's someone else. Maybe it's a mirror and it's yourself right now. And then write down what you did, because the truth is the only thing that is stronger than shame. You have to ask yourself what the truth is, because we all have these beliefs that we think are true, but they're really not. And if you asked other people, they wouldn't agree with you. Like, do any of you think I'm a murderer? But to me, that was the truth at the time. Do we all agree that if you can't do your laundry, you're a failure because a grown-up should be able to do it? No, that's not the truth either. So finding the truth is the only thing that can conquer the shame, is the only thing that can get you past that beating yourself up and feeling like you're the worst. Michelle says, when I see the bathroom get dirty, I feel like I'm a horrible mother and wife because I should keep a clean house for my family. Should, I love the word should. The shoulda, coulda, wouldas, should. Oh, the should is my favorite. I do this to myself all the time. You should be able to handle this. You should be able to do that thing. You should be able to do that thing. You start giving yourself the shoulds, that's when you know it's probably not a truth. And you can probably throw that one away. So step 2 in our action steps is to do the even if statement. And you can go as superficial or deep as you need to. I know some of these other wonderful ladies have given you all sorts of ways to connect with the things that are getting at you. Sorry, I don't have a better term right now. And so pay attention to what you feel when you do those activities and those things. You'll know what the things are. I mean, most of us know at least some amount of what the things are, just innately. So even if whatever that thing is, whatever happened in your childhood, whatever you're failing at as an adult, or whatever the thing is, even if that, you get to choose to love yourself, because love is an action, which means you can choose to have it. All right, third action step. Healing is not about erasing your story. It's about reclaiming it. Now, I live in a beautiful apartment now. I own real dishes. I wash them and I put them away, and sometimes I even hum while I'm washing them. Sometimes they still pile up in the sink. Sometimes they even overflow onto the counter. And I notice them, and I choose when I will clean them up. But they no longer scream at me. They no longer need to be avoided, and I don't hate them anymore. They're not a symbol of failure. They're just plates. And sometimes they're also reminders that the only thing I actually needed to fix was the story I was telling myself. So that takes us to step 3, which is to choose a new story. So you're going to write an identity statement. Even when blank. So what is the thing you started with that causes you to think that spiral? And then what does it mean you still are? So what do you want to be, right? Let's start there. What is it that you want to be? How do you identify yourself? So I want to be witty and fun and responsible and loyal and happy. And even when my sink is full of dishes, I can still be fun and loyal and happy and quirky and loud. None of that diminishes who I am. So if your thing is, I believe grown-ups should be able to get all the chores done, then even when I have laundry that piles up, I am still a grown-up. I am still successful. I am still capable. I'm still a good mom. I'm still a good wife. I'm still a good human being. Any of these can be versions of what your story is. Tara wants to know if we can see a pic of the short, spiky hair. That would be one that it would take me a minute to pull out. If you go to my Facebook profile and you scroll back far enough, you can find it. Okay, so that is our third action step. Amanda says, I avoided my basement because going through the boxes means I have to confront the past. Yeah, I can feel that one for sure. I guess the question there would be, why can't you confront the past? And even if you do have to confront the past, let's go back up here. Even if you do have to confront the past, you can still love yourself. Or for that matter, you could go to the basement and just not confront your past. Just choose not to. Okay. So then this is my last step. We're calling this bonus next steps. Okay, we're going to stop sharing for just a moment. Oh, it looks like that there is actually something in the chat. Melanie says, stop shoulding on yourself. Yeah, exactly. Stop shoulding on yourself. Okay. So some of you are probably sitting there thinking, this woman has taken a sink full of dishes and turned it into a metaphor about her father's suicide. And yes, I have. And there's a lot more to the story. I've turned an entire lifetime of pain into a book about dishes. It's called She Hated the Dishes. And what I find is that most women in particular understand the title very well. So if you've felt seen today, or if you've ever stared down a sink full of judgmental forks, or convinced yourself that a crusty pan meant that you were failing at life, this book is for you. It goes deeper into the stories I told today. You can read all sorts of fun about my pants. But it also brings back my sarcastic inner monologue, a few inappropriate jokes, and a full redemption arc that involves real plates, real healing, and yes, me loudly misunderstanding slang in a middle school classroom while wearing a donated tracksuit that swished with every step like a walking windstorm. So if you want to know when it drops and be the first to get your hands on it, plus maybe a free sticker that says trauma made me do it, go sign up at shehatedthedishes.com. So basically, if you download the Even If workbook, I forgot what I called it, you will automatically be put on the list to get notified of updates about the book. So same page, you get the download, plus you'll be notified about the book. Healing is hard, but it doesn't always have to be heavy. We can move through it together. And sometimes having a little bit of humor, a little bit of weirdness inserted into the conversation makes it easier. Okay, so this was my escape plan. But now it is my reminder. I thought I was unlovable. I thought I was broken, and I can't tell you how many people have told me that I am too much. But that doesn't have to be true. So what are those words for you? Go find a paper plate. And forget that story. Because you get to decide what the story is that you write for yourself. You get to decide if you're going to listen to wannabe truths or real truths. And you can instead replace those words with these. You are worthy. You are whole. You are still here. And that is beautiful. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to undo your past. You just have to stay. Keep showing up and love yourself anyways. You are seen, you are heard, and you are powerful. Even if no one else ever says it to you, I will. I am proud of you. You are still here, you are healing, and that is not nothing. That is everything. That's what I have. I know I'm a little bit early.
It's okay. That was an exceptional presentation, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it. As a mom, my godchild can tell you dishes was one of my things. There couldn't be any dishes in the sink. There couldn't be any dishes in the sink. And that comes from passed down trauma. We are not enough. If our home, we can't eat out the bottom of the wastebaskets, right? Um, so thank you so much, Elise. I can't wait to read your book. That's going to be really exciting. I'll have to carve out time for that. But I love your message. I love your presentation. I love your hair. Like I really love your hair.
Thank you.
And I thank you so much for showing up for these ladies, even if they believe they're not worthy enough. Pamela Kelly is raising her hand. Let me check the Q&A. Do you mind a couple of questions?
I welcome questions.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm just trying to get to her. Pamela, you can talk when you unmute. Pamela, unmute, darling. I can't do it. There you are. No.
Michelle, I'll look at these while you do that because I didn't say them all. When I see the bathroom get dirty, I feel like I'm a horrible mother and wife because I should keep a clean house for my family. So we read that before, but she's replied back. Even when the bathroom is dirty, I'm still a good mom and wife. Tara replies back about the basement. Even when I'm not in the basement, I'm still confronting the past. Let's see. All right, yeah, I think that was all of the ones from there. If anybody has, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say, Pamela, we can't take your question if you don't unmute, honey.
I wonder if she didn't mean to raise her hand.
Possibly. So I'm going to remove her and put them back. And that's how that works. So thank you so very much. I really love what you shared. And I thank you for being here and with us today and for serving women, teaching us how to look at things a different way. So I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, and I thank you so much, Elise. I thank
Yes,
you.
thank you for having me and letting me be a part of your summit.
Absolutely. Any summit I have, you can come to. We got you. We got you. We need your even if I didn't do the dishes. I am good enough. And I just want to say I'm glad you didn't give up.
Thank you.
I'm glad you didn't give up. And he's proud.
It's actually funny, my mindset coach, who I mentioned in my download, she asked me one time, to say that I was proud of myself. And I couldn't. I literally couldn't. I didn't even realize it was a word that I had eliminated from my vocabulary. I could say that I was proud of my daughter, but I couldn't say I was proud of myself. And now I can. And that is kind of huge. So I guess confront the thing that you're most afraid of, and it'll let you experience things you never thought you could do.
Exactly. It does. It does. It honestly does. I know we've talked a lot about healing today, but yes, that thing that you're the most afraid of, that's it. For me, it was me being afraid that somebody would find out my father had violated me at 10 and impregnated me at 15, and that's what makes me special. The biggest thing that I feared, the secret that I held on to for 32 years is what makes me special. So, yes, those things that we confront are usually the hardest things to overcome. But with Elise's beautiful download, we can love ourselves even if. So, thank you, darling. Have a good one.
You too.
So, next, we have the beautiful, beautiful, where is she? Where is she? Alicia and Brenda. And I am going to pin you. And Elise, we will remove. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How you doing?
I am wonderful. How are you?
Very good.
Great, great. Well, you guys take it away.
I'm not sure why we cannot change our names, but anyway.
So I think I figured out what happened. Did you guys all come in on the same link instead of the links that were in email?
Yeah, I think so.
That's why. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Should we be coming in on a different link? I'm happy to do so.
No, it's fine. But I am going to. This is you guys. This is Alicia Mazzari Anderson and Brenda Wallenberg. And they are amazing nutrition gurus who are going to teach us how to reset our genetics. So we've got understanding menopause through epigenetics.
Alicia, do you want to start by
When you're ready?
Yeah, do you want to start by introducing ourselves? We can take turns in that. How does that sound?
Sure. My name is Alicia Mazzari Anderson. I'm a biologist and holistic nutritionist. And we have been training under naturopathic doctor who lives in Ontario. Her name is Dr. Penny Kendall Reid, about epigenetics and the impact epigenetics can have in your physiology, in your genes. Especially right now, we're writing a book about menopause, which we will tell you about in just a minute. And understanding ourselves from a different perspective. You know, I know we're here, in this beautiful group about healing, about our own personal stories and all that. However, understanding, for example, to me, I can just talk about me, it's like understanding my genetics. I realized that I have ADHD and it's validating who I am and the way I am when I'm with other people. And to me, that has had a really, really big impact on why I am who I am and why I do things the way I do. So basically, I invited also my beautiful friend and business partner, Brenda Wallenberg, and because we've been co-authoring books. And I will let her just present herself as well. And we just hope that you get something out of this talk today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alicia. So basically, Brenda Wallenberg, also a nutritionist like Alicia. We also have other training. Alicia's the scientist guru in both botany and biology, and my first degree was in social work. So we come to whatever we happen to be tackling with kind of a body, mind, spirit approach. I also spent 20 years co-pastoring faith communities with my husband. So we, even in this realm of epigenetics that we've been working in the last 7 years, excuse me, and I'll explain epigenetics in a minute in kind of simple terms for those of you that aren't familiar with it, but understanding the role that physically and emotionally and spiritually, the connection there has been really helpful in both our own healing journey, but also in the work with our clients as well. So we'll let the non-scientists start with the epigenetics description first, okay? And then Alicia can clean it up afterwards. But basically, when we began looking at this, epigenetics comes from the Greek or Latin for above. So epi meaning above, and epigenetics simply meaning what can you do above and beyond the genetics that you've been given, that you've been dealt with in your life, because those, of course, can't change. How can your lifestyle, how can your environment influence the way that your genes express themselves during any season of your life? But in particular, today, we're going to focus on menopause and how that can be something that if we can get our genes functioning optimally, it can be much easier and actually kind of profound and enlightening in this particular season. Alicia, why don't you delve into epigenetics a little bit more about the concept of gene expression and light switch analogies, that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, we are born with all our genes. We obtained our genes the minute we were basically that sperm fertilized mom's egg. And we were born with them. They will never change through our lives. We will have them until the day we pass to a different place, wherever that is. And anyway, what we have found out is that genes can express, we can actually change the way they express, not that we're going to change the gene itself, but we'll be able to change the way they express. And here, for example, when we're talking about a lot of childhood and trauma in our lives, basically, these are epigenetics. These are changes in the environment that have changed the way our genes are actually expressing in terms of, for example, stress levels. And I would like to give you an example of a gene that we love that really tells us about how we actually manage stress. And the most important thing about this is not only one gene, but how they all interact with each other. As I mentioned, we're born with them. They'll never change through our lives. They'll be exactly the same. But we can support them. We can change the environment in a way where we can actually help them express in a different, nicer way. For example, I'll just put you an example. There's a gene we absolutely love about stress. It's called FKBP5. And don't worry about all of that. But it's a gene that tells us, for example, when we produce cortisol, we send a message to the brain telling there's a lot of cortisol. Can you turn it down? And sometimes we just keep sending message to the brain. There's too much cortisol, turn it down. And our brain cannot do it. We get to the point where just like get to burnout, totally just we're tired of, like, what can we do about lowering our stress level? Well, we can change the environment. How can we change the environment? Well, I'm sure like a lot of you people here, I have talked about all different things that you do to change the environment, to change our thoughts, to change our racing mind going through, all the time being worried and feeling that like that. And of course, we can change the way this gene expresses. How? Changing the environment. What can we change? Things that we do all the time. Number one, we're nutritionists. So food. Food is number one. Number one, always and forever. Okay. Why? Because we do that all the time. Being hydrated. Why? Because we need water. We need water in our bodies. Number three, sleep. If you don't sleep properly, and if you don't learn how to sleep properly, because we have learned a lot about sleep and how done properly, then you're changing the environment. You're not sleeping, you're changing the environment. You're sleeping correctly, you're changing the environment. Movement, moving the body, extremely important for every single thing that happens in our body. So these are just to give you ideas of how can we change the environment in terms of I'm changing the environment, and guess what? My cortisol level is going down. My brain understands now that I can actually lower my cortisol. It's not easy to do, right? Because we love living in a fight or flight state, but it is when you get there, it is one of the most beautiful ways of thinking. I have reset my genes. So, yeah. So, Brenda, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I'm going to go pick up on a couple of.
Charlie, look at me.
I'm going to come and pick up on a couple of points that you mentioned there, Alicia. One, I want to touch a little bit on childhood conditions or childhood experience, adverse childhood events, as they're often called. And when we look again at these genes, excuse me, that we have from birth, and if we look at them like a electrical panel in our basement, for example, or in the garage, we end up with a particular coding. We are either in a gene, we may be what's called normal. That's not Alicia's and my terminology. There's no moral coding on genes. It simply means more common. So if we end up with the more common coding for a gene, generally that's beneficial. So that would be like your electrical panel had the switch on the way that was working. It was optimizing things. It was sending energy and electricity into the right room in the house or the right appliance or whatever. If we got what's called variant, and again, not our terminology, that's, well, Alicia's biology terminology, typically that coding is less helpful. There can be some challenges with that. Perhaps, as Alicia mentioned, we get stuck in that fight or flight mode. We're easier switch into the sympathetic dominance. We have a hard time relaxing, bringing our anxiety levels down. So that would be, a variant coding that made it challenging. Now, what's interesting, all these switches are going, a certain way in your panel, but you can have power surges that are either helpful power surges or more detrimental power surges. So say, for example, you'd had an adverse childhood event. You had been physically abused or emotionally abused, or you'd had, experienced bullying at school, whatever it could be. Maybe were in a car accident, for example. That would be a power surge that, because of the way that cortisol and inflammation infects our genes, then even genes that you had that were normal, that might be more beneficial, up to 90% of those genes are going to act as if they were adverse. So we wonder, does environment make a big difference? Huge difference. But likewise, again, like Alicia was alluding to, you can have positive power surges. You figured out the right amount of protein your body loves to eat. You figured out whether you're carb tolerant or not. You nailed down the type of exercise that your body's designed to function on. Or you figured out a type of either centered prayer or meditation or supplement that helped you reset that cortisol cycle. And man alive, there's your positive power, power surge. And that's going to impact you all the way through life. And then we're going to talk in a minute about some specific, core epigenetic hacks for menopause and explain why menopause is different for everybody. But that gives you kind of the foundational of those on and off switches, and why what we do is so important in our in having an impact. It's very encouraging and very empowering to realize that you could have very challenging genes, but there are many things that you can do that can still produce a positive benefit. So, Alicia, why don't you talk a little bit about why menopause is different for everyone?
before I talk about menopause, let me just tell you something. When Brenda and I started working on this research genes, well, of course we did that for ourselves first, right? Because we needed to feel, how does it feel like to reset your genes? And so anyway, Brenda and I, we've been, working together for a while, and our the way we eat is kind of, top notch. Well, that's what we thought. We optimized it. Once we started resetting our genes, we optimized our diet, but it wasn't only that. There is one supplement, and one supplement only, that truly has changed my life. What is this supplement? As I was telling you about cortisol in your brain, trying to reset this axis from the brain to your adrenal glands back to your brain. We call this the HPA axis, hypothalamus, pituitary, adrenals. We're promoting a supplement called Serenitin. At exactly 3.5 weeks, I woke up and I'm like, I reset my genes. How? My gosh, I have never felt that calmness in my life. Truly. I just felt like totally renewed, totally more calm, instead of being the BCB just all the time, right? So anyway, and all of a sudden, everybody wanted to test this supplement and it was not available. So I ran out. It was so bad. Brenda said, do you mind if I actually lend you one? And I'm like, yes, please lend me one. I was just like, please lend me one. It just truly, I tell people, I'm only addicted to one thing and one thing only, and that is the one supplement that has truly changed my life. And so anyway, just to give you an idea of what is this resetting your genes. And so now that we have been, we wrote a book about ADHD, and we're in the process of writing a book. Our series is called Epigenetic Roadmap, and this time it's going to be to menopause health. There's many things that happen during menopause, but when we understand them from a genetic perspective, we're able to understand the physiology that happens during menopause. Yes, of course, our hormones are going to change, like why are they going to change and all of this. Our hormones change. And actually, somebody this week asked me, I said, the doctor wants me to be on hormone replacement therapy, HRT. And I said, well, we have your genetics, let's look into it. And when we looked into the genetics, and then one very important piece of the puzzle, of course, are hormones. We were looking into reproductive hormones. And I said, well, you know what? In general, probably, I would promote HRT if I knew that you were making the right type of estrogen. However, your genes are telling me that you're making the bad type of estrogen. So I wouldn't add more estrogen to your body just because, it's the wrong type. And so anyway, she was like, oh, thank you so much. And we went through it. She understood exactly what I was talking about. And there's many different will affect your hormones, of course. And for example, your liver, how you detox your liver is extremely important at the physiological level and emotionally as well. And so talking to her is like, okay, just don't think about hormones, also think about the whole body. That's why we're holistic. We're holistic nutritionists. We think about the whole body. Let's take a look also at, your liver. Is your liver detoxifying? Is your liver, what's happening in your liver? Let's support your liver. Let's make sure like you are really, metabolizing these hormones so you don't have all of these side effects from menopause. So anyway, it's just the way we work with people is to show them a map, your roadmap. There's 70 genes, which are basically, there's trillions of genes out there. These are the ones that we have found that respond to the environment, that our mentor has worked with for 20 plus years, and she has a lot of clinical experience with them. And most importantly, is to validate who you are based on your genetics. And these are just examples about changes during menopause, with liver, with and I'm going to let Brenda tell you because there is, of course, her social worker hat, where she loves talking about this core step that we do called calm. and how calm actually, what happens during menopause with these genes?
Sure. So as Alicia already mentioned, the FKBP5, this is a gene that is near and dear to our hearts. Alicia is heterozygous in this. I am homozygous for the variant. So once I began understanding genes and saw that along with some other core genes that I have, I was like, oh my goodness, no wonder I have spent almost my entire life being stuck in fight or flight mode. All right. So that is despite having an arsenal of tools as a social worker, an arsenal of tools as a co-pastor, an arsenal of tools of the mother of five, is like I have a lot of ways to self-regulate and calm down, and they work very efficiently, but they're time limited. I can come back from a lovely nature walker, a lovely walk in nature, which totally calms me, gets me into parasympathetic. I get home, I open my computer to go back to work, the first email there, or those of you that are Canadian know we just recently had an election in Canada, and I would find out something about that, and I'm like, oh my goodness, and I'm right back in fight or flight. I'm ruminating. I am trying to solve the problems of my practice, my family, the whole North American continent. And it has been then understanding the things beyond these self-regulation methods that might be needed for some of us. And that is why menopause is going to be different for all of us. Well, our life has been different, but our menopause will be different. Because if you're someone who easily resets into parasympathetic, you are going to have less cortisol. If you are someone who easily deals with inflammation, then you're going to have less issues to do with brain fog, for example. And one of the things that we have learned over the last, it's coming up a decade, Alicia, this is amazing, is that the two environmental factors that are going to most negatively impact your genes are cortisol levels, stress, and inflammation. So yes, we want to eat right and get you moving right, get you adjusting your sleep cycle and detoxing, etc. But we emphasize calm, not only because I'm passionate about it, but because the science shows that if you can regulate your cortisol levels properly, have them elevated when you get up, right before you wake up in the morning, you're going to have a cortisol push. That's going to get you ready for alertness and to deal with your day. And if you can reset your cycles with that so that it's gradually dropping throughout the day, by the time you go to bed at night, you've been off screen for at least an hour. Maybe you got a little walk after supper and got some of that, sunset light on your face to be able to tell your body that it's getting ready for bed. And all of a sudden, life takes on a whole new meaning. And when you deal with the cortisol, then you're going to find that some of the other menopausal symptoms, everything from hot flashes to brain fog to even and Alicia and I are not big on weight, okay, and on weight loss. Weight is one parameter that you can use as a potential health measurement, but overall, thanks to society, et cetera, women have been programmed to be more fixated on that. Having said that, if you know that you're carrying, extra body fat for your frame, that cortisol is going to make it very difficult to lose that because your body's not really worried about it. It's trying to get the cortisol into a manageable level. So yeah, menopause is different for everyone. Alicia and I have virtually sailed through it. I almost hate to say that, okay? But it's because of the resetting that we did on very challenging genes, common genes. I have challenging estrogen. I have lots of challenging genes. And we've been able to have our experience, both before perimenopausal menopause, be much more balanced, mood wise, in our brain functioning, our cognitive awareness. We haven't felt like we've lost our, our minds as far as our intelligence. So those are things that can be really impacted by your genes. And again, primarily by what you can do in that calming step and then in the inflammatory step. Alicia, why don't you cover your favorite area, detox, and give some tips on what can be done to help with detoxification?
We can be here forever and ever. I'm sorry. Sadly, our environment has changed so much, a lot, way too fast. Our bodies are not made, or are not, well, I should say they're not made, but they were not adapted to deal with this amount of toxins in the environment. There is especially a lot of things in water, in air, in food, in our thoughts, etc. So one important thing about detoxification is that the main organ is the liver. It's a big organ. It's a huge organ. It has many functions. Besides detoxification, it also produces bile to break down fats. It also stores carbohydrates. But one important thing is these detoxification pathways. So basically, the idea behind the liver is that we take toxins that are soluble in fat and we metabolize them to be soluble in water. Once they're soluble in water, then we can get them out of the body through pooping, through peeing, through sweating. And it's funny because I also teach kids and they call me the queen of poop reading because I'm really big on that. Truly, it's really fun. Kids are so open to talk about poop. Parents are not. Moms are not. And I'm like, okay, let's open the conversation. Okay. When your body is capable of taking all these toxins out of your body, then what happens is inflammation goes down. And as somebody told us, as Brenda just explained, we don't focus on weight or anything like that. But there's this person that was working with us, and she said, I haven't lost weight. I've just lost measurements. Like my pants are so loose because we were just decreasing the inflammation in the body. And as we mentioned, we think about holistically. I cannot separate the liver from the brain, from the stomach, from the heart. I can't. We're all one. And so a great way of knowing really is if your liver is clean or not. Tell you the truth. And I'm originally from Mexico, so this is something really funny. When you get really, really angry with somebody, you basically say, oh, you just crushed my liver. And so anyway, so one important thing is that the liver holds a lot of anger. And if we don't detox properly our livers and we're holding a lot of anger, then that can come, that can cause many other things. Now, as we start detoxifying and cleaning our liver and getting rid of these toxins, which are soluble in fat, it's amazing how everything else starts coming into place. Another important place where we hold toxins, if you are, if you have a little bit of belly fat, usually we hold it there. But if you're really skinny, guess where we're going to be holding it? We're going to be holding it in the brain because the brain is 60% fat. And so when we think about holistically, it's like, are we capable of actually detoxifying our body? Yes. How fast do you detoxify? We can see that at the genetic level. What to do about detoxification? We can definitely change the environment to support your detoxification genes. So these are some of our beautiful. We have a lot of our favorites, but anyway, there's many things that we can actually do to change our genetics. But knowing what our genetics is telling us, it's extremely important. Now, Brenda, what about Okay, let me just explain. Within the book we're writing, there's actually 8 core steps. One of them is detox, of course. But our first core step is always about food. So Brenda, why don't you take over and tell us a little bit about food?
Sure. So most people nowadays know about eating clean, about trying to avoid chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, those kind of things, trying to eat a lot of vegetables. Most people recognize that a diet that was solely consisted of refined grains and sugars is probably not going to be your best friend. It's going to spike blood sugar levels. It's going to stress your pancreas with producing insulin, and you're just not going to get the nutrients that you need. Now, Alicia and I are not saying that you would never have a sometimes food. She and I are both dark chocolate fans. When we go on trips together, we always have dark chocolate with us, okay? But it just means that for the most part, you're keeping those sometimes things to celebrations or, the odd time in the day. So what we really want to emphasize is that even within the macronutrients, you can find out more specifically what you should be eating. So through genes, we can determine whether or not you have positive or challenging carb response genes. And here we're not talking low carb, low glycemic vegetables. I'm talking about things like fruit, for example, or grains, or the starchier sweet potatoes and yams, those kind of things. We'll consider those starchy carbs. We actually have genes that tell us whether or not we do well for one of our 3 meals a day with those, for 2 of our 3 meals a day or 3 of our 3 meals. And it makes a big difference in our responses to insulin, the way that we carry extra weight that we don't need. And so that has been huge with most of our clients. It's like, oh my goodness, I did not know that I needed, I suspected, but I had this or this, but this really nails it down. We can also tell from one particular gene called an FTO gene, literally the exact amount of protein you should be eating a day per, grams, many grams per kilo of body weight, or for Americans that are listening, 2.2 pounds of body weight. And that's really helpful to know. And then the last thing we can let you know around macronutrients is very specifically the amount of saturated fat that you should be eating in a day. I know people are like, oh, run away. I haven't eaten a gram of saturated fat in like 20 years. We're like, no, you need it. That helps to make cholesterol. That helps to make your reproductive hormones. You need that. So we literally can give someone a very specific idea of what they need to have in their 3 times of eating in a day. And I just tell you, I just had a consult with a client this morning who has spent probably 60 years dieting, very different types of diets, everything under the sun. And it is such a relief for particularly women, although my male clients as well, to know they never have to go do another diet, or their buddy does this thing, they should try this. It's like they know this is what I need to eat each day. And then the last thing I'll say before handing this back to you, Alicia, is that with our metabolic genes, we also know whether or not we are more wired for a shorter feeding window, for example, intermittent fasting, or whether we need a longer feeding window in a day. And again, Alicia and I joke when we travel together, Alicia's wired for 3 a day. Give her a breakfast pretty early in the day, give her a lunch, and give her a supper, and a little bit dark chocolate after lunch and supper, and she's good to go. I am completely wired the opposite. I am an intermittent faster genes. I don't start eating till like 12:30 or 1 o'clock. And like we'll be traveling together and I'll go, well, I'm not gonna have any breakfast, or maybe I'll just grab a juice somewhere. And she's just looking at me going, green juice? No. If I don't get bacon and eggs in the next 5 minutes, I am in trouble. So you have a lot more tolerance and understanding for people that are different than you. And you can understand, again, whether you should be doing one of those or the other. And again, huge, especially because women spend so much time in their life trying to figure out what to eat. It is like this huge burden gets lifted off your shoulder. Alicia and I never have to wonder ever again in the rest of our life what we should be eating in those 3 times in a day that we eat. So yeah, so that's for the diet. How about another area, Alicia?
Okay, so so we've been jumping, sorry, within these steps, but let me just tell you what the 8 steps are. Number 1 is eat. Number 2 is, of course, sorry, I have to give them to you in order. We've seen them every day, but I need to do them in order. The second one is move. Movement is extremely important. The third one is sleep, both quantity and quality of sleep. The next one is detox. The next one is calm. We've been talking about those. The next one is inflammation. The next one is repair. And the last one is hormones. So we're not here in order at all. But let me just tell you something about inflammation. When there's inflammation in the body, and if it's acute, like if you hit yourself, it hurts. I got a bruise. That's acute. When it's acute, it's a lot easier to see and just do something about it. When it is chronic, it's been there with you for so long that you have got used to it. And chronic inflammation is a lot harder to look into. However, where is inflammation in the body? Well, we're all different. Usually, a lot of times, during menopause, you start like, my gosh, I cannot even bend to play with my grandchildren, or my hips or my knees are hurting, or, that's type of inflammation, which is probably chronic. You've had it for a long period of time. In our book on ADHD, we looked into inflammation in the brain. A lot of kids with ADHD that cannot concentrate. One of the main parts in the brain that's actually inflamed is the prefrontal cortex, where we experience the world. And so when you look at inflammation, you look into the whole body. And I'll just tell you a story, because there was this woman who had been working with us for a little while, and she was like, I cannot believe it. I woke up this morning and I cannot even put in my ring. And I'm like, well, that's inflammation. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what we're missing. She was missing the fats, believe it or not. The medical system has been telling us that fats are bad for you. Actually, that's an absolute myth. Fats are great for you. So anyway, we optimized the fats. And 3 days later, she sends me a photograph of her ring inside her finger. And she goes like, oh, is this like magic or what? I'm like, well, no, it was something that your body really needed. And so anyway, but I wasn't even worried more about, this is inflammation you see, right? In your finger, your hands, or whatever. What's happening inside our bodies with inflammation? And during menopause, inflammation, because the hormones are changing, because everything is changing, we're getting a little bit older, we're getting to that, part of life where we're more wiser. But inflammation is very common in women. And so we will be addressing more about inflammation, but in the book, when you understand your inflammation genes, then you go like, oh, that totally makes sense, right? So this is another piece of the puzzle. Brenda, what about move? Because you love that one.
Yeah. So movement genes are important all times, obviously. We find in menopause them particularly important because if you are doing the movement that your body's designed to be working on and functioning with, then you are going to have much reduced stress and you're going to have the benefits of that movement as opposed to contributing with cortisol and inflammation. So when we look at movement genes, we look at ones that have to do with the percentage or the ratio of fast to slow twitch muscle fibers that you have, because that's going to determine whether you're more designed for endurance exercises or whether you're more designed for high intensity interval training, or the really go for the crazy and then relax and chill for 30 seconds or whatever. And again, it's kind of cool. Alicia and I are on the opposite spectrum of this as well. So it really helps when we're teaching or writing, because each of us lives a very different experience here. So I have a lot of fast twitch muscle fibers, which means that I am more designed for true HIIT. I go to Tabata classes, not as much now, but before COVID, all the time. Love them totally. Now I more moderate my exercise so that I'm doing something, probably 70, 80% full out. And then, a minute, half a minute of right down, get your heart rate back down. That's exactly what I need. Alicia needs long hikes. She needs long endurance. Now, does that mean that, somebody who loves to hike, as I also do, doesn't hike? Of course not. I do that. Does that mean that Alicia doesn't go a little faster when she's swimming a lap once in a while? No, of course not. But when you understand the primary way your body is meant to function and you support that, then yes, you will dabble a bit in the other, because it's always good to push your body and to, grow in areas, but not to stress that too much, because that again is going to contribute to cortisol. And believe it or not, it also influences the kind of weight training that you should do, whether you are designed more for heavy lifting or whether you're designed for lighter weights and we say a few more reps. And people are like, oh no, my personal trainer says I need to push lots, And I had a client recently whose personal trainer was having her push lots and also had followed kind of the typical hot off the press, 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. She was actually had coding for the need for the lowest amount of protein. So she was eating 2 to 3 times as much protein as she needed in a day, plus pumping extra weight. And she said, I just can't believe this, Brenda. My personal trainer can't believe this. I keep on putting more weight on, like more. And she said, not muscle. I'm getting belly fat. Like, what the heck? Look at her genes. Oh, you have the gene that says that if you push too heavy of a weight, you're actually going to develop subcutaneous abdominal fat. And she's just like, why does my personal trainer know this? I'm saying, they're just going with what they've been trained in. Epigenetics is very new. Don't blame him. Just follow what your genes are saying instead. So yes, we want you moving. Absolutely. If you can do double duty and if you can move outside, get some fresh air, get some sun on your face in the morning or in the evening, you're going to help with things like brain fog, balancing moods, because when you can get that circadian rhythm reset and you can get that cortisol more in a line, it's going to have tentacles of improvement everywhere. Like Alicia said, we are not just a liver, we are not just a brain, we are not just a body, we're not just a spirit, we are very interconnected. And each of these small steps that you take them in, gradually. You don't have to go and do all 8 things in the first, get out of the morning thing, but one step at a time, with what resonates with you as being most important. See how you respond to it, see how your body responds to it, adjust, tweak, and then add the next thing in. The last thing I'll add on exercise before turning it back to you, Alicia, has to do with genes that have to do with your susceptibility to injury. Okay, so I am a true HIIT person that has very challenging injury genes. Okay, don't make a lot of collagen, have trouble with my sodium potassium pump, so I can get injured, can get inflamed. So I have had to, rewrite the way that I do my Tabata, my HIIT, to factor in for those, meaning warm-ups, cool downs. You've just got to do that. Ice is my friend after exercise. Making sure I'll do some cold 30-second ends to my shower sometimes. There's different things that you can do that can help with that. I take collagen. It's one supplement I wish that I would have known I needed 40 years ago. It would have been a good idea. But whenever you learn, it's a good time to learn. So there are things you can do even with challenging genes to still be super active, still be scuba diving, still be doing portaging with canoes, still do, crazy pickleball moves at this time of your life when you're taking care of yourself and doing it in the right ways. Okay, how about another strategy, another core step, Alicia?
Okay, another core step that I love is repair. Our bodies are beautiful. I believe, I've taught biology for many years, and I've taught cell biology and biochemistry. And one important thing is that we need to understand that although, that our DNA changes sometimes or whatever, it actually can repair. How does it repair? Well, we need to give it the right tools to repair. So when we're able to repair our DNA, we are able to actually be able to see changes. And a way in which we actually repair is basically by using a lot of antioxidants, like eating a lot of really good food, colorful food, eating like the rainbow. We say this all the time. Eat like the rainbow. Put in really a lot of antioxidants in your food. Another way of repairing is basically supporting fasting. And that is also on our look for our next book, trying to understand intermittent fasting in a way that people might say, hey, this is for me or not. But imagine our body is like a Pac-Man. Remember Pac-Man, the old game that will come and gobble everything. Well, imagine that the way our cells are made is that instead of getting rid of things, they actually recycle. They're the best recyclers in nature. So they'll come and eat everything that's old, or even old cells. They're old. They don't have a function anymore, and they reuse everything that they have found. So the reason why repair is amazing is because eventually, we truly believe, and we have seen this with quite a bit of our clients, It's like your body is capable of repairing. Your body is capable of moving into this place of true wisdom. And, and as you have all expressed here in this beautiful, beautiful get together, it's like there is a way of moving or using all the information we have lived through, because to me, things happen for a reason. And they happen for a reason because they came here to teach you something about yourself. And so if we're able to repair our DNA, same idea, whatever events that happen in our lives, what have they taught them about ourselves? And here, I have to say, the beautiful speakers, the beautiful speakers that our beautiful Black Butterfly Goddess has been able to put together. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Why? Because we come here to share our experiences. And so with Brenda and I, our experience has been, yes, on resetting our genes. And yes, right now we're writing a book about menopause. We actually have a gift for you. So you can actually, if you want to be one of our very, very first readers, you can actually be able to get our book as a PDF and be a first reader before the book actually comes out. We'll be super happy if you actually take the time to look into it. But on the other hand, is also what has been our own experience and why we ended up here, right? And why each one of you ended up being here. Our bodies, our minds are capable of repairing. We are capable of moving backwards and giving basically our bodies the best tools possible to become as healthy as possible. Doesn't matter if you're in menopause, perimenopause, it doesn't matter if you are where you are in life. Basically, it's beautiful that you are here for a reason. So I don't know, Brenda, do you want to add anything else to that?
Just maybe wrap up with thanks. And I'm not sure how much time we have left, actually. So I just wanted to say thank you for being here, too. It's been really lovely to hear some of the other things I heard before we started. And also just to, make sure that you've got, if you take one thing away from here that you can do to start influencing your genes for better perimenopausal or menopausal health, we would just say, get out and get that morning sunshine. Get out, get it on your face, be able to regulate the cortisol and melatonin. If you said, what's one supplement we would recommend? Well, the lactium, which comes in a couple of different supplements that you can message Elisa on, but also magnesium, super helpful just for sleep and mood and inflammation. And then just, if you come across somebody who says to you, oh, these hormonal things, you can't do anything about them. Menopause is truly hormonal. Lifestyle change don't matter. Just say, I don't know. I don't think that's true. I heard these two women and they seemed like they did pretty well in menopause. So lifestyle changes have profound impact. Genes express differently when they're exposed to stress and poor diet and lack of movement than when they're exposed to calm, great diet and movement that's right for your body. So you do have control over that, and you can start with small steps. I saw there was a question around the type of magnesium. It depends what you're trying to do, but for the most part, we recommend the glycinate for, calming, for, that kind of a thing. If you are looking at wanting to deal with constipation, then you would get a different form, maybe the citrate. But in general, we lean towards glycinate as an overall one. Okay.
Sorry, Karen, what is fluff amen suggestion? Not sure. Did we say something like that? Fluff amen suggestion. I'm not 100% sure. Abigail has her hand up.
I do. Thank you, ladies, so much for this. I'm just so excited. probably about 5 years ago, I was led to Dr. Bruce Lipton, who started talking about the epigenetics, and I just became so fascinated. And so for you ladies to come in here today with this, I'm just really very excited. So obviously I hit menopause a long time ago, and I am not like one of the, like, I have no medicine in my room. I mean, I just I don't, I'm not taking anything. But I was interested in what you keep talking about, the one supplement, and I keep missing it. Hold on,
Oh,
baby girl. I keep missing what you're saying. Can you just
okay.
pronounce it
Yes.
slowly for me?
So it's called Lactium, Lactium. It was developed in France. It's a patented, trademarked product. And there are two versions of it that we particularly like because even companies that sell, with that particular lactium often don't necessarily have good ingredients surrounding it or don't have the kind of scrutiny that we prefer. So one company that we like is called Pure Encapsulations. Okay. And it's called, oh my goodness, I'm having a mental blank, Alicia. Cernitin Plus, sorry, Cernitin Plus. And then the one that we use more often is by a Canadian company called Signature Supplements, and it's called Stress Reset. And if you have any trouble finding it, we are able to drop ship it around North America. So it's fun. But yeah, I highly recommend starting with one of those two. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your
Welcome.
talk has been just really very informative, and I appreciate it. And just so you know, because like I have hit menopause a really long time ago, I didn't flash. I was told I didn't have to, and I took that to heart. And I'm like, okay, she said I don't have to, so I didn't. And I told my body we ain't flashing, and so we did not. So I was very happy about that.
I love that. I love that. And I love your mention of Bruce Lipton. The client I had this morning, I was talking about Bruce Lipton to her and about how many years ago, I can't remember the name of the book, something Beyond Belief or whatever. And in it, he describes an experiment that they did, and in this petri dish, where given the right condition, yes, that the gene would actually produce, or the body would produce this little sheath that would be pulled right over that section of DNA that you didn't want to express and just literally dial it right down. So that I have had that in my mind for ages before we ever started taking this training. So kudos to you for following some of his work. Absolutely.
I love that. His story about the petri dish and oh my gosh, I
Yeah.
love it. And it was so
Yeah.
fascinating and so about how we reproduce what we feed it. It was just amazing. So thank you again.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We love talking about this, in case you can't tell.
I love what you just said, Abigail. We produce what we
Mhm.
feed it.
Mhm.
Yes, definitely we respond to the environment in ways in which we feed the body, and we feed, everything that's surrounding us as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? I'm not sure how much time we have left, but you're welcome to.
Ladies, we've got 1 minute left, and our next speaker is here.
Okay.
So I thank you so much. I learned so much today. And I wrote down the supplements, and I know you saw me looking down. I was making sure that they're in my cart, and that they were the right ones that you recommended. So thank you,
Excellent.
thank you,
Thanks for
thank
having us.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
it's great to
having
be
me.
here.
this was so educational, so needed. We have to learn how to take care of our bodies as women and how to, keep them at best performance. And so
Yeah.
I learned a lot. I've got a list of supplements I have to go out and buy.
Okay.
But I'm excited to buy them and try them. So this is going to be amazing. I thank you both. And next up, we have the beautiful Sabrina Johnson. And I'm looking, where did the three dots go for this? Lord have mercy. Oh, we just disappear sometimes. Times, it's okay. Zoom, it's okay. All right, they're the three dots. Now I got them. Um, so yes, we have the beautiful Sabrina Johnson.
Good
Hi, Mama.
afternoon.
Are you
Hi.
okay? We grounded?
Good to go. I grounded.
You ready?
Yep.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for having me here today and listening to me share. Um, I will be truthful. I may get a little bit emotional. I've never shared this before with anybody. So, again, thank you for allowing me to be here and share. Um, I'm going to take you all back to a time before I was a mindset mentor, before I became a hypnotherapist, before I even thought about appearing on a virtual stage, and before I ever had the words or tools to explain what I'm talking about or even help others. At that time, I was silent, and silence is a sound we all know so well, but rarely talk about. The silence we hold when the world doesn't feel safe. The silence after betrayal. Excuse me. The silence after being touched without consent. And the silence after someone says, "Don't tell anyone." I lived in that silence, not for a moment, but for decades. At a very young age, around 12, I was told by someone that I trusted, a family member, my uncle, that he was teaching me how to be a woman, how to be pleasing, how to obey, how to be quiet. At that young and impressionable age, I believed him. He said it was normal. He said it was love. He said it was our secret and that I was special. And when you're a child, you don't understand that love doesn't come with fear, that power doesn't equal protection. And so I adapted. In my teens, I thought my value was in being wanted. I thought my boundaries were optional. I thought my worth was something I had to prove. And by proving that, I had to be perfect, accommodating, pleasing. I chased success any chance I got because I was terrified of being discarded. I entered relationships where I had more than I ever got back. I entered jobs where I worked twice as hard to feel half as seen. I became high functioning, also high pressure, because behind the polished exterior was a voice that said, "You're not enough. Try harder. You can do better. They're going to discard you." I grew up smiling in public, but breaking in private. And in school, I was a good student, but an even better friend and girlfriend. I had to show my value, prove my worth. In life, I was a very fractured soul. And that early violation didn't just harm my body, it rewired my beliefs. I thought love meant pain. I thought my worth came from pleasing others. I thought speaking up meant danger. And I thought if I say anything now, who's going to believe me? And so began the echo. Years passed. I thought I was fine. I thought I had successfully pushed the pain away. Then I became a mother. I became a partner, a professional. And inside, the echoes stayed. I stayed in relationships that mirrored my past, where emotional abuse was masked as normal stress, where I silenced myself to avoid being too much, where I sacrificed peace for approval, where conflict meant I would show up with another bruise. And, I always had a story. I got creative with those stories. I once fell going up the stairs. Imagine that. And that's actually one I'll never forget because it was so ridiculous. And people pretend to believe you when you share these stories because they don't want to face the abuse as much as you don't. So they want what you're saying to be true. And like so many high achieving women, I wore resilience like an armor. Staying hidden never gave my soul a chance to breathe. My turning point came, and it wasn't a dramatic moment. It wasn't a breakdown or an explosion. It was a whisper. The whisper that said, you don't have to keep surviving. You're allowed to heal. You are allowed to have a life you can be proud of. You're allowed to show your daughter the strength that you've carried within for so long. And she can know that you stood up for you, for her, and for your future. That whisper is what led me to the work that I now share with others. Mindset mentorship, hypnotherapy, trauma-informed, subconscious healing. Through methods like RTT, NLP, and Ericksonian hypnotherapy, that's when I began to reclaim my voice. Not just in words, but in belief, in worth, in truth. And here's what I've learned, not just from my journey, but from guiding so many others through theirs. Silence is often survival, but healing begins in safe expression. The patterns you repeat, they're not your personality. They are your protection. And the stories you carry in shame can become the source of your power, especially when shared with intention. You're not too broken. You're not behind. And you're not weak for wanting more peace and happiness. I created my practice for people like us. Women who are business owners, executives, leaders, CEOs, visionaries. They look unstoppable on the outside, but inside, many carry the same echoes. Unspoken moments, unhealed wounds, invisible pressure to perform, to prove, and protect everyone but themselves. The same echoes I've carried for so long. And here's the truth I've learned. Healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means returning to the parts of you that were silenced and letting them speak. Healing means learning your worth is not transactional. Your softness is not weakness. And your past is not your identity. If you're here, if this has stirred something inside of you, it's not a coincidence. That's clarity. Let me walk with you. Let's turn the unspoken into unstoppable. And what that means is rewiring the beliefs that you never chose, but somehow still live by. The mind is powerful, but the subconscious is where our deepest stories live. And that's why I use RTT, NLP, and hypnotherapy. All of these modalities allow us to bypass the noise to get straight to where talk therapy doesn't often reach. It speaks directly to the root. And when we do that, change becomes rapid, permanent, liberating. So today, I'd like to give all of you a taste of that experience. I'd like everybody here, if you'd like to participate, just to get comfortable in your chair, to close your eyes if you feel safe. Take a deep breath. Let your eyes gently close. With each breath, allow yourself to settle. Sink deeper into comfort, into peace. And with each breath you continue to take, you'll start to see a staircase in front of you. There are 5 golden steps on this staircase, and it leads down to a warm, comfortable beach. As you reach the 5th step, you'll begin to hear the sound of the ocean below. Climbing down further on step 4, you'll feel relaxed. You'll hear birds in the distance. Step 3, you see waves crashing against the shore, and a sense of complete calm washes over you. Step 2, you're nearly there. You can see shells on the long white sandy beach and feel a sense of happiness. You're finally at step 1, and you've arrived on this beautiful, warm beach. You smell the salty sea air. You feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. Right now, right here, this is your safe space. A place where you're seen, where you're valued, and where you're profoundly understood. As you continue to breathe, you become aware of a gentle golden light above you. It's a warm, radiant, and pure light. This light begins to pour down you like a soft, soothing rain, gently touching the crown of your head. Feel it melt away any tension. Your forehead softens, your jaw relaxes, your shoulders drop. This golden light flows down your neck, your chest, your arms, your back, releasing every worry, every fear. And as this light continues to flow down, it reaches your heart and it begins to glow brighter, because here at the center of your being is a truth you may have forgotten, the truth that you are enough, the truth that your voice is powerful, the truth that your story matters. As this golden light fills your heart, it washes away the weight of shame, of fear, of doubt, replacing them with strength, confidence, and deep, unconditional self-love. Now, in this safe space, I want you to see before you a mirror. But this is no ordinary mirror. It reflects the truest version of you. I want you to look into this mirror. See yourself not as you were told to be, but as you truly are. A person of wisdom, courage, and infinite worth. And as you look into your own eyes, I'd like you to say these words. I am worthy. I am powerful. I am seen. I deserve love. I deserve respect. Feel those words sinking into every part of your being. You're not your past. You are not your pain. You are the author of your own story. And you can choose now, in this moment, to write a new chapter. As you continue to look into the mirror, see a vision of your future self, radiant, strong, and unapologetically free. Notice how she stands, how she speaks, how she shines. You are becoming her with each breath. You are stepping into your power. And now, let this golden light begin to spread beyond you, touching the room, surrounding everyone here with healing, strength, and love. You're not alone. You are part of a family of resilience. In a moment, I will count from 5 to 1. With each number, you will return to the present, carrying this strength, this clarity, and this power with you. 5, gently bringing awareness back to your body. 4, feeling the warmth of the room around you. 3, remembering this feeling of peace and power. 2, knowing you are enough. You always have been. You always will be. 1, feel free to open your eyes. Welcome back. You are seen. You are heard. And you are powerful. You're not broken. You are becoming. And every part of your story, even the silent chapters, hold power when you choose to speak them. So if today stirred something within you, if you felt a whisper of your own truth start to rise up, I invite you to continue that journey. Feel free, reach out to me. I'm here to support all of you. Everyone here actually I would love to gift you a free experience with me for an hour. You don't have to heal alone. Let's rewrite the narrative together. Thank you. That's really all I had today.
Beautiful. Where did you go? These pins, these pins. Beautiful Sabrina. Where'd she go? Oh, you're on the 3rd page. We got 3 pages now. I am so proud of you. You did it.
I
You
can
did
breathe
it.
now. Yeah.
You did it. And you did it so well. So thank you for taking us on that journey. I remember my 5-step journey the first time I had it done. And I will always, always, always attribute that to how I healed so miraculously so fast from so much. So I love you. I love you. I love you. And I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I love
You
you
are
too.
welcome. Well, ladies, we are almost at the end of a very long day. And have I got a conversation for you? So, next up is my beautiful godchild. She's not a child anymore. She's a grown woman, but she's always going to be my baby. She will forever be known as baby girl to me. Everybody, please welcome my goddaughter, who I am so, 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 so proud of for being here today, Faith Thomas.
Hi, everyone.
Introduce yourself, Lovey, and let them know what kind of amazing woman you are.
Yeah, so first things first, I'm extremely nervous and anxious, so hopefully that doesn't translate through the screen too much, but we will work on that. Hopefully our conversation is enjoyable and very informative for everyone. My name is Faith. I have been in Tawana's life for over a decade now.
You were 4.
Yeah.
That's 2 decades.
So oh my God, I am. Yeah, so for 2 decades, so I know her very, very well. I call her my second mother, even to this day. She has witnessed me go through a lot of trauma. Probably didn't start to realize how much trauma I actually really had up until this year. It took me about 25 years, the first 25 years of my life to really get a grips on it, get a hold on it. I've been in therapy almost my entire life since I was 5 years old. I was diagnosed with ADHD at 5. I was actually diagnosed because I was chasing my sister through a walkway with a knife in my hand, screaming, "I'm going to kill you." So my whole life has been filled with behavioral issues, coping issues, family trauma, sexual trauma, abuse in relationships, and years of therapy all throughout, years of experienced people in my life who had either went to college for psychology, or they were psychologists, therapists, psychiatrists, healers, spiritual healers. Even throughout all of that, it took me a long time to really get a grip on this. So hopefully today, throughout our conversation, I can give you some new tips, some things that helped me. So yeah.
So, tell us what little Faith was like.
Very angry. Extremely, extremely angry. I have some beliefs of where that anger stems from. Could be from the ADHD, could be that trauma made me develop ADHD. I don't know. All I do know is that throughout all that I can remember, my earliest memories, I've just always been filled with so much anger. But throughout that anger, I was very hopeful. I threw myself into spirituality, particularly Christianity. that's why I was really drawn to you, Mom. You taught me a lot of things that I really needed to know and needed to hear at that time to get me through that, to move through that anger. And it really gave me a lot of hope for my future. And I think that's why, like, throughout all of these years, I've gone this long without really cueing in on how detrimental that anger was.
Very good. And what take us through the life of teenage phase.
Of what?
Teenage phase.
Ah, even better. I love uh, yeah, so when I was younger, I went through I would like to state that I will talk about my father, maybe a lot, maybe not enough. I will also talk about my sister. Both of them I love dearly to this day. They have both done a lot of work. So the things that I do say now are no longer accurate depictions of who they are. But when I was young, like, can I close my door really quick?
Absolutely, darling. You saw Lotus over here. We got pets on board.
Yeah.
Cabbage.
So I have a he is 1 year old golden retriever, and I got him to help manage my anxiety, and he does nothing but the opposite. He's a big cuddle bug though, but he's a big cuddle bug after he gives you a black eye. He's barking.
He said, I want to stick up for myself, Mom. That's not fair.
Yeah. Going back to what I was saying, yeah, so in my earlier life, my dad was very angry. He went through a lot of abuse, right? And I received the consequence for that, me and my sister. So because of all of that, I had a lot of anger throughout my early childhood, which morphed into rebellion once I hit, and rebellion and dissociation or denial throughout my teenage years. So when I was 13, so I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia, right? When I was 13, my parents, upped and moved us, literally gave us a 2-week notice that we were moving. So when I moved from Georgia to Texas, it was a really big thing for me. I lost my community. I lost my friends. I lost my, the people that I confided in and needed there for emotional support. And so when I came here to Texas, I really threw myself into religion. I tried to find a church. I actually got into Mormonism. Even to this day, I absolutely love the church. I don't like the book that I don't like that they preach from the Book of Mormon and not the Bible, but as a community, they are absolutely great people. They definitely gave me a lot of hope and belief in society as a whole, because they're just full of happiness and light, right? And so I was baptized Mormon, and I had this, at this time I knew I was angry, right? I knew that I went through some stuff. It was different because my friends in Georgia had it a lot worse than I did, but when I moved to Texas, I was the damaged one out of all of my friends. The people here in Austin, they grow up very differently. Their dads don't beat them. Their sisters don't sit on them until they're black and blue and you're screaming for help. Their house didn't burn down when you were like 8 years old. They come from a family where mom and dad works. They both take home about 120 grand. They don't have to worry about their lights being on or taken off. So when I moved here, it was very different, and I could tell that. And that was the first time where I kind of had this thought of like, I'm different. I've gone through so much more than most people my age, and I felt like an adult compared to, you know, around all of my friends who were literally 12, 13 years old. But through dealing with that, like I said, I got into Mormonism, I got baptized, started picking up on cues of what was really happening to me, the feelings that I was feeling, and then I was raped. And then I got into cutting, self-harm. I blocked out all of those memories. Then I got into drugs. And then I think that was kind of the period of my life where I knew that something was wrong. I was in therapy all throughout, trying to figure it out, but I was never at a place to really look at that pain and the trauma. And so all of these years of therapy really didn't do anything because I could never look in the mirror. I could never feel those feelings that I needed to feel. So, you know, from 15 to 20, I'd say 15 to 21, I spent all of those years, relationship after relationship, a guy who was a really bad addict. I met him as an ex-fentanyl, and he was on cocaine and Xanax, and I couldn't get him off of it. And you know, I got into these relationships trying to heal them, and attempts to heal me, and it never worked, right? So yeah, you know, my teenage years were all about escaping, and you know, from age 21 to age 26, what I am now, we've been kind of in that cleanup stage, trying to figure things out, still not there 100%, but I will give myself some credit and working on trying to identify my own strengths. And one of them is that I can go through a hell of a lot of pain. And I can endure a lot. And I've always, all throughout my childhood and adolescence and even early adulthood, I've always have tried to get past it. Very resilient.
You are extremely resilient. And you know, I am so proud of you for being here today and for sharing your journey with others. It's not an easy journey, but you're not the little girl.
I'm not.
No, you're not the little girl and who showed up at my door traumatized. You're not the little girl who, you know, um walked into my house the first time. You're not. And you are so brave and so powerful. And I want you to really feel that there are women right now looking at this, looking up to you like, oh my God, look at her. She looks so amazing and she's got a lab and blah, 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 blah. But you're doing it. And I know Faith's parents very, very, very well, of course. So share what it was like to have mom as mom.
You mom or my mom?
Your the one who pushed you out, not the one who embraced you, the one who pushed you out.
That's how close we are. I can't even tell which mom you're talking about. So I love my mother dearly. My mom is an amazing woman. She has always been there for me throughout everything. Every single time that I needed her, she was always there for me. And even as an adult, she still helps me. She comes over, like so I keep a copy of my key hidden somewhere outside, and she knows where it is. And I'll come home, and she came over while I was at work, and she'll do my dishes, my laundry, everything's clean. She fed all four of my pets. I have a guinea pig, 2 rabbits, and a golden retriever. And she'll do everything in my house. And that's just the type of woman that she is. She wants to make it easier and lighter for the ones in her life. And because of her, I have been able to really take this year healing. But she's just an amazing woman. She's always there for everyone who needs her, a lot of times to her own demise. But we're working on it. One thing that I do love about my journey, and you actually brought this up to me the other day when I called you, particularly about I've been really in tuned with what's going on in politics today, what's going around the world, people who are particularly suffering, and there's nothing that someone like me can do anything about it, right? And I called Mom, Tawana, beautiful black goddess or butterfly. But I called you, and I was like, how do you find space and within yourself to compartmentalize everything that's going on around you, that has all this bad energy around it? How do you go on living your life as a normal human being, knowing that there are people in different areas of the world who are suffering, who can't even, who don't even know what their next meal is? And you told me that it is within my best interest to learn how to compartmentalize, and it's within my best interest to learn how to hold space for that. Because if I constantly hold space for that, I can't hold space for myself. And if I can't hold space for myself, I can't teach someone else what I know. And throughout my healing journey, I have given all of the tools and all of the coping mechanisms, and I've given them. And my mom has seen me go throughout this journey, and she has seen me turn my whole life around in the span of a year. No, I'm sorry, 2-3 years. But everything that she's seen me go through and everything that she's seen me accomplish, she's actually started doing. And so, when I was younger, she used to be so much filled with anxiety, which is probably where I get it from. Wanting to micromanage everything out of, sometimes nicest, more often than not, was out of control. She couldn't stand the thought of her child suffering, because then that meant she was a failure, right? And going back to, I think it was Elise who brought up the example of, I don't want to do the dishes, or if I don't do the dishes, I'm a horrible person. Yeah. So that's very much
it reminded me of her.
Yeah.
That was the first person I thought of.
Yeah. When she said that, I was like, that's literally my mom in my apartment doing my dishes, because God forbid I don't do something correctly and my mom thinks that she's a failure. But I know that she means well, and I know why she does it. I know why she thinks that she does it, but she does struggle with a lot of anxiety. But throughout watching me on my journey, she's been able to kind of get a lot of stability through that, which is a really great thing, because she has multiple sclerosis. She suffers from it periodically, sometimes bad, sometimes not bad. And she was diagnosed when I was 17. And when I began, my health journey, spiritual journey, I began telling her, hey, Mom, let's try to fix your sleep. Oh, well, I don't need that. Well, maybe you do, because this is what it could do, and then that could help that. And then that could help that, which helps your MS. So throughout her watching me tweak my sleep quality and quantity, what I eat, making sure that I'm getting in the right meals, even going to therapy. I got her into going to therapy. Even meditation. We'll go and do some yoga or meditation classes. Yeah. Could you imagine my mom doing meditation?
Yes, I can imagine the comments. That's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Knowing your mom, the comments is fun.
Yeah. But watching her do yoga is even better. With last time we went to a yoga class, we got about 15 minutes in, and we were just looking at each other, and I'm just like, Mom, I know you said this was beginner, but I I can't do this. And she was like, maybe next time we'll actually read like the description of like what kind of yoga. And I was like, yeah, apparently that matters.
Little, just a little baby girl, just a little.
Just a little.
So, what was it like growing up with me as your second mama?
I loved it. I mean, throughout everything that I have discussed that I went through in my childhood, you were by far like that one thing that I could always run and escape to. I didn't have to feel the abuse at your house. I didn't have to withhold my feelings at your house. You know, I was allowed to speak up. I didn't have to, you know, it's not that my parents ever, like when it came to like food in the house, it's not like there was ever not any food, but there was never food that I wanted, I enjoyed. You know, I could always go to your house, and it was literally all of my needs were met every single time I went to your house. And
Thank you, baby girl. Um, you want to talk a little about your siblings and your relationship with them and how even that's healing?
yeah. Yeah, so growing up, as I shared that I had a lot of anger, my older sister, Katie, had even more. She was diagnosed with bipolar at an early age, I think around 12, but before then, it just seemed like she always had, like, I don't, you know, we've talked about it as I've gotten older. We don't know if I hated her first, she hated me first, we hated each other, or I was abused, she was abused, we took it out on each other. And quite frankly, going back to another person, that the first person that I saw when I came in, let me see, I don't remember her name. The even if theory, like even
Mm-hmm.
if,
Elise.
yeah, even if that was the case, who cares? Um, we were both pieces of crap towards each other.
You were typical sisters.
Well, I would say yes, but it was more extreme, right? You know, I don't even know how much of me and Katie's relationship you knew before I came in, you know, into your life, but she was abusive. She would sit on me until I was black and blue and screaming, and no one else was in the house, and she was literally about to kill me from lack of oxygen. And as I'm screaming for help, no one's there. It's just her, because mom and dad needed her to watch me. Um, so Katie instilled a lot of trauma within me. She was the first person that made me fear for my safety. She was the first person that made me fear that family's not love. All throughout our relationship, we have hated each other. I mean, absolutely hate. I'm not proud to say it, but I wished her dead a lot of times. And I remember telling you that, and you would always tell me, don't say that about your sister. Don't say that. There's going to be a day where when it comes where she's going to be dead and you're going to want her there. And at that age, I was just like, no, never. Why would I want that? Why would I want someone in my life who treats me like shit, doesn't, sorry for my language,
You're fine, baby girl.
doesn't listen to me, doesn't respect my boundaries. You know, just someone who overall did not act like they cared about me. And the funny thing is that she would always tell me, oh, you know, I'm your big sister, I love you. And I remember thinking, like, this isn't love. Like, I don't know who taught you how to love. My dad. But that's not it. But you know, as I've gotten older, I've understood that she endured a lot worse abuse from my dad. She would be backed in a corner with her hands up trying to defend herself as a 12-year-old, and my dad would just unleash all of his anger on her. And she was in need of she had a lot of behavioral issues, and I just don't think that my parents, were at a place to have 3 kids, 2 of which who had major behavioral problems. And I don't think my dad should have had children when he did. I think he has a lot of unhealed trauma and anger issues that from him being violently beaten when he was younger. And the same thing with my mom. My mom was beaten too by her stepfather. And, so we have one person who doesn't know love and dissociates and is in denial of it. And so he ignores it. And then we have another person who was abused and not given the amount, any really good amount of love from their parents. And they chose to be overly anxious about it. And, they had children. And then they created me and Katie, who, when we were born, we had all of these, from what I believe, the generational trauma, we had all of these big adult feelings throughout many generations of abuse and denial around it. And me and Katie didn't know what to do with with it. So we put it on each other. Right. And my whole life I judged her. So wrongly. And if I could go back, I wish I could. I wish.
It's okay.
I do.
I don't want you to have regrets. Things happen when they're supposed to, in the time that the divine assigns. You were way too young to understand what was happening. Way too young. And you had your own big feelings that you would let out every morning on the school bus, which is how I inherited you. So you not knowing at 4 and 5 what to do with these big feelings only built more and more and more. What matters is that you have embraced your sister and there's healing happening there so that her son can see that.
Yeah.
That's what matters. We all would do things different if we could go back in time. Come on now. You know all of mom's failures too. So, but what's important is that you owned it. You never have not owned it.
Yeah.
You own your healing. You own the fact that you are an adult and you can make peace with your sister so that her son does not go through this trauma.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So would you say you're the generational curse breaker?
I would I like to believe that. That's what my mom says. I like to believe that everyone in my family, including my dad, is a generational curse breaker,
They are. They are in their own way. But I've borne witness to your entire journey. I was there to receive that phone call while I looked up plane tickets when that incident happened to you. And I wanted you here today because I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
The woman you are, the pet mom you are, I am so proud of. It is a far cry from me standing at the bus stop. Is she going to take her medicine? Is she taking her medicine? Why is this child? Why won't she take her medicine? Far cry. And Monique's like, Mom, that's not your child. You've done it. You've done it. You've healed and you've done it big. I love you with all of my heart, all of my soul, and all of my being. And I am so glad that you chose to say yes when I messaged you about this.
I almost didn't want to.
You hesitated for a minute. You did hesitate for a minute. But I explained to you there was a bigger reason behind my asking. And it's because you're leveling up. Spiritually, you're leveling up. You should even feel it happening in your body right now. Look at how you've brought the family healing.
You're right.
Look at how you have brought the entire family healing. Dad's healing, mom's healing, Katie's healing. Tommy doesn't have to heal. Gracie's good. She's always been good. As long as there was a corner, a closet to organize, Gracie was good.
I forgot about that.
When I came home and found her sitting in the middle of my closet.
Yep, I remember.
Hey, you want to organize it? Go for it. Go for it. But you've done it, baby girl. And I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. That means a
So
lot.
proud of. And so, is there anything you'd like to leave the audience with? Faith's affirmations can be found on the downloadable website once we make the page active. So, anything you want to leave everyone with?
I guess one thing that I want to say is I hope that throughout me telling my experience and my journey that you can see that the overall theme of my life was always having doubt in myself and thinking I can't do it, but also simultaneously holding space for hope and thinking there has to be better out there. I just want you to know that you will get there through manifestation, through compartmentalizing, through going to therapy, through learning coping mechanism, breathing exercises, breathing techniques, yoga, meditation. I found my way there. And when I tell you that it was a rocky road getting here, it was rocky, it was confusing, and it still is. And I wake up every day with a slight part of me that's like, what if I go back? But I just want you to know that honestly, truthfully, if I can do it, you can do it. And if you don't believe you can, I would just like y'all to know that I used to be a behavioral therapist and I work in construction right now, and I do it because it pays well. Never thought I would be able to do anything like that. I couldn't even hold a drill 2 years ago, and somehow, some way, I get paid more than I did 5 years ago doing something that I actually went to college and wanted to do. And I wake up every day knowing that I constantly do things that surprise me and make me realize that I'm capable so much more. And I promise you, if I can do it, you can too.
Thank you so much, baby girl. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I'm proud of you. And I will see you later.
I love you too.
So, next up, we have a remarkable woman. Okay? Remarkable. Dawn Phoenix, who has become my magical sister. So excited for this. I am so excited. I'm so excited. Look. Okay. It's Dawn. Okay, lady, work it, work it.
I don't show up to work like this. I can show up for you, my beautiful goddess sister.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes.
And Papa.
Oh, oh yes.
Mama Lorraine and everybody.
Yes. She always honors the ancestors. So I'm going to hand it over to you. Dawn is going to share the alchemist path. Can't wait.
So, a wee bit about me. before I get into, my life story. So I'm an intuition alchemist, and I take a bunch of different modalities and things that I do and kind of wrap them up into that. So I basically connect people. I'd like to work with entrepreneurs in my community and in other spaces where I connect them in and let them find the blocks that they have in their businesses and their lives, just guide them and let them discover these things, and then have tools to help them if they want to kind of figure out what to do next. So that's kind of my thing. I'm a clinical hypnotherapist and an animal communicator and a dolphin energy healing practitioner. Some of these things will come into play in my story, so I figured I might as well drop them here. And I'm an author, so I write books and stuff. So, okay. Yes, Dawn Phoenix really is my name. Funny thing, people have asked me in the past, is that your real name or your stage name? And I kind of sit there and I'm like, exactly, what do you think I do? So here's the story of how I became Dawn Phoenix, because that was not the name I was born with. I was born of violence. My mother was married to my father for 3 years, and she was on birth control. He was an alcoholic and would cheat on her when she would go to work at night as a nurse's aide. This is growing up in Connecticut, and this is in the late 70s. I was born in 77. So she got pregnant because she changed birth control pills. And back then they didn't know. In the in-between, oops. So here's baby Dawn. So my father apparently also was a drug addict, and my mother did not know this. And one night in the 6th month of her pregnancy, February 21st, to be exact, she found drugs in his pocket of his leather jacket in the coat closet and flushed them down the toilet. And when he found out what she had done, a few minutes later, he beat the shit out of her. And I cuss. That's what I do. Sorry. Some stories call for it. And her water broke, and then he left. He left in a rage, their apartment. So she went to the hospital, and they gave her Pitocin to try to stop me from coming, which didn't work. So at 10:47 at night, baby Dawn was born to the day 3 months prematurely. I was supposed to be born May 21st, and I was born February 21st. And I was right on time, apparently, for me. I spent the next 3 months in the hospital. My lungs weren't fully formed yet. The immune system hadn't been fully formed. So my mother divorced my father, and it was finalized by the time I came home. She had to quit work, and we went on welfare. This is in Connecticut, because my immune system was not strong enough yet that the doctor believed it would be safe for me to go into a preschool or childcare. So we went on state welfare. And that's how I started the first 4 years of my life. She married when I was 4 years old to a man who became my stepfather and then legally adopted me. So he was my dad. And he was nice for a couple of years. But then the fact that he was an alcoholic and a mentally abusive one at that came through, and my life was spent in a household where that was the case. So that is kind of like where I came from. And when I was an adult, I went through my life. My first relationship with a high school boyfriend, he was emotionally abusive. And that went on for 6 years until I finally went off to college and decided that's not for me, met some friends, and, finally was able to find myself. And then after that, I had a wonderful marriage. For about 16 years, we were together, and it was great. We had a son, and then he was deployed, and it just broke down the marriage. He was military. And in 2016, we got a divorce when my son was, he was about 8 years old. Shortly after that, and I had been a stay-at-home mom. I had gone to college. I had gotten a degree for teaching. I taught for a little bit, and then I got pregnant with my son, and I was a stay-at-home mom. And so when we divorced, I had no income, and I didn't get any alimony either because I gave up custody of my son full-time to my husband so that they could be their best buddies that they were. And since he had all the money, my son would never be wanting for anything. So I was like, okay, he's going to have, the life of his dreams with his dad. And I was not a really necessary part of that. That's, how I felt at the time. But when I divorced, my mother said that I was a terrible person and a horrible mother, and she disowned me, and the rest of my family followed suit, except for my grandmother. So here I was, newly divorced, and hoping I was doing the right things. And yeah, then I have no family. So I have no place to live either because I have no income in apartments. They don't let you have a place to live because any alimony you get, which I did actually get a couple months worth, they're like, nope, that's not income. So I was staying with a friend in her basement. And during this time, I was friends with a guy who I'd known for 3 years. And he wanted to start dating me. So we started dating. And then he's like, oh, we should get married. So you have insurance. And I'm going to keep going because everybody's frozen. And I hope that's not on my end. So I'm just going to keep going and, the show must go on. So I remarried after that first divorce shortly after. And he said, his name was Chris. And he said, I want to take care of you. He was 15 years older than me. And he's like, I want to take care of you. I want you to have insurance because you don't. Okay, good. Thank you, Karen. I'm glad I'm not frozen. And I just want to take care of you so you can get your business up and running and off the ground. And I said, yay, that's great. Awesome. Let's do this. It'll be fun. And that's what I thought. So in 2016, we got married. And I started my hypnotherapy practice and I started bringing some energy medicine work into it. And I opened a brick and mortar office and it was great. And I was getting dolphin energy attunements to become a practitioner for that. And that's going to come into play later in the story. So we're about a year and a half into our marriage. And one night I have a dream. Chris is asleep in the guest room. He had strep throat for like a week or two, and I wanted him sleeping in a different room. So he was. And I had this dream of this guy with dark hair and, dark eyes and tan skin, really good looking guy. And I happened to be at an Italian restaurant with my son and his dad. Usually when I dream about my son, his dad's with him because they're like that. You can't get one without the other. And in this dream, my husband at the time had gotten up to go to the bathroom or something. He just left the table and the seat next to me was open. And this gentleman comes and he sits down and he just starts talking to me. And I was like, I don't know who you are, but I'm a married woman and my husband's coming back real soon. So you best get out of here. And next thing I know, he had, okay, Tawana, I hope you're okay. I'm hearing about the storm you're having. So fingers crossed you're okay. So thank you, Diana. So yeah, I had this dream. And then you know how dreams work where you're doing one thing and 2 seconds later, you're in a completely different scene. Well, I'm in a truck driving home without my husband who never came back to the table. And I guess I left without him. And this guy just shows up. Poof, he just appears in the passenger seat. And he said, I love you so much. And I need you to understand that you are so loved. And I was just like, wow, I don't know what's going on here, but that is weird. But he was very insistent on how much I was loved. I said, okay, that's fine. So I didn't really think anything of it. And then 2 weeks later, on January 30th, my husband committed what I would later learn was spousal rape. I had no idea what it was called. I just knew that it didn't sit well with me. And the night that it happened, actually, it was an eclipse that night, which is very interesting if you know the energy of eclipses. They're like full moons on steroids. So that definitely eclipsed something out of my life, that marriage. And I went to bed that night feeling very uneasy next to him in bed and just knowing that something was wrong. But he's my husband, so maybe that's okay. I don't know. And so I went to sleep and I woke up in the middle of the night, maybe about 3 a.m. and the dolphins were giving me downloads. And I'm also a channel, so I get messages very similarly to how Tawana does. And they said, go look up spousal rape. And I went, that sounds pretty serious. And so I did. I went and I looked it up, and that's what had happened to me. And I sat there all night on the living room couch, just stunned. He came downstairs in the morning and I said, "This is what you did, and it's illegal." And he just looked and he was like, "Huh, I didn't think it was that bad." He's like, "Sorry." And I was just, that's all I got from him ever. So I started having him sleep outside the bedroom. I wouldn't let him anywhere near me. I tried not to be home when he was home for a few days. And finally, I said I want a divorce. And I printed out the paperwork. And I thought it was just as easy as you sign the piece of paper and then that's it. No, that's not the case. So as soon as I did that, I said, he just was floored. He looked at it and he was just shocked. "Welcome back, Tawana. I'm glad you're safe."
Thank you,
So,
darling.
yeah. Okay. So I'm just continuing with my story. I didn't know if it was me or not. I'm like, the show must go on. So yeah. So yeah, I filled out the paperwork and that I could up to that point and said I want a divorce. I said, and so he just sat at the kitchen table looking at the paperwork, just disbelieving that I'd actually gone through and decided this. And I said, "I cannot function right now. There's something wrong with me. I cannot function. I need to leave. I'm not going to cause trouble. I'm not going to press charges. I'm not going to do anything to disrupt your life. I just want to go. And I just want peace and quiet." And I said, "So can you find somewhere else to go just for like a month so I can close my office, move whatever stuff I have somewhere else, just move out of your life?" And he looked at me with his cold blue eyes and he said, "As long as I am paying the mortgage here, I'm not going anywhere." And so at that point, I felt trapped in my own townhome with my husband who'd raped me and didn't even feel remorse about it and didn't feel like he owed me anything. So I went to bed that night and I said, "Spirit, I know how to do this. I know what those sarcophaguses were for, sarcophagi in Egypt. You know, you leave your body and you either come back or you don't. But either way, you know, your body's in there." And I said, "I know how to leave my body and I know how to come back if I want to and not come back if I don't want to. And I cannot be in this body right now like this. So either I get some support, I need some help, or in the morning, I will not come back to this body." So I went to bed that night, and the same man who came into my dream 2 weeks ago showed up. And we both turned into dolphins and we're leaping in the water where it was purples and pinks in the water, and it was reflecting the clouds that were purples and pinks, and there were stars out. Even in the day, you could see them because the sky was like this pinky purple color. And the water was like silvery and it was just beautiful. And I have since learned that he took me back to our life together in Lemuria, where I received some pretty awesome healing. And so he is one of my most powerful guardians and guides. And he saved me because I was able to wake up that morning and I went down to the police station and I said, "I'd like to make a statement and I want to get a restraining order." And so they said, "Okay, well, you don't actually do that here. They have to come out to your house, you know, check everything out, you know, talk to you, everything like that." So they did. They sent 5 officers. They each interviewed me, all asking the same questions to make sure I had the right story. And because time had gone by, there was too much time that had gone by. They said, "Well, there's not DNA evidence. We're going to have to take your word for it. But yes, it does sound like, you know, rape. And it does also sound like he was cheating on you, given the circumstances of, you know, his excuses for why he did what he did." And I said, "Oh, okay, great. Fabulous. So what do I do now? I don't want to stay here." And they said, "So you can go to a shelter. We have one here. We can have an advocate come, pack up your things for a couple days, and you can go stay there." So I did. The people at the shelter helped me write out this form that you go before a magistrate and you present, you know, this form to her, and that's how you get a restraining order. So I did that, and I got denied. She said, there's not enough information here. I know what you're looking for, but there's not enough information." And I was like, "What?" I mean, no, the word no is on there. No means no. That should be enough information, right? So I was in bed that night and I got a download from the universe. And it was from one of the dolphin energy attunements where they're basically like meditations where we receive dolphin energy into our fields, like a little IV drip. And during the most recent one, which was a couple of weeks before this whole incident, I didn't get any messages or any downloads or really have anything happen. But I was told something got left in your spiritual inbox and it's for opening later. Okay. So that night at the shelter where I was in bed, and my roommate was down below me. I was on the top bunk, she was on the bottom. And I was just crying. And I'm like, you know what? At least I'm safe. I'm here. I'm safe with other women. I'm getting help. And I just want to be able to go back home. Please let me go home. And I got the download right there from the dolphins. And it dropped in this immense gratitude for the beautiful people who had just started showing up in my life. And I cried myself to sleep with tears of gratitude because I was safe. And in that moment, that's all I needed. I didn't need to be upset that I'd gotten denied the restraining order. That didn't matter at that time. So woke up in the morning. They helped me at the center, the shelter, rewrite my paper to give more detail. I gave as much detail as I possibly could to that magistrate. And I went in there the next day and she said, I see you're back. You're very passionate about this. I see you have more information. I'm really on the fence about this, but I'm going to give you a 2-week temporary restraining order and you can go from there. Next. And I was just like, okay, so that was the first step. The shelter worked with an amazing attorney who specialized in divorce cases. And so she became my divorce lawyer. She actually got that 2-week temporary restraining order turned into a permanent no contact order, which is such a magical act of talking about alchemy. Wow. You know, that's like a big bad. If he comes near me or contacts me or whatever, it's like, don't pass go, don't collect 200, go straight to jail, which I'm very grateful for. So that was the universe showing me, let me show you how much I've got your back. So he was not allowed home. He was served the paperwork at work, which, by the way, he worked at a detention center with troubled youth, troubled young men. That's where they go before they go to big boy jail. He taught history. So I thought that was very interesting. And he still kept his job. They didn't fire him or anything. So apparently they didn't care that he had a restraining order against him, but I didn't have to see him anymore after that. So I didn't know where I was going, but I started packing. I packed up my office, closed down my business, and realized I have PTSD. I need to get help for this. So I was talking to Linda, who is my dolphin mama. She is the person that I had known for about a year with my dolphin energy healing attunements. She helps guide those. And I was talking to her on the phone and she said, you know, I've moved out. She and her husband were separated. And she said, David, who was her husband, he's looking for someone to help take care of the house and do the chores. He doesn't want to do like cleaning and taking care of the 2 cats. And, you know, why don't you think about moving down to Sedona? You could be his roommate and take care of the house in lieu of rent and the cats. Thank you, universe. So that's what I did. I packed up as much as I could in my car. And I drove down from Colorado Springs down to Sedona. And I got there in April, I think it was, of 2018. And immediately got some beautiful, beautiful healing from beautiful people there. They had a retreat. And I mourned the loss of many of the beloved items I owned. The glider that I nursed my son in when he was a baby, had to leave that behind. The desk that my uncle made for me when I was a child, had to leave that behind. But I had myself and my healing journey and beautiful, wonderful people who were helping me. So the divorce proceedings close out in September of that year. And I had been to a retreat in between that was hosted by Linda and David. And at that retreat, on my name tag, I tried out the name Dawn Phoenix. Everybody at the retreat loved it. And I said, you know, I don't want to take my maiden name I don't want to take my first husband's last name, even though my son has the same name. But the Phoenix is what I am. I have crashed and burned again and again and again, and I have risen. And when the judge says, all you have to do is sign your new name on the paperwork, and that's what it'll be when I have the divorce proceeding closed, I better come up with a good one. And so that's the name I chose. And I went up to the Social Security office when the proceedings were over to get my Social Security card. And I'll never forget, the gentleman at the computer is looking through all of my other maiden names and everything. And he said, that name's not in here. Where'd you get that? And I said, me. I came up with it. And he just kind of went, okay, here you go. Here's your card. And so that's how I became Dawn Phoenix. And so through this journey, I have learned that the universe has our back always. We only have to trust. And it's scary and it's terrifying. And you can look at being homeless. You can look at, having mental or emotional issues. You can go through these things and come out on the other side when you trust that the universe has your back. And it's here to show you exactly what you're capable of surviving. And the deeper down you float or crash or burn, the higher you can fly after. And then the more authentically and real you're able to show up with people, because you can say, you know what, I have been there and I get you. Like, I understand completely. And and you're able to experience people in such a more beautiful and profound, deep and moving way that oftentimes they're not used to. So, I think what I'd like to just say before we, close out for the day is just everything is here to serve you. Everything is here to better you. And it might not look like it in the moment. And it's like if you're standing too close to the sun, you don't get the brilliance and the beauty of it because you're just blinded by being too close. But when enough time goes by and you're able to have a different perspective and step back, you're able to see the amazing badass that you are. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I hope I didn't go over on time.
Girl, no, I love you. You are under on time. So, yes, I adore you. I'm so glad you were here. Where'd you go? Here we go with this pinning thing again. Oh my goodness.
That's okay. I'm still here. It's all good.
I'm so glad. We just had like some sort of kind of tornado type movement moved through. It was sudden. It was raining sideways. We've got hail out in the parking lot. It's crazy. Like trees were bent over. It was nuts. Everything just went down.
It really
So
dark there right at the beginning when I first
yeah.
it was that started to get dark, and I was
Yeah,
like,
because I looked and I'm like, it's not time for it to get dark. Oh, Dawn, that's the bestie. She says, love your energy.
thank you, bestie.
So, yes, thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you for answering this
thank
call.
you.
Thank you for being here. I'm so glad you were here. I'm so glad you were here.
Thank you
So,
for having
every
me.
girl, what would I look like? What would I look like not having you here?
And thank you, Pop Pop, and thank you, Mama Lorraine. Blessings.
They're like your biggest supporters. They cheer for you. So everyone, we have come to the end of our day. I just want to say thank you to all the brilliant speakers who spoke today. Thank you to my baby girl, my Faith, who was so brave today. Thank you, dear Sabrina. I know you're not here, but you were brave as well. For those of you who don't know, that was Sabrina's first time ever sharing. She remembered in a reading And so it was very deeply emotional for her to be here today. I thanked my bestie for manning the back end for me all day. She's always got my back. I love her to pieces. You guys are going to hear her story tomorrow. Diana Tonema, please don't miss it. You're going to miss something huge. She will be sharing her story for the first time as well. But tomorrow evening, we have a special feature. My daughter Mariah will be here to share what it was like to grow up with a mother who missed the mark, a mother who failed her and was not there emotionally when she needed me. She's sharing on behalf of all of her sisters. So that will close out tomorrow. But I thank you all for the love, the support, the kindness, for making this come together beautifully. Janet, we can't wait. Janet is doing she's going to share tomorrow morning how magical she is, but she's also doing a photo walkabout. So I can't wait for that. Later tomorrow, we have Dawn Jackson talking. Thank you all, everyone who's out there watching. Hey, Tina C. Hines, I see you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Charlotte, for being here off and on all day. And Charlotte will be presenting as well. So thank you all. We hope you have a fabulous, fantastic Black Butterfly Goddess type evening. And we will see you all tomorrow.